Plenary programme sound.
Just before we commence, I would like to advise the House that I have received a letter of resignation from Ms Catherine Kelly as a member for the West Tyrone constituency. Her resignation took effect from the 3rd of November 2020. I have notified the Chief Electoral Officer in accordance with Section 35 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. On a matter of the day, Ms O'Shea O'Neill has been given leave to make a statement on the US presidential election, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has finished. And I call Ms Michelle O'Neill.
And thank you for granting this matter of the day. There are very few of us who were not witness to the unfolding presidential race across the Atlantic last week, and its culmination at the weekend when Joe Biden was formally announced as the 46th President of the United States of America. I want to extend my warm congratulations to the President-elect and also to the history-making Vice President-elect Kamala Harris as they prepare to take up their office on January the 20th, 2021. We are inextricably linked with the US through our history and by family and economic links. We are connected by our transatlantic relationships in the field of trade, investment and technological development, and our enjoyment of cultural, educational and other opportunities. And indeed, the oldest US consulate in the world is located here in Belfast. The President-elect is no stranger to this island, quite the opposite. He is a friend to Ireland and proudly celebrates his Irish-American roots, both north and south. Joe Biden is a key supporter of our precious peace process, and he has shown that ongoing commitment, in particular to the institutions established here in the North under the Good Friday Agreement. He comes into office at a time of great threat from the British Government, with Brexit and the refusal to honour agreements that are looming large. The draft Internal Market Bill has been opposed by the majority of Assembly members who voted to reject it on the basis that it constitutes a serious violation of the protocol, specifically designed to protect the agreement and the achievements of the peace process including avoiding a hard border on the island of Ireland. In addressing the grievous threat that we face from a looming Brexit, Joe Biden has signalled his intent to defend the interests of Ireland and to ensure that the progress we have made under the Good Friday Agreement is not undermined. Indeed, Joe Biden is on the record having stated that any trade deal between the US and Britain is contingent upon the protection and respect of the agreement and ensuring that there is no return to that hard border. Sinn Féin will continue to defend the foundation stones of the peace process, including the Good Friday Agreement, and will work with all of those who share those priorities, wherever they may be, in this case, the White House. I look forward to working with the new President and his administration to ensure that the Good Friday Agreement is protected and its transformative potential is fully realised. Our focus will also be on international collaboration as we deal with a global pandemic, which has caused untold loss and pain right across the world. I look forward to the possibility of welcoming Joe Biden in the future as the President of the US to the North, where we can assure him the warmest of welcomes. Finally, Ceann Comhairle, it would be remiss of me to not pay a specific mention to the history achievement of the Vice President-elect, Kamala Harris. She's breaking new ground not only as the first female to take up the second highest office in the United States, but also the first black woman and indeed the first Asian American to take this office. Her achievements will act as a catalyst to inspire many women, not just in the US, but also closer to home, with their ambitions and their dreams of joining us in public life. So add more to both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and thank you for taking this matter of the day.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it was encouraging to hear the Deputy First Minister say that she would be extending an invitation and look forward to welcoming the new President, because I recall an occasion when a previous President in the form of George W. Bush visited Northern Ireland, and her predecessor as the Deputy First Minister was welcoming him to Stormont Castle while Sinn Féin activists were protesting on the streets at his presence in this estate. Such is the double-facing standard that exists. Regardless of who holds the office of President of the United States, relations between Northern Ireland and the United States of America are important. Unlike other members in this chamber, I don't stand on platforms and denounce America as a force for evil in the world, because I don't believe it is. I believe that America is a force for good in the world. I think it's important that we recognise that this is an internal matter for the people of the United States of America. And whilst it is true that they have made their choice, it is our responsibility to work closely with whomever is in office, because Northern Ireland benefits from the relationship that we have with the United States. Indeed, a quarter of the people who have held the office of President can trace, or their families can be traced, directly back to Ulster and this part of the island. And so it is welcome. That relationship is welcome because it allows us, a country of nearly 1.8 million people, to punch way, way above our weight in regards to influence in Capitol Hill. President-elect Biden secured the greatest number of votes cast for any candidate in history. The candidate who he defeated, the outgoing President, President Trump, secured the second greatest number of votes cast for any candidate in US history. Traditional barriers have been broken down in this election, and it is a welcome thing, it is a welcome development that someone of Indian and African heritage is to be elected the Vice President of the United States. The cruel racism of the 50s and 60s that existed and was apparent on the streets, particularly of Southern America, is slowly but surely being confined to the past. And those are welcome developments. I welcome the progress that the world's strongest democracy is making, and we all should. So I've said good relations are important. We have special linkages, and this has been an immense democratic exercise in terms of turnout and the levels of support that both main candidates from the Democratic Party and from the Republican Party have secured in this election. We have always had influence, we have always had relations, and it is important that we build upon those. That will be achieved, I think, that will be achieved going forward if we, all of us, work to adopt a positive working relationship regardless of who holds the office of President. And it's no good to be pro-American simply when your favourite candidate has prevailed.
Thank you. And I call Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I want to begin by offering our warm congratulations to President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Our party, perhaps more than most, nailed its colours to the mast over the course of the last 4 years in calling out what we saw as an interminable march towards a politics defined by division, fear and resentment, a politics that led children to being separated from their families, travel bans on religious minorities and an emboldened movement of racists. It is not difficult, therefore, to empathise with the people of the United States and across the world who do feel like the cloud is starting to break. This was a historic event for a number of reasons: the nature of the campaign, the volume of votes, and the election of a woman of colour to the office of Vice President for the first time. We stand today with a friend of Ireland and Northern Ireland preparing to enter the White House, a President-elect who doesn't just understand the complexities of this place, but is invested in our progress. President-elect Biden once wrote that North East Pennsylvania is written in his heart, but Ireland is written on his soul. So this should be a moment of relief. But it should also be a moment of reflection. A moment for Prime Minister Boris Johnson and others to reflect on a strategy that has brought them to the brink of breaking international law in the pursuit of a narrow, hard Brexit. President-elect Biden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other senior figures from across the aisle in Congress have made clear that any arrangement which does harm to our agreement will jeopardise a trade deal with the United States. That is avoidable, and I am sure every member in this House will use their influence to maximise the outcome for all of our people. We also need to reflect on an environment not restricted to the United States, where people feel so marginalised, so left behind and left out that they are taken in by the politics of resentment and fear. We all have a job of work to dispel that. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the President-elect and Vice President-elect the very best as they begin to bring in a new administration and bring it together. And I know that we will all be working with them on issues of mutual concern in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you. And I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And the Ulster Unionist Party welcomes the election of President-elect Biden and Kamala Harris as well. I need to also start with a declaration of interest, because 50% of my family are particularly happy that this result has now come to the fore after three or four quite nervous days looking at it as well. But I think this is a significant time for us here in the Assembly as we look to a change of administration in the United States, because one of the things we do know about the new President-elect is he's at least read the Belfast Agreement. And I think one of the most appropriate things is he does understand, not only do we not want to see borders north or south, but we do not want to see borders east or west, because that undermines the Belfast Agreement just as much as anything else. But he takes over the presidency in January at a period when he is leading, or has to lead, a deeply divided nation. And there are many things that the United States has to do to restore the faith of the international system and where the United States is coming from. But he has significant challenges, and he needs friends in the international systems to do that. And bearing in mind the issues he has in Turkey, Armenia, Iran, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Venezuela, Cuba, one of the most significant issues that he has to deal with is the issue of security. And that is even before he has to deal with Russia and he has to deal with China. He needs friends in the international system. He needs those friends who bring real hard power to the equation. And one of the things we have to realise is the United States has a massive security challenge. And what we want to see, particularly in the United Kingdom, is we want to see the United States renew its commitment to NATO and renew its commitment to security across the international system. We also welcome the fact that when the President goes back, or the new President comes into position, that the United States will sign back up to the Paris Accords. We think dealing with climate change is significant. We also believe that he needs to take strong leadership on the COVID issue, and indeed getting to the point where we are actually able to deal with COVID on an international perspective, I think, is one of the challenges that the President-elect, massive problems that the President-elect has to deal with as well. So finally, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, and I hope all members of this Assembly, we wish the new President-elect the best. We are very pleased to see the new Vice President-elect coming into position, and hopefully she truly has managed to break through the glass ceiling, because it's well beyond time that that indeed happened in the United States. But thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Chris Lyttle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United States and Northern Ireland have close ties that bind our people together, and the US has been a close friend to the peace process and the social and economic well-being of our region. Alliance Party members have played key roles in developing and maintaining this special relationship, so we congratulate President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, who is the first woman of colour to be elected Vice President in the history of the United States, will inspire people across the world. Mr. Speaker, the President-elect Joe Biden quoted Ecclesiastes 3 in recognising the work he and the Vice President-elect have to unite the United States of America. He said, "Indeed, it is a time to heal." I believe the Alliance Party and indeed the people of Northern Ireland will get fully behind that task and continue to work closely with the people of the United States to ensure that indeed it is a time for healing, a time for peace, and a time for progress for both our peoples.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there's a supreme irony that this House this morning is celebrating the fact that the people of the United States, by a democratic process, are changing their government. The irony, of course, is that this House is the epitome of the very opposite. This House stands for the principle that you cannot change your government, that you cannot vote a party out of government. What we witnessed in the United States was the people of the United States deciding in their democratic fashion and right to change their government. What a contrast with this place, where because of the iniquity of mandatory coalition, you can never change your government. You can never vote a party out of government, so long as that party holds on to a handful of MLAs. So it is a supreme irony that without the least blush of embarrassment, this House rises to celebrate the fact that others can do what those who have spoken to date determined we should never be able to do, namely change our government. And of course the absurdity of our system of government is further illustrated by the fact that if they had the system we have in the United States of America, then we would have joint presidents Joe Biden and Donald Trump. How absurd would that be? How dysfunctional would that be? As dysfunctional as Stormont, of course. And yet that is the system.
A moment. Could I just remind a member that the matter of the day was agreed for to address the US presidential election. Could you stick to the motion, please?
Well, I thought I was. I was drawing the contrast. The people of the United States have been given the fundamental democratic right to change their government. We are denied it. I was pointing out the people of the United States will have a new, powerful president. Rather than a joint president, we are denied that. So I think the parallel, the point, is exactly on point, that the democratic exercise that many are celebrating in this House is the very thing denied to this House and to the people of Northern Ireland. As for Joe Biden, I do hope that he will come to the realisation that he needs to temper his overt nationalist empathy if he ever hopes to have any positive influence in Northern Ireland. And he needs to recognise and accept that Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom because of the will of its people. American people have expressed their will. Now it's time for their president
Members, time's up.
to acknowledge our rights.
Members, time is up. Thank you. And I call Gerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the working class and all minorities in the US on their sacking of the racist, bigoted, homophobic champion of the rich and wealthy, Donald Trump. Trump embodies everything that's wrong with modern capitalism: oppressive, reactionary, corrupt, and fully committed to increasing the riches of the wealthy against ordinary people. He has, for the past 4 years, encouraged and emboldened a dangerous rise of the far right in the US and across the world. This election was, in my opinion, about giving Trump the boot. We should celebrate that, and democracy must be upheld against Trump's attempts to overturn it. And I call, Mr. Speaker, on the Executive to immediately demand the current President cease efforts to overturn the democratic process. And if he refuses to do this, we should break all diplomatic ties. Trump is acting like a spoiled child, throwing his toys out of the pram. So many millions rejected him, and he should do what is expected of him and step aside. Trump claimed to stand up for working-class Americans, but did nothing to improve their lives and actually made them far worse. This election, like I said, was all about putting Trump out, and for me, never about putting Biden in. There isn't much good to be said about Biden, except for the fact that he isn't Donald Trump. He is, in my opinion, an uninspiring champion of the status quo. The fact that he only just ousted a president whose coronavirus policy resulted in over 200,000 deaths speaks volumes to the limitations of the unimaginative, uninspiring, centrist approach to the Democratic establishment. Joe Biden has, Mr. Speaker, been part of the US establishment for years. That establishment has eviscerated working-class communities across the US, and he has cheered on the US war machine in the Middle East for decades, time and time again. He has declared himself an opponent of the Black Lives Matter movement, and he was the candidate wheeled out to stop the progressive, radical Bernie Sanders from breaking from the big business interests of billionaires in the US. Those who think Biden is a progressive that is a friend of working-class people in Ireland are frankly living in fantasy land. Mr. Speaker, I hope for real change in the US. And real change in the US lies with those celebrating and demonstrating on the streets, those who have demanded Black Lives Matter, healthcare for all and raising taxes for the super rich. There is hope in those who voted for socialist candidates like AOC and others in the US, the rest of her squad and Bernie Sanders. So let's enjoy Trump's demise and double down on our efforts for international solidarity and fundamental change in America, in Ireland and across the world. Thank you.
And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking this matter today, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for requesting it. Lots of people who heard the member for North Antrim excoriate the people here for welcoming the defeat of Donald Trump will be astonished. It is the case that there is hope and delight, frankly, around the world that someone who has been an appalling influence on democratic norms, the civilised world, and how we go about politics across the world, has been removed from office. But let's focus on the positives. Joe Biden cares about Northern Ireland. He cares about the entire island of Ireland. Indeed, I would go so far to say that he cares about stability and good government across these islands and across the continent of Europe. He is, in that sense, good news for everyone across these islands. It's been said that Joe Biden is a friend to Ireland, and particularly to this part of Ireland. That's correct. His great-great-grandfather, I believe, left the Cooley Peninsula to travel to Newry to get the boat to North America around 150 years ago. It would be great if President-elect Biden was able to return and see what we hope to be the developing narrow water bridge at some point in the years in the future. But let's be absolutely clear, we've had a horrible few years of coarsening discourse, increased divisiveness, not just in North America, but around the world. Anybody who thinks, as some have reflected, that it's not our concern, it's an internal matter for the United States who leads their country, hasn't really been paying attention to the awful increase in divisiveness, in horrible rhetoric that has gone along with the Trump presidency. So that's why people across the world are pleased and relieved to see Joe Biden take office. They're also pleased to see the transformational and historic election of Kamala Harris to the Vice Presidency, the first woman to be elected to the Vice Presidency and the first woman of colour to be elected to that office too. Mr Speaker, Thomas Jefferson said that every man, sadly he was saying men in those days, had two countries, their own and France. Well, these days many of us have two countries, our own and the United States, and that's because the United States inspires and sometimes depresses us all. Well, today, this weekend, has been an inspiring weekend for those of us who look to the United States. What the United States has done in relation to Northern Ireland has been critical, and let's hope that the influence of the new President will be felt, not just on this island, but across these islands in the months and years to come. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I too would like to echo the words of members across the House in congratulating President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. I think this is a great moment of hope in very dark times. Across the world, we have seen how Trump's influence has caused considerable issues for particularly the Irish-American relationships that exist. He was a reckless leader in a very challenging time. But what I do find interesting in listening to the contributions of this House is the remarks by both Sinn Féin and the DUP. It was the one campaign that I've seen them united on, in that when you consider President Trump attended previous Sinn Féin fundraising dinners in America, and then you see pictures of DUP MPs holding Trump's flag, that they're on the one page on that particular issue. Personally, I'm delighted to see Trump vacate the presidency. It'll be an interesting few months ahead to see how this all works out. But one thing is clear. It is the right time for the leadership of Kamala Harris and also Joe Biden. And he sends out a powerful message. Never give up. He has stood election for president 3 times, and on the 3rd occasion has managed to succeed. All of us were glued to our screens for the last number of days. I know I certainly was, and I found it fascinating just to see how the votes evolved across the various states. It is a deeply divided country, but I do believe that President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will do all they can to unite the country. They certainly be sending out that very powerful message. And it also heartened me very, very much to hear President-elect Biden cite the words of Seamus Heaney, and also put on record on many occasions that he will do everything he can, if elected president, to protect the Good Friday Agreement and to prevent, as Colm Eastwood said, violence to the Good Friday Agreement. It is very clear that the DUP were supporting Trump to use him as a vehicle, as Brexiteers, to get the outcome that they so desire. I am very happy and hopeful for the future with a President and Vice President of the calibre, standard and discipline of Harris and Biden. And I congratulate them both and look forward to them visiting the island of Ireland, north and south.
Thank you, Nicole. Justin McNulty.
Congratulations, President-elect Joe Biden. His election was a victory for persistence, for inclusiveness, and for enduring decency. His election was a victory for democracy, and most importantly, his election was a victory for hope in these dark times. We are all here in Ireland very excited about the implications of this for our island, for the Good Friday Agreement, and for Ballina and for the Cooley Peninsula. When we get through this pandemic, there will be some crack in Lily Finnegan's on the opening night, celebrating the success of President-elect Joe Biden, a Cooley man, a Ballina man. My young father is especially thrilled because it was Philadelphia got him over the line, and my grandfather met my grandmother in Philadelphia. So on a personal note, my family are thrilled. Congratulations, President-elect Joe Biden.
Okay, members, that concludes this item of business. Can I ask members to take a ease for a moment or two, and could I remind people that when we're asking people to take their ease between each item of business, it's not just about preparing a chamber, but it's also to make sure that people can enter and exit the chamber within the social distancing regulations. So, Point of order, Paul Given.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I've learned from reports on Twitter that the Justice Minister is having to self-isolate because she has a tickly cough, and I want to wish her, of course, a very speedy recovery. Hopefully, this wouldn't be the second time that the Minister would have the virus, so obviously our thoughts and prayers are with her at this time. In terms of Assembly business, I still haven't been notified as Chair of the Justice Committee formally of the Minister's decision to self-isolate. We're due to have the consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse Bill tomorrow and indeed the committal reform second stage next week. What are the implications for those items of business proceeding through the Assembly, and is there any provision whereby one of her very capable colleagues in the Executive could represent the Departments of Justice position in order to ensure that we don't have slippage on what is critically important legislation?
Well, first of all, I would echo the member's own remarks, and I want to wish the Minister well. I just received a letter from the Minister not long before I came into the chamber and haven't had time to consult others around that. But so if the member has heard it through Twitter, I haven't heard it through Twitter myself, so I wasn't following it this morning. But obviously, as I've said, I just received a letter from the Minister shortly before coming into the chamber. Clearly, the Minister outlines in her letter that she does have symptoms, and as I said, we wish her well in that regard and wish her all speed to good health and safety. There will be implications for both of the pieces of legislation, according to the Minister, because at this moment in time she has been unable to get another Minister to take the item of business tomorrow, the domestic abuse legislation, through tomorrow. I have to say, and having had to consider that bill in recent times, it is a complex and complicated bill. I think the member is well aware of that. So I don't think it would be just as easy to expect another Minister to be able to have as much of a command of that bill to take it in tomorrow at such short notice. But we will have to then take it to the Business Committee, and the Business Committee will decide as to how we proceed in terms of the rest of the next week or two, during which Minister Long has to self-isolate. So again, the Business Committee will address that tomorrow afternoon. Okay,
further to that point of order, and I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the explanation for that. Can the Speaker advise that should one of the Executive colleagues be in a position to take on the role tomorrow, that business then would proceed?
Well, I think in the first instance, I think you would have to expect the Minister to be able to address that with her Executive colleagues. As I've said, all I'm aware of at the moment is the Minister advises me, and therefore advises this House that she's been unable to get another colleague at this point in time. So we'll have to see if that changes. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, I have received. Oh, we're not here yet. I'm ahead of myself. Okay, members, I have received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has, of course, been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their place. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate per se, and long introductions should not be engaged in. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on behalf of Minister Nicola and myself on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Education Sector format, held on Friday the 6th of November 2020. The meeting was conducted via video conference due to the current COVID restrictions. Minister Foley, TD, Minister for Education, Minister McCullen, as accompanying Minister and myself attended the meeting. The meeting was cordial and productive, and progress was made on a number of key issues, including the implications of the UK withdrawal from the EU, response to COVID-19, review of the work programme, update on EU funding, education underachievement, special educational needs, school, youth and teacher exchanges, teacher qualifications and cooperation between the inspectorates. And I will take each of those items in turn. On the implications of UK withdrawal from the EU, the Council noted the current assessment of the likely implications for the education sector arising from the UK's withdrawal from the EU and welcomed the commitments made to take all necessary measures to ensure that the agreed common travel area rights and privileges are protected. Ministers also welcomed the commitments made to the Future Peace Plus programme and the work that is underway to develop the programme. Ministers reaffirmed their commitment to continued cooperation in education issues following the conclusion of the transition period. In terms of COVID-19, Ministers welcomed the commitment of all teaching staff in both jurisdictions to deliver remote learning to pupils. They noted the importance and context of the successful reopening of schools, a core policy objective in both jurisdictions, in accordance with hygiene and public health protocols. The Council noted the heightened concern of education ministers for pupils with complex and additional learning needs and acknowledged the efforts of teaching and other critical support staff to maintain student relationships and connections with schools. The agreement of the education ministers and their officials to continue sharing information in advance notice of key decisions where practical was also welcomed. The Council expressed its appreciation to all staff engaged in the delivery of education in these exceptional times. It was also welcomed that that education ministers will convene a meeting of senior departmental officials along with the agency's bodies responsible in vital support areas and report findings to the next NSMC meeting in this sector. The NSMC noted the commitment to review the work programme and the plan to convene a meeting of senior officials from relevant departments, co-chaired by the Secretary-General and the Permanent Secretary of the Education Departments, to make recommendations for future work programme. On EU funding, the Ministers noted the impact of COVID-19 has had on Peace 4 funded shared education projects. They also noted that to address the challenges posed by COVID-19, the use of online technologies to promote the objectives of shared education was being explored. The high-level engagement that has taken place between departments on Peace Plus, the draft proposals for Peace Plus in relation to the theme of youth, and the potential for ambitious and innovative proposals under Peace Plus to promote respect and understanding on a cross-border and cross-community basis were noted by the Council. On educational underachievement, the NSMC noted the lessons learned and recommendations from the final evaluation report on the North-South Underachievement Practitioners Engagement Project, which was published by Cooperation Ireland in July 2017. The NSMC noted the appointment of the expert panel by myself under the New Decade New Approach Agreement to examine the links between persistent educational underachievement and socio-economic background and draw up an action plan to change that will ensure all children and young people, regardless of background, are given the best start in life. And this was noted by ministers. Research on the Delivering Equality of Opportunity in Schools programme has been provided as part of the evidence base to the panel, and the panel will produce an interim report and draft action plan by the 31st of March 2021, and a final action plan, including implementation costs and timescales, by the 31st of May 2021. On special educational needs, the ministers welcomed the progress being made by the two educational departments and Middletown Centre for Autism to facilitate and maintain the delivery of the centre's range of services since the last meeting in 2016. The Council welcomed the efforts of Middletown Centre for Autism management and staff to remain operational in the continued delivery of elements of their service throughout the COVID-19 restrictions. The proposed delivery plan for the centre, which takes account of the impacts of COVID-19 and the delay in making board appointments, was noted. The NSMC noted that MCA has considered the potential implications of the UK withdrawal from the EU. The Council also noted recent developments in delivery of special educational needs programmes in both jurisdictions. On school, youth and teacher exchanges, the Council noted North-South exchanges in the area of youth work practices and the ongoing activities of the North-South Education and Training Standards for Youth Work. On teacher qualifications, the NSMC noted the procedures being explored to facilitate reciprocal recognition of teacher qualifications in the context of a UK withdrawal from the EU. It also noted the update on the agreement on the Marino Institute of Education and St Mary's University College regarding the delivery of SCG. The Council was advised that the 18th Annual Conference of Teacher Education North and South on the theme of teacher education in the COVID movement took place online on the 21st of October 2020. Ministers welcomed the continuing collaboration of the Education Inspectorates, covering capacity building for education and training inspectorates, inspection of new Irish medium education, the ongoing programme of inspection and exchanges and joint working on inspections, the collaborative support in carrying out independent evaluation on projects, the cooperation between management and both inspectors. In closing, Mr Speaker, my officials and I look forward to meeting with Minister Foley and her department as we meet the challenges of responding to the current health crisis and the future challenges and opportunities that will be presented as the UK leaves the European Union.
Thank you, and I call Chris Lyttle, Chairperson of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I note the concern for pupils with complex needs expressed by the Education Minister in this statement. However, the families of children with complex needs in Northern Ireland who feel abandoned by him during COVID-19 need action, leadership and support, not concern. So can I ask the Education Minister why then his £11.3 million Engage programme funding for school restart did not include special schools when launched in September?
Sorry, Minister, could I suggest that the member's question doesn't entirely relate to the statement, but I would leave that as a matter of discretion for the Minister if he wishes to answer. And sorry, Minister, could I make the point that I would just remind the Minister that if members are asking questions not relevant to the statement, then it's entirely down to the Minister whether to accept the question or not. Thank you. Minister.
Very specifically, I appreciate that, so I'm not, it doesn't directly relate to the statement. However, we've given instructions to the EA to work in terms of special educational needs. We should remember, first of all, that in terms of the Engage programme, it is across schools, and so therefore, for the vast majority of children that are statemented, for instance, they would be operating through mainstream schools, which will enable that. On the issue, I suppose, of direct intervention for children that are in special schools, I think there is a need for something that is more bespoke and individually exercised. So we've asked the EA, which is overall responsibility in terms of special educational needs, to work with those schools and work with the individuals within that, to try and make sure that there is any level of academic catch-up takes place for them.
I call Robin Newton.
Mr Speaker, can I go to the same item, Minister, on the special educational needs? When in the discussions, have you noted any radical differences between the approach being used in Northern Ireland on the basis of addressing the needs of our young pupils and indeed the approach used by the Minister in the Republic of Ireland?
I think there's a realisation discussion that did take place during the NSMC meeting in relation to special educational needs. That principally focused on the Middletown Centre, which is obviously the one area that's of direct common concern. However, I think there's been an acceptance that there is a need and that indeed there was probably a limited level of supply of support in terms of schools being open during the early parts of the pandemic across the board. And in particular, probably there was a limited amount of support that was there for special educational needs. There is, I think, a strong imperative on particularly special schools to be open. Currently, I was able to visit last week Arvely in Omagh, which provides a considerable service, and it goes beyond simply the educational provision that is there. It is critical from the point of view of the development of children, from a social point of view that they are. And in terms of North-South, I think there is a common determination to try to see that schools are open, kept open as much as possible and prioritised. And I think nowhere is that more important than for children with special educational needs.
Call Cara Mullen.
Nicola, thank the Minister for his statement. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to ongoing and future cooperation, what his assessment is of the impact that COVID has had on cross-border shared education projects. And Minister, I would also ask that you restore the funding to SCO10s and that your officials would meet with the committee to discuss this. Thank you.
In reverse order, I'm due to meet, I think, with representatives of SCO10s, I think, at the end of this month, so we'll be able to discuss that level of support. Obviously, I can't prejudge any outcome until I have that meeting. In terms of shared education, and the previous week, I think Mr Murphy had given a report on the SEUPB, which obviously leads into some of the peace funding. It is the case that all the projects have been able to continue to move ahead. However, there has been a level of reorientation of those projects, particularly as regards shared education. It has therefore been, at this stage, about shared learning. A lot of that has been done online. And I think one of the many difficulties that has arisen from COVID is that shared education is something which I think manifestly everyone would accept is a benefit. But the overriding driver in shared education is those shared direct experiences of people meeting face to face. And at the moment, as within schools, we're trying, I suppose, to, in terms of the health protections, ensure that there's as little mixing between schools as possible, even as little mixing within schools, so that quite often classes have to effectively bubble themselves. That creates a direct face-to-face barrier, which then acts in a counterintuitive way to what wants to happen in terms of shared education. However, shared education is being taken forward. The projects themselves have been able to continue. There's been nothing from that point of view that's been abandoned. But a lot of this has had shift towards more that sharing of experience, much more towards an online experience. But I think there was a shared indication from everyone that the sooner we can move back to a point which, from a safe point of view, we can actually get that direct interaction, particularly between students, also involving teachers as well, on a shared education basis, I think the better that we can get the richest harvest from that particular investment.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can I first of all thank you for visiting my own constituency, Arvalee School, a fantastic school in Omagh, and I'm sure your visit was very much welcomed. Can I commend you also, both ministers in fact, for your commitment to collaborate and cooperate over the range of matters outlined in the paper. I am alarmed, though, Minister, to note that these conversations are at such an early stage, given that we are so far on the transition period, which is due to end in January. Procedures are being explored to facilitate reciprocal recognition of qualifications north-south in light of Brexit. Should this not have been completed sooner, Minister? How advanced are these explorations, and can you give a date or time? And further, is there an issue with the ETA in relation to the Irish medium sector? Thank you, Minister.
Well, I'm not aware of any particular problems that ETI have with the Irish medium sector directly in that regard. Obviously, there's been a restriction on what ETI has been able to do throughout the pandemic, and indeed, as with others, at least on a temporary basis, ETI has had to reorientate itself. Now, I think that the work that ETI and EA have done in terms of providing link officers with schools has been very useful, but the level of inspection and input, now, I think there's probably a strong case that should operate on a more thematic basis anyway in terms of inspection. But there's clearly been a degree of change within that. We're giving, I suppose, a report on where we are at present on that, but we did have an opportunity whenever although it was not formally an education sector format, whenever the NSMC met during the summer in Dublin Castle, there was then a writing out of that, a meeting in which there was a touching on a number of those issues that was able to be taking place, but we have a direct informal one-to-one meeting between myself and Minister Foley, who at that stage was relatively new in post. As regards that in terms of mutual recognition, the position, I suppose, is that has been something that previously had been facilitated through the EU. I think there is good work that has been going on that may well be that as part of the overall settlement that arises, if it arises, between the UK and the EU, that mutual recognition of qualifications is something which there is a level of acceptance on. As I said, there's work ongoing to see then what can be done on a bilateral basis, and it's noticeable, which would then fit in neatly with that level of recognition, that within the internal markets bill that is passing through the UK Parliament, there is those mutual recognitions between the various jurisdictions within the United Kingdom, because, as the member will be aware, teaching councils, for instance, will operate in different formats in different parts of not just the United Kingdom, but the Republic of Ireland as well. I think one of the things that the pandemic has shown is the need for mutual recognition of qualifications, because, particularly as regards teaching, we don't know at what stage in different jurisdictions people will actually seek beyond their own boundaries, and it's not just in the issue of education, beyond their own boundaries to be able to draw and seek, if you like, both experience and help from outside their own jurisdiction. So I think that there's a broader critical element in terms of dealing with the mutual recognition of qualifications, but that is ongoing to try at least to create a bilateral arrangement between the UK and the Republic of Ireland on teaching qualifications.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I want to just probe a little bit more into the teaching qualifications. As you know, here in Northern Ireland, we have those teachers that go through Stranmillis and St Mary's. Then we have the other teachers in relation to postgraduate qualifications. What sort of work has been done to look at those qualifications, both sides of the border? And secondly, what sort of talks have been going on with GTC Northern Ireland and GTC Republic of Ireland to make sure that the qualifications are recognised either way? Thank you.
Thank the member for her questions. Obviously, you should be aware GTC and I will look after it from a Northern Ireland perspective. TCI will look after as the equivalent registration body. And it's about ensuring then that those who have got, for instance, a UK BEd or PGCE qualifications are able to obtain registration with TCI, and similarly the TCI registered teachers can be recognised in terms of GTC-NI. So elements of the current mutual recognition arrangements are based on the EU Mutual Recognition of Professional Qualifications Directive. Now, that will cease at the end of the EU period, but the process to assess, and it's also the case that applicants from outside of that will also need to be assessed. The fact that I think the UK government as a whole, which will be handling some of the qualifications, is keen to see that there's professional mobility, and that indeed particularly that the common travel area will also then reflect that as well. So what I think we were aiming to see is a seamless internal UK labour market for professionals, and that the bilateral could comprehensively address any future teacher recognition arrangements, that those would then be sorted out.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister in his statement noted that both education ministers had considerable concern for pupils with complex and special educational needs. Does he agree with me that the benefit these children get from being able to attend schools is significant, and that this is a further reason to ensure schools remain open as we face the challenges ahead in dealing with COVID-19?
It's probably a similar sort of question previously was asked. I think the significance of ensuring then that schools remain open, I think, is paramount for all our pupils, but it's particularly focused in on those with special educational needs. And I think that is something which is shared on both sides of the border. It's noticeable that, for instance, within the Republic of Ireland, which has its different levels of COVID restrictions, that there's been, despite the fact that they've moved to level 5, that's been on the basis then of protecting institutions of education, and particularly schools. And as indicated, I think, from any experience of meeting children with special educational needs, I think it is particularly important that schools are kept open on a face-to-face basis from a learning point of view, but also from a broader social point of view, from also sending out any form of signal. There's got to be recognition of every child across the system. So I think that is something, and broadly speaking, the issue, while the principal focus in terms of special education needs was on the specifics of Middletown, in the discussions that was held between myself and Minister Foley, I think that's something that's been recognised in terms of the importance of both schools open, but particularly for special educational needs pupils, is recognised both sides of the border, and indeed beyond these shores as well. I think what has happened in Great Britain has also shown a desire to ensure that schools are kept open as a top priority. And I think that's something that the Executive shares.
Call Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for his statement. Can I ask the Minister if the proposed review of the Forward Work Programme is due to consequences of COVID? And can you comment on the extent of the impact that COVID has had on the work programme?
Well, I think there's a good opportunity with the Executive having resumed this year with a new government and the Republic having resumed, there is an opportunity for a level of stock take and to see what can happen in terms of forward work programme. All these things are always a certain level of work in progress. I suppose where there has been, across a number of sectors within education, not just here but in other jurisdictions as well, there's no doubt that COVID has had a level of impact on that. Because what, to some extent from, I think, Department of Education here, Republic of Ireland as well, there has been a shifting of whatever staff is available to fight the immediate issues of COVID, and that has meant on a range of issues. So, for example, under this area planning, for instance, that there has been a shift away from that to what has had to happen immediately. Similarly, I think any level of engagement of future work programme, there's no doubt there's probably been a level of time delay that has been created by that. But I suppose it is also, I suppose, if we take at least some element of positive out of COVID, it's also how we apply some of the lessons of COVID and actually see, are there better ways and a lot of this will be on the basis of sharing of information, sharing of best practice, sharing of knowledge. Are there ways actually that we can learn from COVID to be able to provide better ways for our young people and actually, if you like, capture some of the maybe sort of sometimes accidental successes that have occurred because of COVID and try and apply that across the education system?
Call William Humphrey.
Thank the Minister for his statement to the House and the answers so far. Minister, you made mention of the expert panel to examine educational underachievement. I appreciate and understand that that panel is to report in the spring of next year. This is a hugely important and significant issue in North Belfast and Greater Shankill. Can I ask the Minister to update the House on the progress the panel has made to date?
Of aspects to that. Obviously, in particular regards on the NSMC meeting, there has obviously been engagement prior to this on with experts in terms of underachievement, sharing levels of experience, and that I think will be something that will be fed in. And there's also mention particularly of the DEIS work that can also feed in, which will be part of that. The panel itself, I suppose, started in September. My understanding is that up until the middle of October, the online consultation in terms of people looking to make direct responses to it, there were 401 responses, and I understand that over the period up until January 2021, there's at least 20 oral sessions that have been established by the educational panel, and as indicated earlier, with the aim to have a completed report by May of 2021.
Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister's statement. Just following on from the educational underachievement, I mean, in terms of similar initiatives and what we've learned and opportunities to enhance cooperation with your southern counterparts, could you expand a wee bit on that? And in relation to, you mentioned the final evaluation report, what lessons have you learned in relation to that?
Well, the evaluation report from the expert panel point of view, that information has been fed into the expert panel and been provided to them, along with a wide range of other pieces of evidence. And, you know, across the board, yes, there has been. One of the advantages, I suppose, at least particularly for the expert panel in terms of underachievement, is that there's a bank of knowledge that is there. There's a bank of good experience, whether that is happening in the Republic of Ireland, other parts of Northern Ireland, or indeed England, Scotland, Wales, or internationally can feed into it. So, you know, I think none of us should be conceited enough to believe that we always have all the answers to everything. I think we can learn a level of experience, and I think that will be fed in across the board to the expert panel in how things are tackled. Sometimes that is not simply about actually copying things which have worked successfully. It may also be at times, here's something which was tried, didn't work, here's something to avoid. So it's, you know, it's about gaining all that rich experience and having that feeding in from different points towards the panel.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, a young woman is fighting for her life in hospital not far from here after a domestic violence issue at the weekend. I'm sure the Minister will join me in wishing her well and recognise the important role of education to teach our young people about respect. I know it's not connected to the statement. Minister, can I commend all those who have continued to work throughout this pandemic to provide support for children? I want to focus on the issue of special educational needs and the Middletown Centre for Autism, which is in my constituency. We are all too aware of the constant battles being fought by parents of children with additional needs. Does the Minister agree with me that there needs to be a significant focus of policy and resources to tackle the lag in providing support and services once a diagnosis has been confirmed, from the statement of need to the provision of therapies? Furthermore, the issue of the sudden drop-off in services when a child hits his or her 19th birthday. Will the Minister undertake to ask the Middletown Centre for Autism to carry out an urgent review of those two areas of work and make recommendations for action and change across this island?
First of all, I know it's not part of the statement. I join in wishing a speedy recovery to the lady that the member raised. I'm not aware of the individual case, but domestic abuse is always completely wrong. And I think it's right why there is, within this Assembly, legislative focus on that. Look, I would commend, I think the work of the Middletown Centre, again, had some level of disruption because of COVID, but has been able to continue on. It has indeed, in terms of particularly its online work, been able then to provide that level of support to parents. And I'm sure the member has been down, but I would certainly commend any member to go down to Middletown to see the good work that is being done. Interestingly enough, is a centre which, in terms of probably what was Plan A for the centre going back 6, 7, 8 years, or however long it was, actually wasn't realised, but actually Plan B turned out to be a better vehicle within that. Within that context, in terms of support for facilities, obviously part of the current SEN regulations that's out to consultation, the idea of that is to have earlier interventions, which would mean then that it could feed through into better solutions at a later stage. Directly speaking, I think that ultimately, in terms of the precise detail from an operational point of view of what Middletown does, I think to some extent there's got to be a level of room for manoeuvre for themselves. I don't particularly want to direct them towards that, but I'll be keen to work with them. And I suppose one of the levels which has not really stopped the operational side of things, but it was a consequence, I think, of the election of the Republic and then the period of time which governments were filled. There are a number of vacancies at management level that need to be put onto MCA from the Republic side, and there was assurance given by the Minister that would happen fairly rapidly. That will, I think, give them a bit more of an additional opportunity to have that strategic governance within Middletown Centre, and I look forward to them continuing to deliver for parents and young people with autism, and consequently, I think, using their expert skills and that indeed considering, as the member suggested, maybe whatever future directions of travel they need to take to be able to enhance those services.
Call Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker, we'll stay on topic if that's okay, Minister, with regard to special education needs and Middletown Centre, and I would echo your call that if any member hasn't been to Middletown, to take a trip down to see the wonderful work they do. Minister, you'll also be aware that there are around 40,000 pupils in Northern Ireland who have ADHD. It's one of those things that isn't often talked about and sometimes overlooked. Could you make a commitment today to bring this up as a topic and also update the House with regards to any work that may be being done on that area, please?
Whenever he says as a topic, we want to ensure that particularly as across the board that there is that provision for special educational needs. I think some of the areas, particularly around training, have been held up again by COVID, and I think we need to actually see what the best way to deliver that. You know, I'm not sure there is a specific if we're saying as a topic within NSMC, obviously that tends to focus in on whether there are cross-border jurisdictional aspects. I'm not quite sure whether there's a very specific cross-border element to that. But if the member has any further information, I'm sure I'll be happy to explore that.
Nicola Anderson.
There's been considerable focus today on Middletown Autism Centre, and rightly so. Can the Minister advise the extent of cross-border movement in terms of children and young people with special educational needs accessing services like those at Middletown Autism Centre, and what, if any, impact the onset of Brexit will have for these young people accessing those services?
Well, the member will be aware that in the broader level on it, with the common travel area, there shouldn't be any particular obstruction to children moving north-south or south-north in terms of that. And to that extent, while there will be a need for Middletown to fit into whatever overall jigsaw is there in terms of the EU sort of situation, I don't think that should lead to a particular level of disruption to that, and I would be confident that that will be the case for the Middletown Centre. Very specifically, I think that as regards COVID, yes, there's been a change to what the Middletown Centre has been able to provide for children with complex needs during lockdown. Where that has meant, and I think because again, and it is part of, as I said, a wider problem which is there for shared education in the short term, which is physically bringing children long distances, bringing them to potentially mix in circumstances with children from completely different areas, completely different schools, has been something, obviously, unfortunately, we've had to insulate against. And I know, for instance, in the Republic of Ireland, there has also been, I suppose, the issue of there's been specific, at least guidance, if not regulation, on how far any individual can move on that basis. However, there has been a continuation of services, and so even during the period between between March and June of this year, there has been a range of webinars via Zoom that MCA have run for pupils in relation to that. There has also been indeed both that online support, and there's now beginning of events which will involve directly schools themselves with MCA. It's about trying to balance out what is there from a health point of view, but also then providing that service. And I'm confident that MCA has adapted and will continue to adapt. But I think all of us will hope for the situation in the relative near future where any level of restrictions in terms of mixing can be lifted, and as much as possible we can resume as close to normal as possible.
Call Colm Gildernew.
And I too would acknowledge the brilliant work done by Middletown, and I have had the opportunity to visit and meet with them. But Minister, there have been significant failings in the area of special educational needs provision here in recent years, and as a consequence, thousands of our young people have been seriously let down. Given that SEN provision was discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council, can the Minister tell us what difficulties exist in this area in the South and what can be learned from its response to these difficulties?
I'll be honest with the member, while SEN was discussed, the principal area of detail was Middletown, so there wasn't too much detail directly drawn in terms of issues that have happened down south. I think it would be the case that no jurisdiction has got this entirely correctly. I think arising out of a number of the reports that have taken place, there is a wider governance group that has been established, that the Department has established with EA, to make sure those are all drawn together and we're not pulling in different directions. But it's also the case, I think, certainly as regards here, that there is a level of importance in terms of the SEN regulations and code of practice. But I suppose in terms of the detail of precisely comparing what has happened north-south, was not probably gone into great detail, I have to say, at the NSMC meeting. It may be something that will be touched on at a later stage.
Call Colin McGrath.
Thank the Minister for his statement. The statement makes reference to draft proposals for Peace Plus on the theme of youth, and also that you noted about north-south exchanges in the area of youth work practices. Was there any sense of any initiatives or plans that might be developed to enhance north-south exchanges for young people, especially within youth services, obviously in a post-COVID world, but obviously preparations that are made in the coming period of time will help to deliver those maybe from the summertime of next year onwards? And will there be any impact from Brexit upon any of those initiatives that might take place?
Again, I think sort of that common sense cooperation shouldn't be impacted adversely with Brexit. Directly speaking, I suppose, in terms of there is a direct working relationship on some of the youth side of it between Education Authority and the National Youth Council. So there's that ongoing dialogue. Obviously, I think the direct exchanges in terms of young people, be it either the youth side of it or school side of it, on a personal basis have been, at least in the short term, educationally impacted by COVID. There is a range on the, obviously, as the member will be aware, while there's been some adjustments to the Peace 4 programme, in terms of Peace Plus, there is then that support within that to look at, if you like, and scoping out a range of proposals regards Peace Plus. Those would look towards the continuation of, at this stage, I think, there's an ambitious set that's been sent to DOF and SEUPB for consideration. 4 aspects that have been identified are continuation of shared education, the North-South Schools Exchange programme, focusing in particularly on 15 to 16-year-olds, education underachievement and supporting learning through technology in education, and a fifth proposal is being finalised on integrated education. And as indicated, there will be specific work, I think, that will focus in on the youth sector side of it. The detail of that, I think, will come from the National Youth Council and the Education Authority.
Call Meg Nesbitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's statement made reference to delivering equality of opportunity in schools, an initiative in the Republic that began, I believe, in 2005. So I'd be grateful if the Minister could list his sense of the achievements of DEIS over the last 15 years.
Detail of that, I'm not going to comment on the individual elements of this because that report has gone to the Education Underachievement Group. They'll be working through that and taking that level of advice. It is about, as I said, learning, and it is also the case while there's been good work done through DEIS from the practical point of view in any jurisdiction. Are there still problems with education underachievement? Yes, there are, and it's about that level of mutual learning that can take place.
Call Matthew O'Toole. Matthew O'Toole is not in the seat. I call Jim Allister.
The matter of teacher qualifications. In Northern Ireland, of course, the most appalling issue is the discrimination that arises from the Catholic certificate. Has that yet been addressed? And is there a cross-border element to that in respect of teachers from here wanting to teach in the Republic?
From that point of view, it's about mutual recognition of qualifications. It is something I want to see addressed. But obviously, as this particularly relates to Northern Ireland, I would regard it as an internal matter to Northern Ireland, and consequently we've got to be very careful that we don't bring into a cross-jurisdictional basis something which should be the purview of Northern Ireland itself.
I call Gerry Carroll. Gerry Carroll.
Thank you. Was there any discussion, Minister, at the meeting about the ASTI Teaching Union recent decision to vote for strike action over safety concerns in education in the South? There's joint concern amongst teaching staff over schools and the spread of the virus in it, and people want to know what both jurisdictions, both ministers are doing to tackle these concerns.
Again, from the point of view of respecting the individual position of jurisdictions, obviously the potential strike, it's a union which doesn't operate in Northern Ireland. Consequently, that any strike action would be a matter for the Republic of Ireland. It's not my role to interfere in the internal affairs of Northern Ireland. It is undoubtedly the case that a range of mitigations have been put in place, and indeed, across the board, I think either today or yesterday, there is a report from the Office of National Statistics which would suggest that the amount of COVID within education staff is no different to the population as a whole. There's no reason to suggest that there is any particular driver within schools that in any way places this at a higher level than anywhere else. And that has not just been the experience of the Office of National Statistics throughout the United Kingdom, but similarly studies done by the European Centre for Disease Control have indicated that education staff, the levels of COVID are absolutely no different to the rest of the population. And my focus, apart from anything else, it is undoubtedly the case that a union, even if it's another jurisdiction, will want to look after its members. That is effectively the role of a trade union. My role is somewhat wider. My role is to try to ensure particularly that the education of our young people is protected. And it is undoubtedly the case that the best place for the future of our young children in terms of education, in terms of their mental health, in terms of socialisation, is them being directly in schools. And I will fight to defend schools remaining open while always examining and taking public health advice as to any mitigating measures need to be taken to be able to protect everyone within schools.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, at the end of your statement, you set out that you discussed with Minister Foley the challenges and the opportunities presented by the UK leaving the EU. Given what you've said around difficulties in terms of mutual recognition of teachers' qualifications, various other North-South exchange programmes presented by Brexit, could you please enlighten us as to what the opportunities are for young people?
The opportunities, the wider issue in terms of Brexit, the point I suppose I'm making is that we're working through any issues with regards to mutual recognition, which has got to be done on a UK-wide basis and a bilateral basis. It is also the case, I think, there's been steps taken that both in terms of early agreement, because it was one of the I think false concerns that was raised by some, although I appreciate not by the member, at an early stage. Would this try to prevent cross-border access? Common travel area was something that's been recognised very early, indeed be accepted by all. at a very early stage within the EU. So the practical implications, for instance, we have a number of children, a number of staff who will work on one side of the border and live on the other side of the border. That, to the common traveller, is one that, is largely speaking, was sorted out quite a long time ago. And simply the very positive advantages that are there from the point of view of Peace Plus is one that has been recognised. I would say some of the positive aspects of Brexit are having a sovereign nation back again and ensuring that as a country we can establish our own laws. And children here can grow up with the confidence to know that they're living in a sovereign nation, not one that will simply be dictated to by bureaucrats in Brussels.
That concludes questions on the statement, members. And could I ask members to take your ease for a moment or two, and please do so whilst maintaining full compliance with the social distancing regulations. Thank you.
Members, if members would resume their seat, please. We now move to further consideration stage of the budget number 3 bill. Agus nish iram seran ida arigadish Conor Murphy lishin villa Horhontasi. And I call the Minister for Finance, Mr. Conor Murphy, to move the bill.
I move that the further consideration stage of the budget number 3 bill is now taken.
Okay, thank you. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the budget number 3 bill today. Members will of course be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the bill is therefore concluded and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. We'll just take a ease for a moment to allow the Minister and other members. As before, there will be a single debate on all 4 motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all of the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I will then put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. This process will be continued and repeated for each of the remaining statutory rules. So, if that's clear, I shall now proceed. Clerk, would you please read the first motion?
that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 8, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Junior Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thanks very much, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I therefore call on the Junior Minister now to open debate on the motions, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This afternoon I ask the Assembly to confirm 4 sets of regulations made in recent weeks. The Amendment No. 8 regulations were made on the 5th of October and came into force at midnight that night. They placed a number of restrictions upon the Londonderry City and Strabane district in an effort to slow a very significant rise in cases in the area, which led to it having one of the highest levels of infection in Europe. Specifically, the regulations placed restrictions on indoor gatherings of more than one household, except in a number of specified instances. The regulations also placed restrictions upon the hospitality industry so that only deliveries, takeaways, drive-throughs and outdoor service would be permitted. There were restrictions upon hotels and guest houses so that they could serve food and drink only to residents and at wedding receptions and wakes. The regulations close specified indoor facilities, including libraries, where there is provision for the library to operate an order and collect service. Finally, there is a general restriction upon outdoor gatherings over 15 people, with exceptions for sports events without spectators and for emergencies. These restrictions were in place from the 5th of October and have been repealed by the next set of regulations before the Chamber this morning. I would note the context in which these restrictions were put in place. Levels of coronavirus in that district at the time were such that it reached an incidence of 635 new cases per 100,000 population by the 5th of October. If allowed to continue, this would inevitably have led to an increase in hospital admissions and deaths, which the Executive knew it had to try to minimise. The Executive's decision to introduce restrictions in the area was also informed by the proximity to Donegal, where additional restrictions had been in place since the 28th of September. And the effectiveness of the restrictions may be seen in the most recent report, where the district has seen a fall to an incidence of 300 per 100,000 population. The Amendment No. 9 regulations were made on the 16th of October. These introduced restrictions across Northern Ireland for a 4-week period and are substantially the restrictions under which we are currently living. These regulations replaced both the Londonderry and Strabane restrictions and those put in place by the Amendment No. 4 regulations, which were determined by postcode, initially in Belfast and then parts of Lisburn and Ballymena, and then subsequently across Northern Ireland. 3 subsequent amendment regulations have been made to address points of detail in the No. 9 regulations. Amendment No. 10 regulations are now before the Chamber today, and I will address No. 10 together with No. 9. The regulations place restrictions in a number of areas. It restricts overnight stays anywhere other than at home or in the home of a linked household, that is to say, in their bubble. An individual may be able to give a reasonable excuse for an overnight stay in other circumstances. The regulations restrict gatherings in the home or in a private garden. There are to be no indoor gatherings involving members of more than one household and no outdoor gatherings of more than 6, not including children under 12, from no more than 2 households. It is worth noting that the definition of home in this case is not just a private dwelling, but also includes self-contained holiday accommodation, including caravans and self-catering cottages. The regulations place restrictions upon sporting events so that there are to be no sporting events except elite events, indoor one-to-one coaching without contact, and outdoor non-contact sport of 15 or fewer participants. The No. 10 regulations additionally ensure that dance is included in the definition of sport for the purpose of these regulations. The regulations close a number of specific businesses and services, including close contact services such as hairdressing, driving instructing, campsites and caravan parks for touring caravans, museums and galleries, and a wide range of indoor leisure and entertainment facilities. Hotels and other serviced accommodations were closed, except for specific categories of resident: those already resident, those resident for work purposes, vulnerable people and anyone not able to return to their own home due to an emergency. The regulations placed restrictions upon the hospitality sector to the effect that businesses cannot serve food or drink to be consumed on the premises, but can sell to order off the premises before 11 p.m. Takeaways can sell for consumption off premises to 11 p.m. Off sales from an off licence, but not from a pub or bar, may carry on until 8 p.m. Face coverings are to be worn in places of worship, except when at a seat, and with an exemption for the couple at a wedding or civil partnership. There are new restrictions on weddings and funerals, limiting numbers to 25, and libraries are able to operate a collection service and to admit people to use internet facilities. We now come to the Health Protection, Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings, Amendment Number 2 Regulations, Northern Ireland 2020. These regulations add to the 2 previous executive decisions on face coverings to be worn on public transport and in retail settings. The regulations also require face coverings to be worn by customers of hospitality settings, except where they are seated. They must be worn in an airport, and when travelling by plane, they must be worn by staff in retail or hospitality settings, unless they are separated from the public by a screen or partition, or unless they are in an area not open to the public and they are able to maintain social distance. In addition, face coverings must be worn by customers of banks and other similar financial institutions, and those travelling by private bus, coach or taxi. Drivers of buses, coaches and taxis must also wear a face covering unless they are separated from the passengers by a screen or partition. A face covering must be worn in those parts of a building used by a Northern Ireland department which members of the public enter to access services. Finally, driving instructors, examiners and their students must wear a face covering. It is important to point out that staff can ask customers to temporarily remove their face coverings if it is necessary to prove their identity. The reasonable excuses not to wear a face covering are unchanged. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that many members will have a number of questions and comments that they want to put onto the record during this debate, and I look forward to it, and I look forward to winding up. However, for now, I beg to move.
Iram Sir Colin McGrath, Caithirlach and Costja Huaiminish. I call Colin McGrath, the Executive Office Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The statutory responsibility for scrutinising these regulations lies with the Health Committee, of which I am also a member, but I look forward to hearing about the Committee's deliberation later in the debate from its chair. The Committee for the Executive Office has delivered a consistent message throughout this pandemic, and that message has centred very firmly around urgent compliance with the restrictions that are in place. Our ability to reduce the levels of COVID-19 is largely dependent on the public's support and understanding of the restrictions, and the Executive's communication strategy is key to achieving that. Information campaigns need to be relevant, informative and impactful, and I welcome the updated campaign, which includes personal testimonial to communicate the absolutely devastating human cost of COVID-19 and the undeniable value of complying with the restrictions that are designed to protect people and save lives. I would now like to say a few words in my capacity as an SDLP MLA. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to begin by once again highlighting how many of the announcements that will have been made by the Executive have been trailed on TV, and we saw that yesterday. This is unacceptable and it has to stop. Today we have many in the close contact and hospitality sector who are very unhappy about elements of the announcement made on TV yesterday, and this has caused uncertainty and stress, and the decisions haven't even been taken yet. This is irresponsible government, and it needs to be knocked on the head. It is grandstanding and trying to curry favour with the public by being seen to be inside the loop or being seen to provide little nuggets of information, and it's unhelpful. The Executive should be allowed to make its decision, and then that decision should be relayed to this House, and then a proper informed campaign to update those affected should follow. The Executive Office should endeavour to at least get right that which is within its power, and that includes not leaking like a sieve, briefing the media ahead of meetings, and slipping information to the public without the full details in place. Such remarks as restaurants being able to open without selling alcohol show how the lead parties of the Executive are so detached from reality. Such a policy will not work. If the medical science says close, then the sectors must close. But it is up to the Executive to make sure that those family businesses and those employers, those in the hospitality sector, are compensated for such an enforced closure. To leave the hospitality sector high and dry is totally unacceptable. But is this what will happen? Well, we don't know, because the information has been leaked and drip-fed, and there hasn't been the substance behind it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through the first wave of the pandemic, everyone, in a sense, knew where we stood. We were quite literally all in it together. As the numbers gradually came down over the summer months, there was much said by members of this House cautioning the Executive not to just take the foot off the brake completely, but to be conscious of a step-by-step approach. Yet as the restrictions have eased, as a greater sense of pre-COVID normality has returned to our lives, what we have seen week on week, day on day, has been an increase in the numbers of those testing positive, an increase in the numbers of those admitted to hospital, and sadly an increase to the numbers of those losing their lives to this awful disease. Mr. Deputy Speaker, something clearly isn't working. There is now a palpable tension amongst many of the sectors in the north, which has been amplified as a result of these restrictions and televised announcements. We hear from those within the hospitality industry saying that they cannot decide if some in the Executive simply do not understand their plight or if they just don't care. We hear those within the hairdressing and beauty sector telling us, why should this one-size-fits-all approach apply to us as well? The level of contact in a hairdresser's is substantially different than that in a bar. Why can we only have 25 people at a funeral or a wedding, but at the same church service you can have upwards of 150 people present at other services in the same day? Mr. Deputy Speaker, many within the sectors in the north are telling us that they feel isolated and alone. What I am hearing very clearly from them is a sense of, yes, lockdown if we need to, but give us the real and lasting support that we need to get through this so that we don't have the colossal figures of job losses. We have to acknowledge this while being fully aware that this is what is happening in the south and what is happening in GB as well. Perhaps what worked so well in the first wave of the pandemic that helped bring these numbers down was the cohesive approach made by North and South and those within GB. On the 21st of October, we saw the South move up to its highest level of restriction, level 5. This was replicated in GB when the announcement was made on Halloween that they too were heading for a further lockdown. This disease does not recognise borders. It does not recognise gender, age, sexuality, constitutional identity, job or class. To those who feel isolated and alone at the minute, they have to know that we are all of us in this together. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 23rd of March, the Deputy First Minister spoke to this House and used the strongest language possible when she said of the actions of some over the preceding weekend, doing any of those things puts more and more people's lives at risk. We collectively at the Executive and Assembly need to send out the strongest possible message. You are killing people by doing those things. It is time not for soft language, but for us to be very straight with people. To those in our community who continue to flaunt the restrictions and treat this as one big conspiracy theory, let me reiterate the Deputy First Minister's words. You are killing people by doing those things. There remains, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some concerns about the process of how these health amendments are made. I welcome that the Health Committee agreed to my proposal last week to write to the Executive and ask if there is another way that regulations can be presented to this House. What we are being asked to approve today includes, for example, Amendment number 10, which is a series of components that rescind or change the decisions in Amendment number 9, which we are also going to take today. Now, many of these are needed and required, but it can seem quite silly that we will approve Amendment number 9 and then immediately change them seconds later by approving Amendment number 10. It is silly. There was a justifiable reason to using this method at the beginning of the pandemic, but now that the changes are more focused and at times are amendments to previous decisions, to make such amendments and then wait 28 days before discussion here is a futile process. There needs to be greater accountability and transparency, and given that we hear much from our TVs, radios and papers rather than in the chamber, a fresh approach might be most welcome and appropriate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many will be unhappy with the decisions taken to manage this pandemic. Many will have been directly impacted financially and in terms of business productivity by the decisions, and that is difficult for them. They will wonder why they have had to be the fall guy for managing this pandemic. The bottom line is that there is direct evidence that certain sectors and certain behaviours are directly leading to a rise in the numbers of cases, and we all accept that a rise in the number of cases leads to more hospital admissions, more ICU beds being needed, and more people invariably dying. Therefore, it has been necessary to reduce person-to-person contact, and of course is more prevalent in certain places and trades than others. Even the mere way people go about retail shopping versus spending an evening in a bar are different, and one can result in more close contacts than others. I would urge the Executive to continue to follow the medical advice that is provided. We need to endorse and follow the advice of Michael McBride and Tom Black and others in the sector. They are at the coalface. They see the harsh reality and have to sit down and explain to families why their loved ones have died, and the virus potentially, with it coming in with people, have to choose who it is and who it isn't that will get a hospital bed. Coronavirus is complicated. Its impact and spread is complex. I'm sure you can contribute after and will. It's complex, so there cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach to all sectors. But if this Executive is asking businesses not to open and not to operate and not to make money, then there must be an appropriate compensation that is made available for them. We cannot enforce closure and not provide support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I conclude by, as ever, supporting these amendments, but have to say that my patience is wearing thin in terms of supporting the method for making these decisions. But the Executive needs to get its finger out and start developing a more coherent strategy for managing the people that are impacted by the decisions and the longer-term exit strategy that we will need from this pandemic. It needs to deliver for the sectors that it enforces to close. We are now 3 weeks into a 4-week lockdown, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, nobody has received any payments for the schemes that are there to help and assist them. And that is leaving people in a very scary, very frightening position in the mouth of Christmas, and leaving businesses that have to make a number of costs and a number of outlays, and they are unable to do that because the payment scheme hasn't begun. The staff are getting paid, but the employers aren't, and they are being left to struggle, and that is unforgivable. Thank you.
Sir Colm Gilden, Johan Kaintje, Shin Caherlach and Kostja Slantja, the Chair of the Health Committee.
I want to begin today by, first of all, acknowledging that we have crossed the very sad milestone in terms of the Statistics Agency records in relation to COVID-19 has now gone beyond 1,000 deaths in total across that, and I think that's a very sobering milestone to have reached and sets the context for our discussion today. I would like to begin by raising a number of points around the process by which these regulations are made and the impact that has on scrutiny before turning to the detail of the regulation themselves. As usual, due to the pandemic, these rules have been made and come into effect subject to post hoc scrutiny. As I have outlined before, the absence of engagement on policy development, stakeholder responses to consultation or impact assessment means the committee's scrutiny after they are made is both more difficult and more important. As I have previously advised the House, the committee has raised with the Minister of Health and health officials on a series now of occasions the challenge of conducting post hoc scrutiny in the absence of supporting documentation, which informs the Minister's recommendations and the Executive's decisions on whether or not to agree the regulations. Under the current process, the committee considers it reasonable to expect clear information on the advice supporting consideration of regulations, including modelling of their anticipated impact, and has requested that such papers be supplied for such regulations as a matter of course. The 28-day period for scrutiny is designed to compensate somewhat for the urgent process, creating a little breathing space for the committee to observe the regulations in action and to question officials on the early weeks of their operation before coming to a view. That space has allowed stakeholders to contact members with queries and comments that have informed scrutiny, and on several occasions has resulted in subsequent regulations being made to address flaws and issues identified. Members discussed the challenge, however, particularly in terms of public understanding of debating regulations a number of weeks after they have come into effect, and sometimes after the point where they have been already superseded. The provision of appropriate supporting documentation is one important step that would assist the committee in conducting its scrutiny more quickly. The committee agreed to write to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to request a review of the process of dealing with pandemic-related regulations. The committee is keen to work in a constructive and timely fashion, but also to perform its scrutiny in a meaningful way. The use of a ministerial statement to announce the restrictions did create some opportunity for preliminary discussion and enable questions to be asked from a range of perspectives beyond health. Turning now to the detail of the regulations, the committee asked a number of questions on Thursday that could not be answered by officials, but which have since been addressed in correspondence received on Friday evening. Noting that Amendment 8 has largely been revoked, the committee sought to explore the impact to date of Amendments 9 and 10. Officials were not able to provide detail, and the subsequent letter referred the committee back to the update of the 27th of October, by which point R, in terms of new cases, was estimated to have fallen below 1, though it was acknowledged that this was likely to have resulted not just from the first 10 days of the north-wide restrictions, but also from the earlier restrictions in the Derry and Strabane council area. The Junior Minister may be able to provide a more up-to-date picture for us in relation to that today, and we would welcome that. Members also considered the further requirements to wear a face covering, making a number of inquiries in relation to that. We inquired whether it might be beneficial to adopt a more straightforward approach, requiring face coverings in indoor settings more generally, whether any analysis had been undertaken into the impact of improper use of face coverings, and whether there had been consideration of providing face coverings free of charge. Written advice received after the meeting asserted that when there is very prolonged close contact between individuals, cloth face coverings will not offer effective protections, and therefore extending the regulation to require blanket wearing of coverings would not be justified. There would appear to be quite a range of circumstances between requiring masks in indoor settings generally and very prolonged close contact situations, so I am not sure this fully addresses the point raised, but I shall leave it to other committee members to elaborate on that. The Face Coverings Working Group has considered, but not recommended, free provision of face coverings, we are advised. The Minister's letter also restates that evidence overall suggests the use of face coverings reduces transmission of the virus, but cautions that improper use does diminish or eliminate their benefits, alluding also to limited evidence of harm through individuals paying less attention to other mitigations. Members challenged the inconsistency in junior pupils having to wear face coverings on school transport, but not in retail settings. The Minister has advised us that this will be reviewed by the Face Covering Working Group, but noted that prolonged close contact is more likely on a school bus than it would be in a retail situation. A further issue that came to the attention of the committee was the current loss of close contact services, such as massage, for those suffering from a range of conditions. Officials advised that where such services are ancillary to health and social care treatment, they remain permitted. However, written advice supplied after the meeting has confirmed that this is confined to services commissioned by the HSE. The committee further inquired about enforcement and awaits a reply on this matter.
Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And my thoughts are also with those families that have been bereaved throughout this pandemic, whether that be COVID or non-COVID conditions. Certainly a very trying time for families and dealing with grief in a very, very different way. Mr Deputy Speaker, we meet in this Assembly again to approve regulations after they've already been put into effect, and by now we are more than familiar with the process, but that in no way takes the pain of impact from these regulations before us. We are in a difficult situation as a society, an unprecedented situation, a dangerous situation where the threat to life is real. And let me be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the threat to life I speak of today comes from COVID-19, but it is not the only threat, for the threat to life also comes from undiagnosed cancers, untreated cancers, heart disease, to name but a few conditions. It also comes from a mental health crisis that we should be in no doubt will only get worse and will cost lives. The disease of despair that comes with losing a job, with not having money to support those you love. I do worry for Northern Ireland. I worry for its people, its economy, for the fabric of our society. And in this context that we look at, the restrictions that the Executive has brought in and which will fall on Thursday night, and let's make that clear, they do fall, these particular restrictions, on Thursday night. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will largely be focusing my remarks on Amendment number 9. These restrictions are not aimed at making the situation worse. They are motivated and designed to steady the ship, to maybe make things a bit better. Certainly it is about giving our healthcare system the space to help those in need and to actually survive the pressures that the health service is facing today. I recognise the sacrifice that we are making, or we are asking people to make. With reference to paragraphs 7 and 8 of Schedule 2, I have friends and family who work in our hospitality industry and in close contact businesses such as hairdressers, and my heart goes out to everyone whose job, whose dream has been thrown in doubt because of COVID-19. And I want to commend my colleague, the Economy Minister, for the response she has led to these restrictions and in supporting jobs and livelihoods. It gave hope where people thought there was none. But there are issues within these regulations that money doesn't fix, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I look to paragraph 10 and think about couples who want to get married and who want to have what all young couples want, to be surrounded by friends and family and to celebrate that time together. And it is cases like this, examples such as these, that we do need to ensure clarity in terms of timescales. You cannot plan a wedding in a day any more than you can plan to reopen a restaurant in a day. So in terms of how we decide and how we inform those impacted, I urge timely notice. And I know the First Minister shares that view with me. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on our health service. It is creaking under pressure it faces right now, but buoyed up by the incredible staff we have and their commitment, and I know we can see it through. Playing their part are student nurses, and I call on the Minister of Health today in particular to ensure that these student nurses are paid for putting their shoulder to the wheel, just as they did in the first wave. And I would also urge the Minister to look at what can be done for those in those hospital settings. Those getting bad news, possibly not COVID-related, being left to receive that news on their own. And we've heard of many instances throughout our constituencies of those who are suffering through loss and through pain. And I'm also thinking too of those who have a deep desire for spiritual guidance in those situations as well, but whose Minister of Religion is not allowed into that hospital setting. And I urge the Minister to look at these issues and see how they can be addressed. We need to find our compassion again. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a need to give people hope. And this is where I welcome the words of the First Minister in terms of learning to live with COVID-19. And we need to devise, and I would say we need to do it very quickly, a strategy that lets our economy continue and where we can break the cycle of lockdowns. We do need to find a way whereby schools and hospitality can be open, not a pick or choose approach. We also need more help in Northern Ireland. Let's take whatever assistance is available to us from the Army. Surely there are many roles that they could be assisting as they do across the rest of the UK. And testing is just one example. Track and trace, helping with infection control, dealing with the logistics around our health service of the vaccination programme to come. And I do welcome the news that's coming today on the very positive results from the vaccination programme. I will finish by yet again appealing to all to abide by the restrictions, no matter how unfair they may feel. We do need to play our part, and I firmly believe that by following the most basic of advice in a long-term way, and that's the hand washing, the covering our mouth and nose where appropriate, and keeping our distance from each other, we can avoid these draconian restrictions if we follow these measures. These measures will keep our hospitals from being overwhelmed. Don't listen to me, listen to any one person working on COVID wards or in an ICU unit, and ask them if coronavirus is real or is it a hoax. I look forward to hearing the Executive's latest decisions, hopefully later today, and to debating them due course in this House. Thank you.
I can now call Mr Steve Aiken, but Mr Aiken, if you bear with me, I may have to interrupt to adjourn for question time, depending on how much time you take. So,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I intend to finish by 1400, so you shouldn't have that problem whatsoever. And I normally have been accused of a degree of verbosity, but not on this occasion. Because I think right now we have a serious situation in here that with over 1,000 deaths noted in Northern Ireland from COVID, this is not a statistic, this is a tragedy. This is a tragedy for all those people affected in Northern Ireland for this particular issue. But I also like to say today that for many times we've been concerned about there's been a lack of hope. But I do hope, as indeed the Vice Chair of the committee said today, that the results that's come from the Pfizer trial and it's come also from the BioNTech trial on the vaccine, which shows a degree potentially of up to 90% effectiveness, I do hope that we have now reached a turning point. And equally, I do hope when we look at AstraZeneca and the other areas that are working as well, that we're now beginning to see maybe a light at the end of the tunnel where we can get to. And I think all members of the Assembly here would wish to welcome the opportunities of the biotech industry, and particularly our own pharma sector, and indeed our own universities who have been involved in many of these trials, and we would wish to support them to get to the fullness of this support as quickly as we can. But for these regulations, I think the key to this as well, this is an executive decision, and I'm glad that the Junior Minister is here in front of us, because it is up to all of the executive together to come to collectively to make the best case that we have to be able to defeat this virus. And despite the fact there may be a vaccine on the way, we indeed need to be able in a position to defeat this virus and make this clear. And indeed, nobody wants to see regulations coming in front of this Assembly that have already been passed. Everybody wants to have the opportunity to have at least 28 days to consider these regulations. And indeed, as Chair of the Finance Committee, we would be delighted if we would actually like to get some information that comes through to us normally ahead of time. And indeed, most chairs of committees sitting around here, we'd be delighted if we managed to get information that we didn't have to push through on accelerated passage, and we did have that timely flow of information we came through. But for once, particularly in this area, I think the Department of Health and indeed the Executive has an excuse, because we're in a rapidly changing environment. We didn't expect to get to the position where we're going to have a second wave. But even though we knew if we didn't follow all the precautions, it could come back, and regrettably it has. So here we are in a situation where we're being asked on behalf of the Executive, because this is an executive decision from all the executive ministers around that table, for these rules and regulations to be brought in, even though most of them are going to be superseded fairly shortly. I would also like the Junior Minister to be able to update us, because indeed, and I agree particularly with the Chair of the Executive Committee. It's the flow of messaging and information. We seem to be finding out more about it in the media. Now, we haven't quite got to the point where we're hearing about everything on Twitter, but at the moment, I think, as a member of the Assembly, I would like to be getting that information here first. I would also like the leaking to stop, because it does seem to me a bit strange that I find out more about what's going on within the Executive and what's likely things are about to come from the BBC than I actually find out from our own ministers and indeed through the own process as well. So I would like the Junior Minister to address that. And indeed, as far as to make sure that people are aware of it, I have raised this matter at the Party Leaders Forum as well, because we must be able to have effective government, because this indeed is a decision of all the Executive. But there are some issues I think we do need to address, particularly for our excluded and for our businesses. They must feel as if they are being supported. They must feel as if people are listening to them. And yet, last week, we had Barnett consequentials of another 400 million. If we add that to the potential predictions that the Finance Minister has already looked at, that is £500 million of support from our country, from our Treasury, that we have to spend by the end of the financial year. What is our Economy Minister doing about that? We have already seen communities and finance have already made efforts to do that. But here we are, some of our companies and some of our excluded, after close on 8 months, have still not had any financial support. Yet there is financial support there. What are we doing about it? And indeed, that is something that we need to address. Because one of the things we must do for all of the people in Northern Ireland, if we are to have an effective health message and an effective message for dealing with COVID, we need to realise that we all need to be in this together. That means we shouldn't be going around to funerals when we shouldn't be. That means our MPs shouldn't be sort of mouthing out behind the scenes and putting out false truths. That means we must get behind the advice of our Chief Scientific Officer and our Chief Medical Officer. That means we must get behind the advice of our Health Minister, but also from our Executive as a whole. But things are not helped by poor messaging and by leaking. Let us work closely together to sort this issue out and to make it happen. Finally, but not least, I want to talk about our NHS. For those of you who are in any doubt, and indeed within South Antrim, we have one of the best hospitals in Northern Ireland, and indeed some of my constituents have been working sterling efforts to ensure that they will be able to fight our way through this COVID pandemic. If anybody doubts that COVID is real, if anybody doubts the impact that it's having, just try and get into A&E. Just try and talk to the people where 30, 40, maybe more people are waiting to be admitted into wards. This is not a normal circumstance. This is not a normal situation. And when we look and talk about these regulations and how we're trying to get these regulations, and we listen to the concerns about them not being led in time and them coming late and 28 days before we got to it and the rest of it, let's take ourselves out of here and just position ourselves and look at what's happening with our healthcare professionals and listen to them. For whatever we do, we must do it to help defeat COVID. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that takes me up to minute 58 and 01 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, further to the point of order that I raised this morning with the Speaker, I've subsequently received further correspondence from the Justice Minister outlining the reasons for not being able to be here. In that correspondence, Deputy Speaker, it highlights that the Justice Minister is available to meet the committee on Thursday, albeit remotely, but intends to reintroduce the domestic abuse consideration stage on the 17th of November, which is 8 days away. I'm sure the Assembly will take advice, given that the Minister announced he was self-isolating, if that complies with the 14-day rule. But further to that, an Executive Minister has also now formally written to the Justice Committee offering to take through the domestic abuse bill tomorrow. So given that there is an Executive Minister able to take forward the Department of Justice at consideration stage, what standing then does this Assembly have in reaching a view as to whether or not the business can now be conducted next Tuesday, and I would welcome the Speaker's advice to the Assembly in this respect.
Yes, of course, and I believe the Speaker has earlier outlined the complexity and detail, as you will be more than aware of the bill itself. I've been advised that in those instances, despite or with the offer of another minister, it is for the minister who is charged with the responsibility of introduction of that bill to, if that arrangement needs to be worked out, to work out that arrangement alternatively with the other minister. So it's not as if one minister can assume that responsibility. It's for the other minister to agree to it and work it through. We can seek further clarity if that's the case, but that's my understanding of it. Yep. Point of order. Yep.
Mr. Speaker, and it was on a different matter, and the UK has very rightly made a tough decision to temporarily close our borders to Denmark, and health authorities have reported widespread outbreaks of coronavirus in mink farms, which has spread to some local communities. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I understand that County Donegal has mink farms, but Northern Ireland does not. It is important and necessary that we take steps to protect our population from any potential threat from this new strain of COVID-19. In the absence of a debate in the Chamber, can you advise how this Assembly can urge the Republic of Ireland's government to also take this precautionary and responsible step?
Well, I would suggest that perhaps it's not a point of order, but it would be for the member or her party to decide how or in what way they raise it in particular, perhaps with the aforementioned minister who has responsibility for some of those matters. That's at DERA, by way of, could be an urgent question, those types of issues. Yep. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And further to the point of order raised by my colleague, Ms. Cameron, I must say I would like you to also pass through the Speaker. So I did have an urgent oral in this very topic, of which I thought was of notable concern, given its very recent in terms of the decision making being that it's now spreading through animals, and what that potential impact could be on Northern Ireland.
So, just to clarify, Mr. Buckley, that was an urgent oral on this topic. Yes. That would be a matter perhaps you could raise with the Speaker's office, but we can relay it through. Okay. Thank you both for raising the importance of that.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for the Economy. I call Emma Rogan to ask the first question. Emma Rogan.
Question 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I have met with representatives from the Association of Northern Ireland Travel Agents, and I understand the extent to which the sector has been impacted by this pandemic, both locally and on a global scale. I have also met with one of our foremost local travel agents, Mr. Mukesh Sharma. Travel agents have been able to avail of support provided by both the UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive throughout this period, including the 3 business support schemes introduced by my own department. Travel agencies would have been eligible for assistance through the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme, the Rates Relief Packages and the Business Interruption Loans. With ongoing restrictions in travel and a lack of confidence among the public, I believe there is a strong case for specific financial support for this sector. To this end, I am aware that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, accompanied by the Finance Minister, met with representatives from the Association of Northern Ireland Travel Agents just last week. I await their recommendations from this engagement and any follow-up executive decision in relation to this.
Emma Rogan, supplementary.
Minister, your own tourism recovery steering group along with NILGA have acknowledged that despite decline in our tourism sector, that in all Ireland tourism has increased and that has helped to ensure that our hotels and our B&Bs can stay in business. You touched upon it there now, Minister. Will you bring forward a specific proposal to ensure the growth in this sector and to compensate for the loss of tourism for overseas?
As I indicated to you, and first may I comment on the preamble to your question, in that yes, tourism from the Republic of Ireland has increased very, very significantly over the past number of months, given the promotions around staycations and the fact that people were unwilling to travel abroad. So we have benefited in Northern Ireland from significant numbers of visitors from the Republic of Ireland in Northern Ireland, and that is a good thing and something that we hope will continue, and a market that we think that we can expand. Of course, as I've said in the answer to my question, or to your question, I understand and recognise the very grave difficulties that travel agents in particular and those who visit overseas have been impacted by the travel restrictions, etc. And I do believe that there is a case for intervention from the Executive, and I understand that they have met with the Finance Minister and the First and Deputy First Minister, and the Executive will take a further decision when there's a proposal.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer thus far. I indeed have met with various representatives from the travel industry and know acutely, and I know she does as well, the pain that they're facing at this time. It's how do we ensure the industry rebounds from what has been undoubtedly a very difficult period? Would the Minister agree with me that we should be looking at giving a rates holiday to these types of businesses, given the length of the tail of recovery that we will expect?
Yes, can I thank the member for his question? And yes, I do think that we will need to look at maybe an immediate intervention, but also a longer-term intervention, something like rates relief for the next year. These businesses do have a good future, but the tail of recovery from COVID is long for them, and the road perilous in that recovery, and I would like to see them being supported.
I call Jim Allister.
The Minister says that she's sympathetic and supportive and all those encouraging words, but this situation has been known about for months. It's certainly some weeks, if not months, since I and I know other MLAs wrote to her about this very subject. So my fundamental question is, why is it that there is yet no package? Why has it not happened? Because travel agents work on a very peculiar system in terms of the impact on their cash flow, whereby when holidays are cancelled, money they've already taken has to be repaid, commission repaid, and they lose on all sides. That's been known for months. So why the delay?
Again, can I thank the member for his question? The member will recall that I've said many times in this House that I had put forward a list of people who still required help, and of course travel agents are among that very long list. These are of course whole executive decisions, and the decisions are taken by the whole executive with the money that is available through the Finance Department of the Executive. I think we are now clear, having had further allocations from the money that was originally allocated to the Finance Department in July from the economic statement by the Chancellor then. I think that there should be financial help forthcoming. I hope that it will be in the very near future.
Moving on, I call Philip McGuigan.
Ceist Everada, question number 2.
My department is currently undertaking a review of the petroleum licensing regime. To inform that review, the department has commissioned independent research to provide a detailed assessment of the economic, environmental and social impacts of onshore oil and gas exploration and development in Northern Ireland. This will be a detailed piece of work covering a wide range of complex issues. The researchers have been asked to consider the policy context of UK climate commitments, petroleum policy elsewhere in the UK, as well as the Republic of Ireland and Europe, and the implications of Northern Ireland's developing energy strategy. It is anticipated that the research will take up to 6 months to complete. Similar regionally specific research has shaped petroleum policy in Scotland, Wales, England and the Republic of Ireland. The research will provide a solid regional evidence base on the impacts of petroleum licensing in Northern Ireland. The Department will use the information gathered to consider options and develop, through stakeholder engagement and consultation, evidence-based petroleum policy proposals. This will include the need or otherwise for a future petroleum licensing regime.
Supplementary, Philip McGuigan.
Can Collier, given the negative environmental and societal impacts of onshore drilling for oil and gas, I mean, there is obviously a need for action. And Minister, given what you have said about countless other studies taking place on these islands and further afield, and given that these studies have shown that the practices are deeply damaging to the environment and health and well-being of the population, will you commit to ending fracking and in conventional exploration for fossil fuels?
I have currently commissioned the evidence and the research into this so that we will have a solid way forward in terms of the policy in relation to this particular issue. I do not wish to preempt either the proposals, the research, or indeed any further proposals and consultation that the Department will do on this particular issue. However, this is clearly a contentious, cross-cutting issue, and the final decision in relation to this will, of course, be taken by the Executive as a whole.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, could you tell the House how you see the future of fossil fuel exploration aligning with your desired need to bring Northern Ireland to a zero net carbon and tackle climate change?
Can I thank the member for that very, very important question? As the member is aware, I recently published the Rebuilding a Stronger Economy, and one of the 4 pillars in that Rebuilding a Stronger Economy is the need to see a clean, green recovery for Northern Ireland, and I do see this as a huge potential for the way forward. Indeed, the sector already provides a significant number of jobs and contributes significantly to the economy in Northern Ireland, and I do think that that is where the future for energy lies. However, we have to make solid proposals, policy proposals. Those proposals must be based on evidence and on research, and that is what we are currently doing and will continue to do.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and may I thank the Minister for our answers so far. The Minister be aware that at COP 26 later on this month, And one of the things that COP26 will be looking at very closely is the move towards decarbonisation. Could the Minister say what conversations she's had with both the Welsh and Scottish Government? And this could be a great opportunity for all the regional governments in the United Kingdom together to come and use this opportunity to ban fracking.
Well, again, very topical, and thank you for the question. Just last week, I was engaged with Michael Gove and my counterparts in Scotland and indeed in Wales on a variety of these issues, and the overall topic was economic recovery. It's interesting to note that every constituent part of the United Kingdom saw a clean, green recovery as being essential to the future, and that decarbonisation policy was an essential part of economic recovery as well. Every part of the United Kingdom saw the opportunity for economic recovery in focusing on clean energy. I want us to get to that stage in Northern Ireland, and I look forward to bringing forward my energy strategy in the early part of next year, and in the meantime to continue to work with the sector on this particular trajectory.
Moving on to call Emma Sheeran.
Right, can Carly Cash over 3, please? Question 3, please.
Sorry. Thank you for your question. At the outset of this question, I want to say that I continue to oppose frictions in trade in any direction between Northern Ireland and its greatest market in Great Britain, and the resulting costs to businesses that arise from the implementation of the protocol. And for those in this House who call over and over again for the full implementation of the protocol, they should be aware of the conversations in the news last week from Sainsbury's and a number of other companies who raise very, very significant fears about the cost to consumers, the choice for consumers, and the cost to business in Northern Ireland from our particular situation. However, in specifically answering the question, the Executive has made it clear that the UK Government should provide funding and support to Northern Ireland businesses if they are in any way impacted at the end of the transition period. Work has been ongoing for some time to help businesses prepare. Invest NI offers a range of support services to companies, and Intertrade Ireland's Brexit Advisory Services provides financial and professional support. I continue to urge businesses to take up this support. The Trader Support Service portal is live and will provide guidance and support to Northern Ireland businesses and organisations that receive goods from GB or the rest of the world. I welcome the fact that the United Kingdom Government is funding this service, and I would encourage businesses to register. While we recognise the need for support, businesses tell us that what they most need is clear information to enable them to prepare. And I will continue to press Government to take on board the concerns of businesses and to provide them with urgent clarity and guidance on these matters.
Emma Sheeran, supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your answer. You made reference there to the transition period, and you'll be aware that the clock is ticking towards the end of the transition period at this stage, and for a lot of businesses time is running out. Would you accept that in the event of a no-deal Brexit we won't get the clarity that we need, and therefore plans must be put in place as a matter of urgency?
Well, I'm not as pessimistic as the member. I do think that both the European Union and our own government is committed to getting a deal. I think that is in the interests of all parts of the United Kingdom, and indeed in the interests of French farmers, French fishermen, and many people and communities from across mainland Europe as well. I will continue to advocate for Northern Ireland businesses on this issue. However, what we do need and what we need to get is to get to a sense of what is unfettered access, what will a Northern Ireland qualifying good be, how will we instigate anti-avoidance measures to stop Northern Ireland being a backdoor into the United Kingdom, and very, very importantly, Will the European Union commit to actually exempting large portions of trade between GB and Northern Ireland from those health certificates that they're currently requiring? Those cost significant amounts of money, significant bureaucracy. And if, as Michel Barnier, as he's often said to me in many conversations, that he wanted to be imaginative and innovative in the way that he implemented the protocol, this is one step the EU could take right now.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, just at the start, I think it's worth being clear that if anyone in this House, in this Assembly, is able to talk about costs to business from Brexit, be they from north-south data flows or implementation of the protocol, it's no one from the Democratic Unionist Party, which brought these problems on the people and businesses of Northern Ireland. Let's be absolutely clear about that. But since the Minister is in front of us, can I ask her, I agree with much of what she said in relation to qualifying goods and several other questions that are outstanding. Can I ask her when she's going to come to the Assembly and give a fulsome update to businesses and households in Northern Ireland about what the Department and Executive is doing? Can I also specifically ask whether she will support calls for Northern Ireland businesses to be included in European Union free trade agreements, because there is an enormous benefit to Northern Ireland businesses, and if that can be agreed with Brussels and London, it's something where we can genuinely get some of the benefits of both markets.
I would start off my answer by reminding the member that this isn't a matter of democracy. The United Kingdom voted as a whole to leave the European Union, and we are part of that United Kingdom, and so therefore we will be leaving the European Union. What we now have to make sure that we do is to ensure that Northern Ireland leaves on the very best terms. I, of course, do not see the protocol as the very best terms for Northern Ireland leaving the European Union. And as we now know that there are costs and bureaucracy involved in that protocol, and I would call on the European Union to get measures immediately that will actually help Northern Ireland to navigate the protocol, so that retail, for example, will be exempt from checks coming from GB to Northern Ireland. That would significantly help the people of Northern Ireland if the European Union were minded to do so. In relation to the costs of businesses, I think everyone accepts that the protocol involves significant costs to businesses. I have, just as a preamble for this particular part of questions, looked at what the Department is already doing in relation to that. So we have the EU Exit Resilience Tool, the Brexit Preparation Grant, the advice and webinars and information and support on InvestNI websites. We have the Intertrade Ireland Brexit Advisory Service, the Brexit Planning Voucher, etc. But the most important thing is clear information. I don't think we'll see that until we actually see the shape of a deal, and I accept that businesses find that incredibly frustrating, as do I.
I call Roy Beggs.
The Minister has referred to how already some supermarkets are indicating that they may be withdrawing from aspects of the Northern Ireland food retailing market. But this is much wider than that. We've had our garden centres indicating difficulties in supplies. We've also learned of potato producers having difficulty in accessing seed potatoes, which comes mainly from Scotland. And indeed, this will affect virtually every aspect of movement of goods across the RIC unless reasonable accommodation is made. So my question is, Minister, what is she and the First Minister and Deputy First Minister actually doing to minimise the disruption to our economy?
Again, can I thank the member for his question? What he outlines is obviously and absolutely true, and reason why, when I had the opportunity as a member of the European Parliament to vote on this, would not vote on this because of the implications of the protocol for Northern Ireland businesses, something that I have warned this House over and over and over again about. I have outlined to you the actual practical measures that are currently in place. We need clear information on these matters. And can I advise the House that I speak weekly, indeed many times during the week, to members of Her Majesty's Government on the issues in relation to the protocol. issues around the supply of goods for the manufacturing chain from GB to Northern Ireland, issues around how Northern Ireland milk products will be treated should some of those be processed in the Republic of Ireland, issues about our parcels that simply will arrive from GB to Northern Ireland. There is much that the Joint Committee can do to make these things easier to bear for the people of Northern Ireland, and I would appeal in this last round of negotiations that the European Union would get serious about doing that if it is serious about protecting Northern Ireland and its consumers.
And I call John O'Dowd.
Can call your case, question number 4.
Again, can I thank the member for his question. Following discussions with NUS and USI officials, we have developed advice for students across a range of issues relating to the impact of COVID-19. This advice has been published on the NI Direct website. It covers everything from safety and travel, finance and support, health and welfare, exams, placements and graduation. For further education, it refers to all of the above and also gives advice around apprenticeships. In addition, my ministerial colleagues in the Executive Office, along with the Chief Medical Officer, the Public Health Agency and officials from my department, have convened meetings with the universities, the main purpose of which has been to ensure the safety of students on campus. The universities have been working closely with the Public Health Agency to ensure that they are providing advice to students which is fully in line with the agency's guidelines. This advice includes information regarding what support is available to students, including for those students who are self-isolating, as well as the expected behaviour from students. Further education colleges have been provided with a framework for recommencing on-site educational provision. This document provides practical guidance about how students and staff should prioritise their own and others' safety in relation to COVID-19. In addition, my department requires the colleges to provide students with an extended induction process to ensure that they understand the policies and procedures in place to protect their safety.
John O'Dowd, supplementary.
I'll thank the Minister for her answer thus far. The Minister will be aware that students have had a particularly difficult year, particularly first-year students who have been awaiting their A-level results and then the mix-up around those. They're now seeing their studies disrupted. They're facing financial hardships because many who had part-time jobs don't have those part-time jobs any further. And plus, they have the worries about living and dealing with COVID as well. The Scottish Government on Friday awarded £1.32 million to assist in students' mental health and well-being. They're going to assist dedicated officials to engage with students, to counsel students around their mental health. Will the Minister undertake to work with the Health Minister to bring forward a similar proposal to the Executive where we have dedicated funding for our students' mental health and well-being?
Can I thank the member for what is an incredibly important question, and indeed not just for students, but I think that COVID-19 has placed an enormous strain on mental health and well-being right across all our communities with all age sectors and all people. And I think that we will see the impact of that, sadly, in the years to come. Indeed, many people have indicated that it could be an impact similar to that of 30 years of violence. The member is very well aware that I have lobbied very hard for additional funds for students for hardship. And in fact, actually, this financial year, there is a student hardship fund spread across the universities totalling about £5.6 million. That's the highest total of hardship funds available to students in any part of the United Kingdom. My officials have also conducted a review of mental health provision within the higher education sector, and we are pleased to note a robust and proactive offering across all of the institutions. However, I am acutely aware of the impact of COVID on our health, and I will commit to having conversations with the Health Minister around this to see if there is a need to do more to ensure that students, particularly those young students who have come up straight to university from A-level, have the support and protection they need.
Mr
Speaker, on the 29th of September, Sammy Wilson MP said the climate of fear deliberately created by ministers and their advisers has done untold damage to individuals and to the economy as a whole, and has now hit students and universities. He then challenged Gavin Williamson, the Secretary of State, asking whether he believed it's fair that universities still hold on to the money paid to students when they are not offering the student experience that they promised. Does the Minister agree with her party colleague?
Can I thank the member for his question? It is indeed very topical, and actually a particular question that I am asked a significant number of questions about every week. As the Minister responsible for higher education, I am responsible for policy, but not for fee setting. And that is where the particular responsibility lies in this particular issue with the actual universities themselves. However, I am clear with universities that they need to be providing a wide-ranging set of teaching methods and an appropriate assessment method for students within their universities. I continue to monitor that and to ensure that our students are receiving the best education they can in the very, very difficult circumstances that universities have to operate in. If there are indications to the contrary, I will be happy to take action.
I call Gerry Carroll.
During a year where students have been primarily taught remotely in order to remain safe, does the Minister agree with me that further pushing students into debt at this time to make them pay tuition fees when they are abiding by public health measures in order to stay safe is justified? And what plans does she have to ensure that students don't rake up further debt at this time?
I think that the issue around tuition fees is one that we probably will debate at a further time within this House. What I am clear about for students in this particular COVID era is that they are safe, that they are taught via a variety of methods, and that they receive the best possible teaching that they can in the circumstances they can. If there are indications to the contrary, I will be happy to take that up with the universities because I do think there is nothing more important to young people than receiving an appropriate education, and the future of our economy and the stability and prosperity of Northern Ireland relies upon it.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far, and I suppose my question has been answered already, but I'll ask in relation to the student experience being so diluted at the moment. I'm really concerned about some of the students that are currently held into contracts for accommodation in England and Scotland and Wales. Would she join or commit to join with the other devolved governments in pushing for students to be released from contracts for accommodation so that they can return home and study remotely instead of being tied in and being isolated in a place where they do not have any backup or support?
Well, of course, much of this will vary from university to university. Here in Northern Ireland, I understand that Queen's University has already offered young students in halls of residence a holiday payment for this particular term because of the difficulties that some of them will have experienced through having to self-isolate during this very, very difficult period. And many students as well have private accommodation, which again offers its own particular difficulties of that contract between landlord and tenant. That is why I moved during the year to provide additional funds in the hardship funds for our universities. And should it be indicated to me that we need to be more proactive again in lobbying for more funds, I will not hesitate to include that in the January monitoring round.
And that ends the period for a list of questions. We will now move on to topical questions for 15 minutes. And I call Sean Lynch.
Good, Minister, on the 22nd of October, you announced support for businesses impacted by restrictions for both those directed to close and within the supply chain. Only the scheme for those directed to close has opened for application. I'm hearing from businesses are in financial difficulty as a result. How quickly do you expect payments to be made, and when do you expect the scheme to be open for those in the supply chain? Thank you.
Thank you. So the support package for businesses is really around two particular supports, one led by the Department of Finance and the other led by my own Department in Economy. For those instructed to close and who have business premises, the Department for Finance is offering a solution in relation to that. And I am really looking at those who have no business premises to operate out of, particularly, I don't know, mobile hairdressers, driving instructors, etc. As of the 9th of November, we had 2,170 applications and 106 of those verified, and the first payment run was made last Friday as well, representing £127,000 in assistance. I will seek to have that progress as quickly as we can, but obviously, given the fact that we need to do the verification checks that are very, very important in ensuring that public money is well spent. Part B of the scheme is really around the supply chain, and we should have the final paper to the Executive in relation to that probably tomorrow.
Sean Lynch, supplementary.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer. Again, back in October, you were allocated funding for the newly self-employed. Many of these people have not received zero support to date. Can you please tell them when they expect finally to get much needed support? Thank you.
There are a number of issues around bringing forward a scheme for the newly self-employed, and I recognise the real financial difficulties that they have been in. And one is the verification and the cooperation from HMRC. That has been difficult as part of the process, but again, we should have an executive paper for the Executive to make a final decision on this week.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, many people are working from home at the moment. Many students are studying from home, many pupils at school, teachers, etc. Rural businesses are trying to operate online equipment, etc., etc. Can you give us an update where we're at with Project Stratum and how near we are to implementing that?
Yes, we are almost at the end of the legal processes in relation to Project Stratum, and I hope to be in a position to make an announcement very, very soon to the Assembly and the Executive as to the progress that is made. That will ensure that many businesses covering about 97%, I think, of it is in rural parts of Northern Ireland, will have access to fast speed broadband. That will not just help in a COVID situation, but that will help with the competitiveness of our economy and the ability of rural communities to be more competitive and productive.
Keith Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Obviously, there will be a lead-in time with regard to get that implemented. Is there any conversations ongoing, or have you had conversations with current providers to basically up or boost what we've got at the moment to get an initial better speeds at some places, an easy, quick win?
We have, of course, had a number of conversations, and just last week I was really glad to announce further progress in this particular area. The Project Stratum is a long-term intervention in the economy, but it is a hugely, hugely important intervention and will make sure that Northern Ireland has almost full coverage in all parts of Northern Ireland. I look forward to that. I think that that is an aspect of delivery that the Executive can be proud of, that this Assembly can be proud of, and that we in the Democratic Unionist Party, having lobbied for this under the Confidence and Supply Deal, can also be proud of.
Nicola, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the Minister so far. I would like to ask the Minister whether she would join with me in thanking the Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University for marking yesterday the considerable sacrifice of the many Queen's students and the faculty in the conflicts that our nation has been involved in.
I would, of course, join with you in remarking on that. I think that remembrance is hugely important for all of our society, and remembering those who gave the ultimate sacrifice is massively important for us as a nation. And I was glad to see commemorations go ahead yesterday, even in a pared back way that they were. I think it's also hugely important for Queen's University to make such remembrance a priority, and for the Vice-Chancellor to make it a priority, given the very considerable concerns that there has been in sections of our community around some of the decisions in the university in recent days.
Steve Aiken, supplementary.
Thank you very much indeed for the Minister. And could she therefore, as part of the centenary celebrations that will be undertaking next year for our 100th anniversary, could she encourage the university, as part of its badly needed outreach to the unionist community, to set up an endowed chair at the university to study unionism and its contribution to Northern Ireland? And it would be particularly apposite if it was named after Edgar Graham.
I do indeed think that that is a very laudable suggestion, and one that I would be very, very happy to support. In my department, we are also making preparation for the centenary of Northern Ireland, looking at the economic powerhouse that Northern Ireland was at the beginning and in its creation, and looking firmly into the future at how we can develop the economy of Northern Ireland in a way that sees it fit for purpose within its second century. These, I think, are exciting events for us all. And I know in many ways some in this House will consider it divisive, but it will be a sign of the maturity of this House as to how it reacts to the commemoration of the centenary of Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, businesses in Derry and Strabane have been subject to additional restrictions for the past 6 weeks now and have been closed. And those elsewhere in my own constituency have been now closed for 4 weeks. The vast majority have yet to receive a single brass penny of the support they were promised. These employers closed their businesses in good faith. When will they be paid what they are owed?
In my previous answer on this particular matter, there are two aspects to the business support schemes that are currently ongoing for this restriction period. And one is the scheme organised and run by the Department of Finance, where, as you rightly talk about, businesses who closed their premises have had no support. I recognise, as someone who has considerable experience of running business support schemes, that these are not easy things to implement, and they are not easy things to have verification on, particularly when you're trying to have a speed of response in relation to it. So therefore, as I indicated, I am particularly concerned with the scheme that we are running around those businesses that have no premises, and we have already made the first run of payments in that. I hope that, having made the initial run, that we will be able to speed up the process. But again, as this House is quite rightly very concerned with, it is important that the proper processes and verifications are in place so that we can ensure that public money is well spent.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The situation facing these businesses is totally unacceptable, in my view. The Minister has been far too slow to support those who have been asked to close and supply chain employers affected by these decisions. Will she apologise to those business owners who are in despair this afternoon and commit to providing them with the support they need now?
Sure as to which businesses the member is really referring to. If he's talking about businesses that have had to physically close their premises, then he needs to refer his question and his requirement for an apology to the Minister for Finance, because that is where that particular scheme is being run. I am running a scheme for those people who have not been able to carry out the normal business that they would, people who do not operate from a premise, and those people who are mobile in the way that they conduct their business. As I have said, we have moved quite quickly to ensure that that scheme is up and running. The first payments are underway and the rest will follow in due course.
Call Alan Chambers.
Question and supplementary given the time. I welcome the latest news regarding the redundancies of staff employed on HMS Caroline being postponed, Minister, until the end of the year. I understand that consultants have been working on a report regarding HMS Caroline. Can the Minister confirm if their brief contained a direction to only consider relocation sites outside Northern Ireland?
I'm really unsure of what the direction of the member's question. But first of all, can I say I do welcome the news and the agreement that we were able to strike with the Royal Naval Museum in relation to those people who are employed on HMS Caroline. I've made it clear for many times and many occasions in this House that I actually indicated at the beginning of September that the Department did not want to see anyone made redundant, and that we were quite willing to put in place the process which would ensure that those people were paid until the end of December, and indeed thereafter, if that were necessary. I am very committed to ensuring that HMS Caroline remains in Northern Ireland, and that this ship is open as an important historical part of the Northern Ireland landscape, not just for tourism, but for the intrinsic value that it represents to people here in Northern Ireland. So therefore, that is the aim of my department in the work that we are undertaking. I'm glad that the Royal Naval Museum was able to come to an accommodation with us. I will continue to work with them to ensure that this ship has a full future in Northern Ireland and that those who are currently employed remain so.
Alan Chambers, have you concluded? Colin Wheeler.
Minister, a report published in the Belfast Telegraph last week stated that over the last 7 years, higher education students here in the north saved £1 billion in tuition fees and student debt when compared to students in England. This saving was due to the Executive's commitment not to follow England and to instead keep student fees affordable. Sinn Féin believes this approach is important in breaking down barriers to education. So, Minister, can you outline your own view of that issue?
I think it is extremely important to ensure that all of our young people have access to high-quality education. And speaking again as someone who benefited from a university education in Northern Ireland, and that is hugely, hugely important. I'm glad that the Northern Ireland Executive had a collective approach to looking at the issue of student fees, and that we did not follow the automatic £9,000 requirement that there is in the rest of the United Kingdom. I look forward to continuing that approach.
A minute left, supplementary. Colin Wheeler.
Questions answered.
Okay, could ask members. The time is up for this particular session. Thank you, everybody, for their contributions. And could I ask members just to take a ease for a moment or two to switch the tables? Okay, members will now move to questions to the Minister of Education, and I call Linda Dillon. Linda Dillon.
Question number 1.
Thank the member for her question. On the definition used by NISRA in terms of rural, because there are two definitions, members will be aware, which we're now trying to align on rural and urban within education. But based on the NISRA statistic, there is one primary school which currently receives funding from the Department for a Nurture Group. That is St Oliver Plunkett's Primary School in the North West. On the, I suppose, other definition, which is sometimes used for sustainability between urban and rural, which may be a little bit out of date, of the original 31, I think about 22 would have been deemed as urban, and on the new 15, 5 are Belfast-based and 10 are based outside of Belfast. But in addition to the direct funding on the for a nurture group within the school, as part of the process of funding this year and ongoing, all educational settings, including rural primary schools, will have access to a nurture approach in education programme throughout the education authority. The aim is to try and mainstream it across the board within schools.
Supplementary, Linda Dillon.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. Could the Minister confirm that a full rural proofing exercise was carried out? And I understand what you're saying in terms of the first and second definition. I think the second definition can be ruled out in that it is considered by some departments that anything outside Belfast is rural, and that is not the case. I would also invite the Minister to see an excellent example in a rural area, which is in St Mary's in Pomeroy. If you would come to visit, we would really appreciate it.
As the member knows, I was dealing with a couple of those issues. The position in terms of the most recent set of the most recent announcements is that still in terms of some of the implementation, that was subject to business case. And as part of that process, there will be there is a rural needs impact assessment along with the quality impact assessment that will take place. I should say on the basis of the criteria that have been used, they are criteria indeed used in the previous set, which have been in existence for a number of years as to, if you like, it's effectively, I suppose, a competition for nurture units because funding is not infinite in that regard. So there is a system where criteria was produced a number of years ago. That is ongoing, and schools are therefore ranked against that criteria. Specifically on the urban-rural definitional split, I think that particularly as regards issues around sustainability, where it's been anything within the old city council area in the North West and Belfast were counted as urban, anything else was counted as rural. I think there's a good argument that's out of date, and I've recently signed off on a proposal to change that so that we try and align the definition of urban and rural with the NISRA statistics so it's consistent across the board. And as regards the invitation to Pomeroy, if an invitation can be put into the system officially from the school, I'll be happy to come down to Pomeroy to see. I'm sure there are many schools that are providing very good services, but I'll be happy to visit the school in Pomeroy.
I call Justin McNulty.
And thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Can the Minister confirm if there are plans to bolster existing Irish language nurture units and whether there are plans to open more in the future?
Well, the position, I think, is that all groups should be treated on the basis of equality. There were originally, I think, in different sections of funding in terms of nurture units, I think originally 20, then it moved to 30, then to 32. I think there's, of those 32, one dropped out of it, and there's recently been another 15 that has been put in place. There is objective criteria which is used and has been used from the start in terms of those two are Irish medium nurture schools. I think all schools are treated according to the set criteria and then treated equally, because I think that in terms of opportunities, whether you go to a controlled school, a maintained school, an integrated school, an Irish medium school, it is on the basis of how those schools meet that criteria to qualify for a nurture unit. Because nobody, I think, should feel that either they are being superseded or alternatively being unfairly leapt over in that regard. And it would continue to be that objective criteria will apply in establishing any form of ranked order for nurture units. We've seen a level of expansion. I think it has been widely accepted that nurture units, and that is why we're trying to mainstream this across all schools, have been something which has been very successful, and I think something that, not just in terms of short-term success, but will bear long-term dividends. As is with all ministers, it's a question of what the level of constraints are there in terms of funding, because if there was money to fund another 50 nurture units, I think myself or indeed any minister would be happy to do that. And we have been able to get 15 nurture units progressed at the moment on it. I think, and I'm meeting with the Finance Minister to discuss next year's budget after this, it's probably unlikely that there will be a massive additional expansion given sort of some of the other pressures that are there. But any additional units will always be judged according to how they rank in terms of criteria, which will always mean, depending on what is available, that one school will arrive at being the final one funded, and then the next is the next in line in terms of below that.
I call Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker, given the success of nurture units and early intervention with pupils, would the Minister like to give a commitment that he might expedite the legislative change for flexibility in school age, start especially for premature children?
I'm keen to look at that. Obviously, as with a lot of things, the focus has been so much on COVID. They've been able to develop policy. But I am sympathetic to a situation that there is something that needs to be done, whether that's through a legislative basis or whether that can be done in a different way, which doesn't necessarily require legislation we'll need to look at. But doing something around a greater level of flexibility on the starting age within limited circumstances, because I think if you were simply make that very open-ended, then I think that could be very disruptive to the school system. But I think there are some tough cases which I think there isn't a level of flexibility there at present. And so it would be something I'd be happy to take a look at.
William Humphrey.
For his answer so far. Can I declare an interest as a governor at Edenbrook Primary School, which has a nurture unit, and I also thank the Minister for extending that to Glenwood Primary School. Minister, you have said in an earlier answer to question about the constraint you have in terms of finance. Given the expert panel that's looking at the issue around educational underachievement, can I ask the Minister, can he look at the outcomes of that, given that early interventions are cheaper and better, that perhaps there could be some monies freed around the report and unlocking of monies that might come at that time in the publication of such report?
Certainly as part of that, and obviously I can't prejudge any outcome that the panel will come out with. However, I think it is quite likely that any panel will want to look towards, if we're looking at particularly issues around underachievement, and I should say as well, some of the advantages of nurture are not purely on the basis of where there can be educational achievement directly, but also has a very major social impact on particularly disadvantaged young people. It is sort of a potential win-win. As such, I think I'll want to look at whatever proposals come out of that. I think it is likely that there will be some level of commitment from any panel towards earlier interventions, which may well lead in terms of that to nurture units. Clearly, as part of that, as the report would be due to complete in May, it would then require additional funding from the next year's budgetary settlement. And I think it has been accepted in terms of proposals that we have put forward, although we don't know what the exact nature will come out of the educational underachievement panel. As it is an NDNA commitment, I think we'd like to see the executive as a whole back that up with some level of funding, and that could potentially be something which would lead to additional support, particularly in terms of nurture and early intervention.
I call Roy Beggs.
Number 2.
Thank you. First of all, I'd say I'm on record as praising the tremendous efforts of all school leaders and staff, not only in their tireless work to support our vulnerable children, the children of key workers and the thousands of pupils who've been educated through remote learning, but also in terms of significant amount of planning and preparation that was undertaken to get schools ready for the new term. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to see the results of some of this work firsthand. As regards to support, on the 24th of August 2020, I outlined a significant package of funding with the support of the Executive to help support the safe reopening of schools. The funding will help principals to address some of the new pressures arising as a result of COVID, and in doing so protect our children and young people, as well as those working in educational settings. The package includes £17.5 million towards the cost of substitute teachers and other school expenditure, £6.4 million for PPE, £5 million for school wellbeing initiatives, £3.1 million for additional costs in terms of home-to-school transport, and £1.4 million to support special educational needs. That is principally focused in on the first term of the new academic year. An updated version of the COVID guidance for schools and education settings was also published on the 29th of September, which is intended to support principals and educational settings. The guidance outlines a range of additional supports which are available to schools, including a named cross-organisational link officer for all schools, the Public Health Agency helpline, dedicated Education Authority helpline for schools who require advice in COVID where a positive case has been identified, and a range of information of flowcharts is also available on the DE website and C2K exchange. In addition to that, in terms of through the monitoring rounds, there has recently been additional allocations been made to the education sector. Those are very recent, so consequently we'll need to be moving those through. But I think as one of the indications, I think there was about 8 million was made available directly towards schools, in addition to a range of other issues, which would cover, for instance, some of the EA pressures, including SEN. So there is a range of support that's there. Not all of that as yet has been entirely rolled out. Sorry, the figure, and also as part of that, sorry, for schools, also to include the fact that there's been growth in the years 13 and 14. Sorry, the figure for schools was actually 10 million that was provided directly for that, and additionally another 1.8 million for non-statutory preschool settings.
Roy Begg, supplementary.
I'd firstly declare an interest in terms of being a governor of Broadensfield School, and I too would like to join with the Minister in showing my appreciation for the staff and teachers of all our schools in helping our children at present. But the Chancellor has recently extended the furlough scheme at least until March 21. Given that this recognition that the challenges of COVID-19 are going to extend at least until that time, what additional monies does the Minister see coming to our schools to assist them with this challenge in keeping our children safe and teachers protected as they carry out this vital work?
Well, as I indicated in terms of, I think, at the recent monitoring rounds which have just taken place, education as a whole received, first of all, on the October monitoring round, 12.8 million of what was bid for, and then on the COVID side of it, 49.4, of which 10 million was directly related purely to schools on that side of it, a range of other actions that were there. It was also the case that in terms of PPE equipment, in addition to the 6.4 million, which was granted, I think, roughly speaking, about another 19 million has been granted, which will help pay for PPE for all schools and settings. So there are a range of activities. I mean, the member also, I'm sure, is aware that the furlough scheme, for instance, has been, as he rightly indicated, has been extended. Obviously, with the exception of very limited circumstances, the furlough scheme doesn't particularly apply all that much directly to the public sector in that regard, albeit that across the board people are able to take advantage of it. So it doesn't, while it has a major impact on Northern Ireland PLC, if I can put it that way, there isn't a direct Barnett consequential of the furloughs being put in place, other than the fact that actually people in Northern Ireland will be able to avail of it. So there's not a particular additional block which comes into education as a result of the extension of the furlough scheme.
I call Karen Mullen.
The Minister so far for his answers. Minister, a post-primary school in my constituency had to close after 4 days of reopening because the principal, the 2 vice principals, 6 teachers and all the canteen staff had a self-isolate, and it wasn't safe. So intervention is needed over and above the packages that you have mentioned there. I've highlighted with both yourself and the Health Minister the burden on principals in relation to tracking and tracing. I ask both your departments to work together to significantly enhance PHA's capacity and schools. Can you give us an update on the progress?
On a couple of those issues. Obviously, in terms of PHA, I think there is sort of a wider issue for the executive in terms of PHA obviously falls within the remit of the Department of Health. There is a wider opportunity, I think, that as we move ahead to increase the availability of tracking and tracing. We've seen a situation, I think, within schools. I think there will be, we'll be working with the Department of Health on a pilot scheme to ensure that actually that testing can be turned around at a quicker rate. And we've seen some examples, for instance, in England, where they're doing sort of daily testing. So I think that is something that is moving on. Directly speaking, I suppose, in terms of the tracing people, there is, I think, in terms of the protocols, and I appreciate this does create a burden for schools, but where someone has tested positive directly, particularly of a school student, that the school is probably in the best position to identify those who have been directly close to those who have been sitting next to, and that is the role which I think schools play in providing that level of information. I'm glad she raised also, I think, the issue specifically, I think, where we've seen probably a bigger problem at times in some areas is where there has been community spread within adults on that basis, and that has obviously impacted on staff. Sometimes as well, some of the media reporting is not always entirely accurate. So I understand, I've heard two slightly conflicting dates mentioned, but there was mention made, I think, in the school in question on the media of a fortnight of closure of remote learning. That is not the case, and I'm glad, I think there's the opportunity, but I understand that I think possibly on Thursday of this week there will be following a deep clean, and there will always be a knock-on effect on that basis. It is the intention in terms of the way that the money has been made available for substitute cover, because you can get a school which is hit quite heavily. It is on the basis then of drawing down as much as possible within what is available on the basis of need, rather than a top-sliced allocation per school on that basis, because we've seen, for instance, on that basis, about half schools that there's been no cases at all, others where it's been deeper in that regard. So it's actually got to respond to the needs. Apologies.
Thank you. Sinead Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister agree with me that there is a real need now for a working group to be set up with stakeholders from across the educational sector to help you, inform you on your decisions in the weeks and months ahead?
I agree, but there's already been a stakeholder group set up. From the point of view of the advice that's been there, there's been a stakeholder group of school principals that have been meeting regularly and continue to meet and will be informed, and indeed around a range of issues will provide that level of work. In addition to that, there will also be discussions at times with the trade union representatives as well. So there is a stakeholder group, and to that extent now, I think where there's a balance sometime to be struck, sometimes in education, as with other things that have happened within COVID, there will be times where there has to be very quick reaction to things, which will not mean that you can have everything convened. And if you were going to, and it's the balance between trying to get that level of consultation and be able to respond quickly, but a stakeholder group from that point of view of school principals, representing, I suppose, or at least encompassing all sections of education, so including all the different sectors, including primary, post-primary, at post-primary levels, selective and non-selective, encompassing special schools as well. I think it's around about 20 school principals that we have within that group who act as a level of sounding board and level of discussion. So that group is already there.
As you say, the question 5 has been withdrawn, and I call Rosemary Barton.
Question 3, Minister.
Question 3. Okay. Sorry, give me a second here. The Education Authority has established a Special Educational Needs and Disability Strategic Development Programme which will incorporate work to reduce delays within the SEN assessment process. The programme will also address recommendations from the Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner NICI report Too Little Too Late, the Northern Ireland Audit Office reports on SEN, and indeed the EA's own internal audit of practice report. The Department is currently consulting on a new SEN framework which will introduce new duties for the EA, schools and health, designated to reduce timescales and bureaucracy in terms of the statutory assessment process. Actions are also ongoing to reduce delays in the statutory assessment progress through the EA's improvement plan and the Joint Health and Education Notification Referral and Statutory Assessment Action Plan, known as NRSA for short. I've established an SEN governance group to provide strategic oversight and coordination of the overall programme of improvements within EA and the Department. And this group will provide an assurance that the Department and the EA are working collaboratively to improve processes and procedures to achieve better outcomes for children with SEN.
Rosemary Barton, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, you'll be aware there are also long waiting lists for autism spectrum disorder assessments. Now, while I understand these are to be completed by the medical profession, this, however, has a knock-on effect when children are being assessed in school by the school psychologists. Can you commit to working with the Health Minister to reduce this assessment time for the educational benefits of our young people?
I'll be very happy to work with them. I think it's important that it's part of this, and I think that this is about, and if, again, I suppose, like a lot of things, if there was simply a single intervention, would you mean that things would work quicker? I think would have been taken sort of some time ago. So it's about we're trying to reduce the level of bureaucracy. We have seen in terms of speed of statements, while it's still far too long, there has been a reduction in terms of the time taken on assessments, and that is starting to work through the system. Obviously, COVID in and of itself, where there's direct individual assessments, has created its own problems, and we're trying to work around those. But I'm very happy to give that commitment to work with the Health Minister and to continue to work between the two departments to try to make sure that we improve the lot for anybody with autism or indeed in the wider special educational needs.
Nicola Mallon.
Minister, you've touched on this briefly in your previous answer, but can I ask you for your assessment on the impact that the onset of COVID has had on referral waiting times of primary school pupils for special educational needs assessments, and what action you're taking to address this?
Well, to be fair, I think despite COVID there has been some levels of improvements. So, for example, on the basis between July and September, the percentage of statements that were completed within time, I think, rose by about 11% on that basis. So there are some positives. And indeed, as part of that, and that is across the board, I know the member had realised and mentioned in terms of, I think there's been improvements within Fermanagh South Tyrone, for instance. And indeed, in terms of what I think was something that was very unacceptable, on the basis of the number of children, for instance, who were waiting more than 40 weeks, which would be 14 outside of that, there's been an 83% improvement, where that number's gone down from 265 to 44. Undoubtedly, and I think probably in terms of some of the assessments that were there earlier in the year, COVID has had, and I think there was, for all of us, I think, trying to, including those even within the medical profession, trying to make an assessment of what was doable on the ground. I suppose there was a level of reticence that was there. None of us knew precisely what was coming down the track. But we have seen some levels of improvement, but we've got to consistently push that. I mean, to take another example, and again, it's a fairly appalling statistic. Back, if we go back exactly a year ago, we had 107 children who had been waiting over a year and a half in terms of completion of the statutory assessment. That figure, in terms of more than a year and a half, is now down to 0.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers to the question so far. Minister, for some time now there has been a long and lingering crisis in SEN, many children and families struggling, and that has been worsened as a result of this pandemic. Minister, do you feel your department is doing enough to support those families, particularly in the absence of schools that have proven vital to these children and their development over the course of the last number of years? And do you feel it is satisfactory, Minister, that SEN schools were not included in the Engage programme funding, which is vitally important and has angered quite a lot of parents?
Well, I've indicated, first of all, as regards to the SEN bit, that I've directed EA to be working directly with those schools then to actually provide individual interventions, and where they can provide that level of support, and EA, there's an onus on them to do that. As regards that, I think there, as I indicated, I think there has been some good work. There is improvements being made. Can more be done? Yes, we're not at the end game. And I think there is always a danger with anything within public life of seeing it as an event, whereas in fact it's part of a process, but we need to make sure that process is continuing on. That is also part of, from a strategic point of view, why the SEN regulations, we put those out to consultation with the idea of, at the end of that process, new SEN regulations and code of practice being put in place, and that will be of help as well. As with everything, though, will there be instantaneous answers or improvements? No, those will not happen instantaneously, but I think we need to be constantly moving in the right direction on this. But ultimately, can more be done? Yes, and more will be done.
Call Martina Anderson.
Question number 4.
Right. The department doesn't hold sort of a daily specific information on the number of pupils and staff who have been or are currently self-isolating. However, we do capture pupil attendance data using the school information management systems, using a reapportioned attendance code, which is not solely sort of for COVID. That is, over the first couple of months, averaged about 2% per week. It reached a peak point in the week commencing the 12th of October at 5.6%. Those are on the basis of where pupils are receiving direct support learning and indeed engaging directly in remote learning via sort of self-isolating or shielding. As regards teachers, and again the overall figures were produced by PHA, who monitor the figures, had identified prior to the Halloween break that I think the figures were in total, there were about a little bit over 2,000 pupils, sorry, 2,000 who were in some way connected with schools, the breakdown of being about 1,400 of those being pupils and about 600 being staff, that over that eight-week period, cumulatively had tested positive for COVID. And indeed, again, the fluctuation is largely speaking that the figures within schools largely reflect what is there within the wider community. As regards staff, the most recent available figures are of the 13th of October and show around about 90% of teaching and non-teaching staff were on site on that particular day. Of the 1 in 10 staff reported as not working on site, school categorised just over a third of those as having been identified by PHA testing and tracing to self-isolate, so a little bit over 3%. It should also be noted that half of staff not working on site were reported to be working remotely. We should also remember that you put this in a context in terms of staff, that on average the bill for substitute task staff in a normal year is around about 100 million, which is a little bit shy of 10% of the overall wage figure, so we need to put that in context as well.
Martina Anderson, supplementary.
Good. Minister, as you know, principals in Derry and across the north are doing their utmost to protect pupils, and they have carried the burden of tracking and tracing, and I've been listening to some of your comments today, but I don't see, is there a dedicated support being given to principals in Derry and elsewhere who are carrying this burden on their shoulder? And I don't think that what you've outlined today actually tells them there's enough support being given to them.
There is a dedicated helpline that is there from PHA, that is there directly where schools can contact. In terms of tracing the individuals who are close to, and indeed we should remember that what is being said in terms of close contacts, it is largely speaking those who are within 2 metres for more than 15 minutes. The only people who are in the best position to be able to determine that are people within the schools themselves. So there is that level of support. Look, as with everything in relation to this, there is support that is there. And I don't think from that point of view that I'm not suggesting that education in any way has been unfairly treated in terms of the level of support. As with a lot of things, if there was much greater level of support that was available, could more be done? Yes, it could do, but I'm confident that what has been put in place is at least something that provides the maximum amount of support that is available given the level of resources, and that's irrespective of where the school is based. We have a situation where across the board, the latest figures we suggested that roughly speaking about half schools hadn't had a single case, and in half schools there's been at least one case, and of those remaining schools, there was about half of those where had been a single incident involving one individual. But schools, I think, will largely reflect what is happening in the community. I don't believe that schools themselves are particularly, because it's a relatively controlled environment, are somewhere where COVID is particularly, there is a major problem with it spreading. The problem is actually, I think, a range of the activities that happen alongside schools. And we're seeing this within the wider context. As numbers hopefully continue to come down in terms of COVID, I think we'll see reductions. If they go up, I suspect schools will tend to reflect that as well.
Lyttle, I call.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Education Minister how many P7 pupils have had to self-isolate since schools reopened in August?
In terms of directly P7 pupils, I don't have the direct figures to hand, but I'll get those for them. What I have indicated in terms of, we know the figures that are directly there in terms of pupils across the board who tested positive for that, but we will take a look and see what figures are directly available, and I'll have to write to the member with any information that we have broken down as much as possible.
And that ends the period for list of questions. We will now move on to topical questions, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, further to the Northern Ireland Assembly's unanimous vote, can I ask when the Minister will set out a clear contingency plan for the post-primary transfer tests or post-primary transfer this year?
Well, as I indicated at the time on it, I think contingencies need to be put in place. But the people who are actually legally who are doing this are, first of all, the schools that can set their own criteria and the organisations which put in place. Now, we will make sure that everything is put in place as regards health and safety for the individuals. But from that point of view, I don't believe, I think it runs contrary to the law runs contrary to the right of schools to have academic selection. And, I appreciate the member myself will take a very different view in relation to that. I support the right of academic selection. It is clearly the case that schools have the opportunity, if they so desire, not to use that. But I am not going to try to impose on schools removal of academic selection.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Then following on from that, and I appreciate the Minister may not be able to provide me with this information here today, but if you could get that to me, can the Minister provide a breakdown of how many times meetings there has been with AQE and PPTC to his department, his ministerial office and a special advisor, please?
Happy to get any information that is there in terms of any meetings. There will also be discussions. I mean, the point is we want to ensure the children are operating in a safe environment when it comes to transfer tests. But again, we should need to put this into context, as I indicated, I think, in the debate. To put this in context, there will be on the particular Saturdays where this is being sat, around about 10,000 on each occasion, people to be sitting that. There are a range of mitigation measures that are put in place in relation to that, but that is also against a context in which on a daily basis we will have over 300,000 children going into schools on a daily basis. So it is about trying to ensure that any health and safety mitigations are put in place. But in terms of the specifics of any discussions that are within that, I'm sure we'll get the details to the member.
Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister recently announced that there are some additional £170 million for local government to support the holiday hunger issue, free school meals during the holiday period. Can the Minister advise, is a Barnett consequential for that funding, and is there a commitment for ongoing funding in this area in Northern Ireland?
Well, in terms of, I would say in terms of, we would need considerably more than a Barnett consequential, because the levels of children that, for instance, would qualify for free school meals is of a greater nature than would be across the water. What I would say is that, again, it did seem that this was a case which the Westminster government actually followed in behind what the devolved administrations, and as the member is aware, the executive did a proposal had been put to ensure that, for instance, as a result of the additional week off, that initially that would be covered, and indeed the executive, because strictly speaking, outside of term time lies outside the legal remit of the Department of Education. But what we did find was across the spectrum of the executive, there has been a considerable willingness and support. So unanimously, I don't think I'm breaching any executive confidentiality. During the recent Halloween break, we agreed to support the full payment across both weeks. That is a similar position to what was adopted both during the period whenever schools were effectively more or less not meeting face-to-face during the March to June period, and also the executive agreed provision over the period over the summer. Now we're scoping out what needs to be done in terms of cost that will be there for the Christmas period and beyond, and I think that the executive, given what has happened in the past, will step up to the mark and provide that level of support. I think one of the things that needs to be scoped out will be there will be additional level of weekly cost, as we're likely as time moves on that those, for instance, on universal credit, sadly, will increase, and so therefore there will be probably a higher cost per week. But I think there is a strong commitment from the executive to tackle the issue, and again I suspect that we will be ahead of the curve compared with Westminster.
Roy Begg, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer. There is considerable research within the UK about holiday hunger programmes, not only providing food, but constructive physical and educational activity for disadvantaged children during particularly summer and holiday periods. So has the Minister any plans to continue to develop and provide such constructive activity, raise the educational attainment of disadvantaged young people within Northern Ireland, and in particular within my East Antrim constituency and Carrickfergus, so the YMCA have been involved in providing such a scheme?
Work has been done by particularly third parties in relation to that. I suppose tackling the absolutely immediate issue will be around the pure issue of holiday hunger and what level of support needs to be done there. But in addition to that, particularly as regards the academic side of it, while there's been a focus, for instance, on the level of support that's been there in terms of academic catch-up during term time, there was investment, first of all, on a number of initiatives over the summer of this year. there will be through youth service a range of very bespoke interventions that have taken place. I suppose one area where there's maybe been a little bit of constraint in terms of some of the direct help that's able to be done has been particularly, there's been a limit maybe on what can be done directly through youth activity through COVID, and the ability to have, for instance, while there have been bespoke summer schemes, to have those as wide as they ideally should be has been limited a little bit by COVID. Hopefully, again, we will move to a situation which we move away from that. But the work, particularly of the youth sector in this, is critical, and I pay tribute to the hard work that they have done throughout this, sometimes not particularly as well recognised, perhaps, as what is there in the more sort of formal education system.
William Irvine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister outline how many digital devices have been provided to pupils and how his department is dealing with the issue of internet connectivity for the pupils whose families are financially disadvantaged?
Well, in terms of the amount of figures, I think, in terms of the level of support that has been there, we've been in a position where, obviously, with a three-stage process, as of 31st October, there's about 8,300 devices had been directly sort of put out. In addition to that, there's also been, the EA has obtained a number of the MiFi devices in terms of quality with built-in data allowances. We work closely in terms with BT in terms of that. I mean, one of the challenges here, there's roughly, I think, still about 3,000 in the system that there's available to draw down on. But I think we've also indicated that if there's a need for further within this year, we'll be looking towards DOF to see if there's any additional capital can be drawn down within that. That has effectively been focused in on a range of groups, but particularly on a socio-economic disadvantage side of it. And I think the level of connectivity is also critical, because there will be, particularly in some rural areas, where you can have all the devices in the world until there's actually that connectivity rolled out, which is why I suppose that we need to ensure that my colleague, the Economy Minister, is rolling out the Project Stratum to try to ensure that broadband width is then escalated within those areas as well, to try to make sure that we've got that marrying in between the two.
William Irvine, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. And we're all aware that additional funding was offered to schools to assist in providing extra assistance to children catching up on lost time in school. Will there be further funds available for schools in this regard to widen the availability of this extra assistance to enable more pupils to benefit?
As I said, we'll constantly be exploring what is needed in terms of direct digital devices. There's been so far a package which was agreed by the Executive of 12 million that has gone into the programme in terms of catch-up. There were a number of smaller initiatives over the summer, but the main one being about 11.2 million, which is into the Engage programme. That will take us up to the end of March of this year, and we will need, as a department, to bid for probably around about 4 to 5 million to complete the project in terms of June. And that will have positive spin-offs, not simply in terms of what is there for pupils, but also, I think, will provide some levels of additional opportunities, for instance, for substitute teachers on the list to be able to provide that direct level of intervention. There is the opportunity given to schools to be able to apply that money in a way which they can decide where it is best placed. And there will also be, in addition to that, because that is obviously on the pure academic side of it, there will also be additional money which will be very shortly distributed in terms of mental health and well-being, by way of specific support on COVID beyond simply what will be provided under normal circumstances in terms of that issue, because it's both a healthy mind, both sort of from a mental health point of view and from an academic point of view, and it's about marrying in the two.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, it's all too well documented in terms of special education and the assessments and indeed the waiting times, but can you give us an outline of the impact of the coronavirus is having actually on that assessment process?
Well, I think, as I indicated earlier, we have seen, in terms of the assessment process, there have been very big figures previously. We've seen a levels of reduction. So, for example, in terms of meeting the statutory assessment period, there has been an improvement, particularly between June and September, on the levels of those that are, if you like, being met within time. There is also, I think, provision as I indicated, for those at the far end of the scale who've been waiting for a very long period of time, we've seen over the period of a year that number coming down from 107 who are waiting, I think, 80 weeks or more, down to 0 on that basis. It is part of an overall process. There's no doubt, I think, that some level of disruption took place, particularly during the spring term, in terms of the levels of direct assessment that were there. And again, as part of that, as a society as a whole, there was a level of barriers where people were maybe feeling a bit uncertain over what could be done and what couldn't be done. And indeed, probably the lines of communication were not as strong as they would be under normal circumstances as well.
Trevor Clark, supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer? Would the Minister attribute any of that to actually remote working within the education setting, and maybe give an assessment actually how many people are continuing to remotely work and when he anticipates those people will be back to work as normal?
Well, in terms of given indications earlier on in terms of staff within schools, I think within the broader process of what's happening, for instance, in terms of educational psychologists, in terms of health, I don't have those figures directly to hand. What I would say is, I think, again, from my experience of having seen some special schools, I think there is a critical intervention, particularly that is there, where that face-to-face teaching is taking place. I think that is of benefit throughout the system, but it's particularly pertinent for those in special educational needs.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Education Minister. It's in relation to an oral or a written question that you wrote back to me about in terms of ventilation in the classrooms, and you've said you're sort of following the evidence and watching how it develops. I'm just wondering, are you setting aside some funding for the school estate where, as we move into the winter, it might not be possible for schools to keep their windows open?
Well, look, there's direct PHA advice in terms of the maximum amount of ventilation we can take place. That can be provided. Now, I appreciate, and I think schools have also got to apply this from a sensible point of view, because I know I've also had some parents who've contacted saying the windows open. Why are the windows open? Well, it's actually to have ventilation. But then I think that does mean that schools will need to also have a level of adaptation, for example, even just in terms of what way they will look at school uniforms and whether there's extra layers of clothing, whether there's additional bits. I think that there's got to be common sense solutions in connection with that. The money that was being made available to schools will meet a range of issues, and it is not by its nature hypothecated to say, you need to spend this on a particular way. So there's a level of freedom given to schools that will be there. There is obviously a concern that if you've got high levels of ventilation, that there will be some knock-on effect in terms of additional colds or whatever. But as with a lot of things with meeting the challenges of COVID, there's rarely a solution which then produces something so virtuous that it doesn't create some level of complications with it as well.
Paula Bradshaw, supplementary, with about a minute and a half left. Okay, is that you relinquished? Okay, members, Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, got in very brief. I'll get in very briefly. I'll try and be concise. Minister, whenever your panel, expert panel on education underachievement comes back, if they find that academic selection is a clear cause of educational underachievement among disadvantaged people, will you take action?
Well, to use it, maybe without upsetting other people in the House, the education panel hasn't gone away, on that regard. So in terms of educational underachievement, they are actually continuing to meet. They're receiving submissions and indeed making a range of that. Specifically, the issue of transfer between primary and post-primary is largely focused in on the wider review of education. The terms of reference, I think, have been, certainly I've signed off on them going to the Education Committee in terms of draft terms. That will still have to go through the Executive. So that's probably the best place for that. And I think there is always a danger in terms of underachievement that particularly the media will focus in on what happens at 11, when actually a lot of the lessons are really what happens much before that.
And time is up. And could I ask members to take your ease for a moment or two? Thank you. Okay, members. Stuart Dixon has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who asked the original question will be called automatically for a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for the Economy what action she is taking to avoid the loss of 700 jobs at Caterpillar in Larne and Belfast.
And I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision by Caterpillar in the US to enter a period of consultation will be a worrying time for many. While the company has explained that this is part of a process for the restructuring of its electrical power division at Larne, the scale of the potential job losses will be a great shock to the workforce and their families. I met with Caterpillar Northern Ireland's senior management team, along with representatives from Invest NI on Friday, to express my disappointment at the decision. I have asked Invest NI, which has a good working relationship with Caterpillar, to continue to engage with the company throughout this consultation period, to explore ways to minimise the impact at the Northern Ireland sites. And I know that this is happening today. Tomorrow I am meeting the Unite Union to hear their concerns, and I'm confident that everyone will be working to ensure that we can support the workforce at this critical time. Be assured that my department and Invest NI, alongside other stakeholders, including Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, the Northern Ireland Chamber, Manufacturing NI and MEGA, are liaising with Caterpillar senior management to ensure that assistance is available to support workers throughout this process. This will include redundancy clinics, reskilling, job fairs and identification of job opportunities. The company is also working with both union representatives and salaried worker representatives as it enters the 90-day consultation period. Thank you.
Call Stuart Dixon, supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Minister, for agreeing to come to the House so quickly to answer questions about these potential job losses in Larne. Minister, I'm sure you will agree with me that there is a movement in manufacturing, not only in Northern Ireland but across the world, towards a greener and higher tech economy in our manufacturing sector, and indeed that we need to go all out on this to secure major opportunities for the future. So, Minister, can you tell us what you're doing to ensure that greener apprenticeships and skills are at the heart of your future economic strategy, and that money that is needed to provide for future growth of companies like Caterpillar is there to deliver?
Can I thank the member for his question? As I said just in the House this afternoon, in rebuilding a stronger economy, I identified a clean, green economy as not just an ambition for Northern Ireland's environment, but an ambition for growth in its economic sectors. I believe that in doing so, that we can add many thousands of jobs in Northern Ireland, as well as protecting our environment for future generations. That is an extremely important part of my economic strategy going forward, and has been part of that medium plan. We will be working with Invest NI to ensure that they are opening up those opportunities within that clean energy sector to ensure that progress has been made. And indeed, I've also been working with Mid and East Antrim Council and other councils in Northern Ireland and through the City Deal process to make sure that this is an opportunity that we do not miss in Northern Ireland. And as I said earlier in the House, I spoke with my colleagues in other parts of the United Kingdom just last week in recognising that this is an important ambition for all parts of the United Kingdom as we go forward with economic recovery.
Keith Archibald.
I thank the Minister for her responses so far. Minister, Caterpillar have indicated obviously that these job losses aren't related to COVID or Brexit. So as part of the economic recovery strategy, will you be looking at encouraging the start-up and capacity building of Indigenous business, and how we harness the potential of key sectors, both those more established sectors but also those developing ones like green energy, creative industries, digital innovation, etc.?
Yes. Caterpillar have indicated very clearly that this is not about Brexit, it's not about COVID. This was a corporate decision taken at their corporate headquarters about how the operation works globally. Unfortunately, this has resulted in a terrible position for workers and their families in Larne, and it is very worrying and a very difficult time for them. And as I said, I met with senior management from Caterpillar in Northern Ireland on Friday. I intend to meet the unions to see what we can do, working together to try to alleviate what is a very, very difficult situation. And yes, I do believe that encouraging startups, working with Indigenous companies is an important element of our economic growth strategies going forward. We have many wonderful and really very ambitious and globally operating Northern Ireland companies that have really been born and bred in Northern Ireland and that are doing absolutely magnificent things. We intend to help to support them or work to support them, but also work to support those small startups where we see significant growth opportunities. And there are very innovative startup companies in Northern Ireland, and we are working particularly in the digital sector to support them.
I call David Hilditch.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. This is an unmitigated disaster for workers' families and the people of Larne and indeed East Antrim in general. And there's been very poor communication from the company. If it hadn't been for the night shift workers coming off night shift, or even slightly before that, tipping us off, news would have been on that morning before elected members in the area knew, so that was very bad. It boils down to reorganisation of the company, but without dressing it up, it's really cheap labour, and it's going to be going to India and beyond and other places. So there's no dressing it up. That drip effect is now with us. Is the Minister confident that Caterpillar has a long-term future here in Northern Ireland?
Again, I must say that I agree with the member that this is incredibly difficult for the Larne plant, for the workers and the families of those who face an uncertain future because of this. Caterpillar have indicated that this is part of their corporate global overview of where the company is operating and how that they can be more cost effective or competitive in that global market. However, Caterpillar will continue to be an important part of the Northern Ireland economy. And even if job losses were at a maximum, and I hope with working with InvestNI that we can actually draw back some of those projections, but even if it were at a maximum, it would still have 900 employees in Northern Ireland and be a valued and important contributor to the economy here. If I may, Mr. Speaker, just expand on that slightly. I did speak also with Caterpillar's agent who works with government in London about this issue on Friday as well. And Caterpillar operates on 23 sites right across the United Kingdom. And both InvestNI and myself made the point that it would also be important that we open up opportunities for those supply companies from Northern Ireland into that larger UK family of sites, so that maybe opportunities that would be lost at Larne will open up in other parts of the United Kingdom, and InvestNI will be exploring that with the company in the coming days.
And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caterpillar's job losses are absolutely devastating for the workers, for their families and for their communities in both Larne and Belfast. And unfortunately, we're probably at the very beginning of major job losses throughout Northern Ireland in the coming months. So that is something very sobering to think about. But will the Minister agree that we must urgently reshape the economy for the future, particularly around investing in skills, new green technologies, and we have to accelerate our programmes of change And what is she doing to lead and deliver in this revolution for driving technology within the context of the economy in Northern Ireland?
I think that, and I've said this before in this House, COVID has been both a disruptor and an accelerator in the way the economy has operated. And so therefore the process, for example, of digitisation has progressed at a much, much higher and faster pace than we would have maybe anticipated. And we see in the last 6 to 8 months that process accelerating throughout Northern Ireland, indeed globally throughout the world. For our digital sector, for example, this has been an opportunity to prove both innovation and resilience. And many of our companies within the digital sector are winning and gaining work from other sister companies within larger corporations. So we do need to look very, very quickly at what the future will look like, not just for manufacturing, but for all aspects of our economy. And that is why it's important that we brought forward the Apprenticeship Recovery Programme, the new apprenticeships that are that we will be able to create with that, and also the Apprenticeship Challenge Fund. That's why it's important that we continue to look at the Assured Skills Academy, that really quick, sharp intervention in the economy where jobs are needed really very, very quickly in different sectors. And I'm really looking forward in the next few weeks to going to some of those companies that have completed assured skills programmes and where many of those young people have gained jobs. I often quote that of the Microsoft one that we had just a few months ago, completely done online, that 23 out of 24 of those young people in that Skills Academy got jobs. It's also one of the reasons why we need to bring forward the skills strategy for Northern Ireland and how we need to look at, and again last week,
Minister.
Last week I gave authority, this is probably my favourite subject, Mr Speaker, skills and improving young people's opportunities in Northern Ireland. But I did look at how we would improve skill levels at levels 3, 4 and 5, because those are where the skills gaps are.
Thank you, Nicola. Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some 10 years ago, Caterpillar employed almost 3,000 people in Northern Ireland, but sadly that has declined significantly. Previously, we were told that the smaller units, which would be mass-produced, were moving to China, but the bespoke, larger units were remaining in Larne in Northern Ireland. Given this significant announcement, can the Minister advise what support will be given to those workers who may lose their job? And she met the management on Friday. What commitment have they given to remain in Northern Ireland, given that there has already been a significant change in previous commitments?
I am on record in this House in this debate as saying that I do believe that Caterpillar will remain an important part of the economy of Northern Ireland. And while there are difficult days ahead in Larne, I think that we can work with the company to ensure, for example, that those very specific bespoke solutions that Northern Ireland has been so good at in the past will remain, and indeed that the Northern Ireland management team have identified opportunities for growth within those sectors. I'm also extremely encouraged that their back office operations are stable and working well within Northern Ireland, and I think that there is opportunities in this direction as well. I think that Caterpillar is an important company. It's an important company to Northern Ireland. It's an important company to the United Kingdom, and I will be talking to Minister Zahawi about this issue later on in the week, given the strategic importance of the company.
Nicola Muir.
much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for the Minister for her responses to date. The announcement by Caterpillar is a body blow for all those affected and also for the economy of East Antrim. In New Decade, New Approach, there is a commitment to publishing an economic industrial strategy. I know the Minister is very focused on action, but we do need an overarching strategy for the time ahead as we try to safeguard jobs and livelihoods across Northern Ireland. Can the Minister give us an update on whereabouts we are in relation to that?
As the member is aware, my department have been focusing on bringing forward a number of strategies that will feed into the economy of Northern Ireland. An overarching economic strategy, but feeding into that, an energy strategy, a skills strategy, those kind of ideas that will build the Northern Ireland economy as a whole. However, we should not always just be only focused on strategies, and we should be focused on those short-term gains that we can make for the economy that make a real difference in time for people's lives. And that's why, for example, with the energy strategy, I'm already engaging around the potential for hydrogen, around and setting minimum targets for renewable electricity generation in Northern Ireland. These are important issues that we can set the direction of travel now while working on the larger time frame of the overall strategy.
Allister.
The management told you it's not about Brexit, it's not about COVID. Did they tell you what it is about? Is it plain and simple job migration, moving for cheap labour? Is that the case? And if so, can that be spelled out? And in that regard, would you agree with me that it's quite appalling that today a senior manager in Caterpillar has, through the offices of the Chief Executive of the local council, sought to muzzle councillors and MLAs by urging that we shouldn't talk about this issue. We shouldn't speak in good or bad terms about Caterpillar. And indeed, it's all the more disappointing the Chief Executive thought that was a message he should give legs by even sending it out.
I'm unaware of the message, obviously, as I'm contributing to the debate here in the Assembly. It is important that we understand the motivation for what has happened at Caterpillar Larne. As I was speaking to that senior management team, they indicated that this was part of the global restructuring of the company. And that this is how the company see the way forward in terms of location to market and cost competitiveness. That is very, very regrettable. Having said that, Caterpillar is an important part of the overall economic outlook for Northern Ireland. It remains an important employer, and in a UK level contributes about £4.5 billion to the economy of the United Kingdom overall. We want to work with Caterpillar to ensure that we will be able to maximise any future opportunities and ensure that this company remains part of our future.
Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Minister, for her answer. It's very concerning once again that workers in manufacturing here facing the prospect of job losses and life on the less than adequate universal credit. My sympathies go out to them all, including ones in my constituency. Does the Minister agree with me that we need to move away from a failed economic model that throws large sums of public money at major corporations with no guarantees that jobs will be safe and secure, and instead move towards a more environmentally friendly and sustainable model of job creation and protection, with the state taking a lead role so as people's lives aren't thrown up in the air, such as they are in Caterpillar?
Much as I am tempted to get into a debate about public versus private sector state companies, I will refuse to do that today. I think what's important today is that this Assembly commits to working with those who face an uncertain future in Larne and indeed in the Caterpillar family in Northern Ireland as a whole, that we try to minimise the number of jobs that will be impacted, and we work with Caterpillar globally to try to ensure that any opportunities that there are to bring further work to Northern Ireland are maximised. As I have said repeatedly during this debate, Caterpillar remains an important contributor to the Northern Ireland economy and is a very important employer. We want to work with them to secure the future.
Gordon Dunn.
I thank the Minister for her answers today, and I think we all feel the pain and the loss of another sector of engineering being hit in through Caterpillar. Can the Minister give us an assurance that Invest NI are doing everything to sustain jobs within Northern Ireland during the COVID crisis, and that we will not see a recurrence maybe later this week or tomorrow affecting other such businesses in the province?
I, through my department and indeed through Invest NI, will do everything that we can to minimise job losses in Northern Ireland, but I can't predict the future. And we live in an uncertain economic environment. And that environment is fed by COVID, particularly for firms here in Northern Ireland. And I am on record many, many times in this chamber as saying that uncertain economic environment could lead to further job losses. And indeed, we need to get to a situation where we learn to live with COVID rather than any proposed cycle of lockdowns that we have seen thus far. That has been my view consistently throughout this whole process. It remains my view. Mr. Speaker, if I may just take the opportunity to say my department have been doing some modelling indeed on the impact of the 4-week lockdown. That is projected to have a 400 million hit to the economy of Northern Ireland. That's not something that we can sustain over and over again.
Call Orlia Flynn.
Thank the Minister for her answers, and a previous member had already asked around the support that could be put in place for all those workers that could be potentially losing their jobs. Really glad to hear about already the Minister's mentioned around the upskilling opportunities, but I wonder could she elaborate a wee bit more on the work and conversations with the councils and how they could potentially support these workers who may be facing unemployment.
Thank you. Mid and East Antrim Council, through its Chief Executive, is one of the most proactive councils on this particular matter. And I know that they, along with Invest and of course the Careers Service within my department, will be doing everything they can to support workers and their families in uncertain and very, very difficult times.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, with respect, you seem quite keen to not rock the boat too much with Caterpillar, who have, in the last few days, sacked hundreds of workers in Northern Ireland with very little explanation, other than saying it's not the two big economic crises of the age. Can I specifically ask what conversations you referred to or alluded to? Conversations Invest NI are having around future plans. And you seemed to imply that that was about possibly protecting some of the job losses that have been announced. Can you say a bit more than that? Is Invest NI going to be promising public money or some kind of assistance to Caterpillar? And have there been specific guarantees or pledges from Caterpillar around protecting those jobs?
Well, I can understand that the member may want to have a headline out of today's debate and his contribution to it, but I have no desire in the wide earthly world to add to the fear and anxiety that exists among workers in Caterpillar, both those who may actually be made redundant and those who are going to remain. I believe that Caterpillar has an important future in Northern Ireland. I will commit the resources of my department and Invest NI to talking to Caterpillar and exploring with Caterpillar how we can continue to secure that future. And as I've said, it's not just an important company for Northern Ireland. It has 23 sites across the rest of the United Kingdom, contributing about $4.5 billion into the economy of the United Kingdom every year. And I think there's an important opportunity for supply chain companies to be part of that family of Caterpillar in the future.
And members, that concludes this item of business. Members, I have received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10(3)A. Clerk, please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, the 9th of November 2020, be extended to no later than 9 p.m.
I call Robbie Butler to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 9 p.m. this evening if necessary. Thank you. And can members take a recess for a moment or two, please?
Members, we are now returning to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Number 2 Amendment Regulations. And I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Junior Minister, for being here today. Yet again, we face the oddity of debating regulations which are in fact well out of date. I welcome at least that we are covering a range of amendments today. The evidence presented by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in mid-September was that transmission was largely in households. It appears, not least from the evidence bank now published by the Department itself, that this evidence was already outdated. The SAGE evidence of 21st of September already clearly stated that hospitality and universities were significant drivers. Last week, the Chief Medical Officer confirmed that you cannot have schools and hospitality open and keep transmission declining. For example, in August, there were far more applications per head of population for the Eat Out to Help Out campaign in Northern Ireland than any other region of the UK. And it was exactly at this time that transmission levels rose to the highest than in the rest of the UK. This may be a false correlation, of course, but unfortunately the subsequent evidence, such as that from the University of Colorado and the University of Warwick, especially around aerosol transmission, backs up that hospitality was a clear risk area. One consequence of the test, trace, isolate system not working to maximise efficiency is that we did not have clear evidence and do not have it at present about the sources and chains of infection here. To be clear, there was good evidence for the restrictions on household gatherings, although they appeared to have been made limited, if any, difference to transmission levels in the postcode areas in which they were initially introduced. What has clearly made a difference are these restrictions introduced in Derry and Strabane on the 6th of October and elsewhere 10 days later. We can see that even in the Castlederg area, where transmission rates were not as high as elsewhere in the council area, those rates dropped notably to among the lowest levels in Northern Ireland by the beginning of last week. This presents us with some useful information and knowledge, but also with a conundrum. The good news is that to some extent now we know what works. The bad news is, well, we also know what works, in the sense that we absolutely do not want to close down an entire economic sector, potentially for a year or more. We should be concerned about that close down, and we should not be afraid to challenge it. For example, when it came down to closing close contact services, there was genuine confusion. It was only much later, for example, that clarification came that holistic therapies could only be offered upon a referral from the Health and Social Care sport sector. Why was this not clarified at the outset? And it was only after the Health Committee requested that information last week that we received it today. And I know that there's many businesses, small private enterprises, who would have appreciated that information a long time ago. Turning on now to face coverings, the challenge was demonstrated in committee last week when we found that insignificant consideration of the latest evidence had gone into the development of the actual regulations around face coverings. If these are to be enforced, there needs to be more straightforward application of the regulations. The evidence is clear that they dramatically reduce transmission in all indoor public spaces. That is the starting point for living with the virus, and this is a phrase that we know that the First and Deputy First Minister have used in recent days. There seems to be a profound misunderstanding about what we are trying to do when we introduce such regulations. At issue is not just that the epidemiological evidence, but also the presentation of regulations which are clear to the public and easily enforced. I continue to inquire why some locations are included and why others are not, why some ages in some places are applicable but not in others, and I'm referring to our pupils in transport. It is confusing and ultimately suggests that the Executive is not entirely serious about the need for face coverings at all. The simple fact is that they should be worn by everyone of post-primary age and, above all, in indoor public spaces. There is no doubt that a simple law to that effect would achieve much higher compliance and acceptance. Turning now to the test, trace and isolate. Before we consider taking significant steps out of the current closed-down restrictions, we need at least some of that evidence to be presented. We cannot pull out of the side street unless we have a clear view of the traffic on the road ahead. The test, trace, isolate system was not giving us that clear view. I warned last time we discussed the regulation amendments that we should not waste these 4 weeks. By mid-November, contact tracing had to be reformed and resourced so that it could provide us with clearer and more specific information about the origins of the infection and thus how we could best intervene without closing down entire sectors to break the chains of infection. So the question now arises, what steps have been taken to reform and fix the test, trace and isolate service? Are we going to test, as in the Republic, anyone who has been in contact with a positive test in order to identify better who must be isolated? Are we going to trace faster? And are we going to do more to encourage and ensure self-isolation? This matters, Mr Deputy Speaker, because without doing these things, there is no way we are going to be able to see the route is clear to reopen at least some aspects of hospitality without knowing, and I do mean knowing, that rising transmission and thus closing down vital health services once again is an inevitable consequence. So the challenge is to hear what changes are to be made to the test, trace and isolate system and to update on the face cover regulations that would enable us to make significant amendments to the restrictions as they have applied to Derry, Strabane since the 6th of October and the whole of Northern Ireland since the 16th of this month. I hope the the Junior Minister will address these in his response. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to my feet to speak today as now a newly formed member of the Health Committee, and I make no bones about it, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am on record stating my viewpoint in relation to the specific set of regulations as sceptical and critical at the time, and I can say that I'm still as sceptical and critical today as the day that they were introduced. My party is on record on the matter, and I think that members can reflect there's a wide consensus across, or differing opinion across the chamber as to the approach that should be adopted going forward. I took great interest, Mr Deputy Speaker, in not only listening to other ministerial colleagues from different parties, but indeed the junior ministers who are on record as saying that we need to live and coexist with this virus. And indeed, I think it was the junior minister himself that said we can't legislate our way through COVID. I very much support that line of thought, and I think that as we have learnt to come to terms with the devastating effects that COVID has had on our society, we have also learnt that lockdown is simply not the answer, and it is simply not a sustainable mechanism and strategy going forward, because it is built purely on the premise that by lockdown you mean you need a solution via vaccine. If that vaccine, and we've heard promising conversations through the media today that we are on the positive note in relation to vaccines, but the premise of a lockdown is based solely on the need for a vaccine. But we have to look at long-term sustainable solutions and learn to live and adopt with the society that we are now in relation to COVID. Absolutely.
For giving way, and just as he touches upon the issue of a potential vaccine, which is very exciting and very good news, would the member agree with me that the failure to secure his urgent oral question on the COVID outbreak coming from Denmark, the new variant strain, does the member agree with me this is a very serious situation, that whilst UK have locked down borders temporarily with Denmark for now, that the Republic of Ireland really need to do the same?
Would the member take her seat? It is not in order to challenge a decision of the Speaker. I'd ask the member to continue if she wished, but not to challenge the decision of the Speaker.
Thank the Deputy Speaker for that ruling. Would the member agree with me that it is vital that the Republic of Ireland do act in a way that will also protect Northern Ireland when we're dealing with variants of this COVID-19 virus?
I thank the member for her intervention, and indeed I would agree in the spirit of her language in relation to it is quite a worrying development seeing COVID-19 mutate across into an animal species such as mink. We do know that Northern Ireland doesn't have any mink farms in particular, but it is quite alarming to see that there are those mink farms on our periphery in relation to Donegal and etc. And it would have been preferable probably to have a minister to talk on that issue here today, but unfortunately we are where we are, as has been outlined by the Speaker. The regulations need to be targeted, balanced and proportionate. And I suppose this is what society has been grappling with since the moment we ever had regulations introduced. And this is why many in this Assembly called for targeted data and evidence to show why their sector was targeted with such an approach that we have. The different sectors affected, and we heard from the hospitality crying out for much needed intervention to look at different ways in which that they themselves as an industry could coexist with the virus. And I think maybe the Junior Minister hopefully will elaborate some more on this, because I understand there has been a lot of work carried out by both him and his colleagues in relation to looking at the hospitality industry and how they can potentially become COVID compliant. Because I think members will join with me in asserting this point, that while there may have been some businesses that did sadly act irresponsibly, but there were many businesses across the breadth of this country that kept in line and spirit of the regulations that were introduced, and when they were given the opportunity to reopen, thankfully they acted in an appropriate way and very much in compliance with those basic health messaging, good hygiene practices, space, distance and face covering. So I would expect that the Junior Minister will elaborate further on that in his interventions. But the sectors were not the only people that were calling into question a lot of these regulations that were put in place. And I mentioned this in a budget speech, in the third budget speech, and it was within a document, Finding a Balance to Protect Our Community and Our Economy, and it was released by a number of businesses, and some of its content I think needs repeated here today. The Executive's decision to place large parts of the economy into another lockdown will quite simply result in another round of job losses, which will ultimately impact upon livelihoods. Those who have had to shut their doors are deeply concerned by the decision after following the Executive's own guidance and investing money they didn't have in making their businesses' life viable. They are understandably anxious about the viability of their businesses and their jobs and have created, and so too are many companies who are in the supply chain who rely on them for their footfall. Our economy is an ecosystem, and closing down one part of it into a limited intervention harms us all. Pursuing a path down, and I think this is the crucial element, pursuing a path of lockdown, release and repeat will undo all of the good work we have done to build a strong and diverse economy. Absolutely. Hold on, just want to finish this line. To build a strong and diverse economy and protect workers and their families. At that stage, I will give way.
I think the member for giving way, one of the things that he read into the notes was that the economy went into lockdown. It wasn't just the economy that went into lockdown. Homes and families and everybody suffered here. Just want to ask the member if he would tell me what he thinks about the success of the 6 weeks restrictions, in the word draconian restrictions, in the London Down Strabane area, where transmission rates were reduced by 70%. And in my humble opinion, lives were saved. How that fits into his strategy that he's maybe outlining today?
I thank the member for his comments, but I would say that while he specifically makes reference to the restrictions in Londonderry and Strabane, that was indeed a targeted approach in which I support if the evidence is clear that action must happen. What I do not support is blanket restrictions across an entire sector or industry where we can, in fact, through test, trace and isolate, and through the data that our scientists, etc., are collecting, we can look at more specific targeted solutions to deal with the COVID outbreak wherever it may be. You talk about lives being saved as a result of the executive's actions, and I have no doubt that perhaps is the case in many of the circumstances in which you outline. But what I will also say is that there is also lives lost as a result of restrictions put in place. I look at suicide, as I know the member has taken a strong interest in that throughout his time in this place. There is people suffering from adverse mental health. There is also those within, not just at this time, I will at a later point. There is other issues in relation to those that have missed appointments in relation to cancer and to other such serious illnesses. And unfortunately, there is lives that will be lost as a result of the lockdown measures that are put in place. I said this clearly before, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'll say it again. COVID kills, we have no doubt of that, but lockdown can kill also. I also want to make reference to a point, and I've outlined this. I had my concerns of the restrictions that were put in place at the time. I know other members did. I've outlined the business community that had concerns for their livelihood, but it is also important to note that there's indeed medical professionals out there that also do not agree with the strategy of lockdown. And I want to make reference to the note we all received, and I think it received some media publicity today, where 4 clinicians wrote collectively in a letter to us all, "We believe that the widely publicised call in the local media to keep the hospitality industry closed are not founded on evidence-based medicine, and that a measured and mature debate on their implementation is required." That goes to the heart of our democracy, and these are the points that I really want to get on to today. COVID has wreaked havoc on the democratic processes, not only in this Assembly, but on democracies across the world. We are seeing a need to balance speed of action from executive ministers in relation to targeted intervention where that may be required, and also curtailing public debate on these very important issues. I think we can all agree any restriction, no matter how vain it may feel to some members, has a massive impact on day-to-day lives. And the scrutiny that these regulations, and this is why I think I said it at the Health Committee, at my first Health Committee last week, the public will be as bewildered as I am that here we are, because of the mechanisms within this House, here we are some 3 weeks in, some 4 days before these regulations come out of place, that here we are only debating them in this House now. And I think that is something that I would like to see addressed by the Junior Minister here today. I noted at the Health Committee, it was actually the member for South Down, Mr McGrath, who did bring forward a suggestion at the committee, and a unanimous suggestion that we write to both the First and Deputy First Minister and indeed the Executive to look at alternative ways in which this House can give these regulations the scrutiny that they deserve. And I think every member in this House would agree with that. But we can't have a have your cake and eat it approach either. You know, on one hand, and I listened to Mr McGrath saying this earlier, on one hand he was calling for a full and proper scrutiny of these regulations. 100%, I'm with him on that and I agree with him. But on the other hand, he was saying that anybody that dares speak against or not agree with the approach adopted by the Chief Medical or Chief Scientific Officer in direct violation of what the regulations are. That is not true, because we have heard from the radio this morning, and indeed our airwaves across the world, there is scientists, there is doctors out there in the world that look at different approaches, and it's only right and proper that we, the members of this House, give that due consideration. At the committee, the clerk was informing us when we were discussing this vital lack of transparency in relation to being able to really home in on the regulations. We discussed the fact being that because the regulations were laid in the way that they were, that there was no consultation, no stakeholder engagement. We, the politicians, have become that stakeholder, and it is vital that whatever direction of travel this executive take, that this Assembly is given its place and given the opportunity to not only question but scrutinise the evidence presented, because there is many questions that come from the data in which we receive. And I know I speak for a lot of people within close contact services, and I think of beauticians and hairdressers that were forced to close their doors. And I think members across this chamber will agree with me. If there was anybody that was abiding by regulations, that had invested money and time to put the practices in place to ensure a safe environment, it was those industries. But yet, because of the blanket approach that was applied to these regulations, they were all forced to close. And sadly, the financial assistance which was promised to them has been slow. And that's through no fault of their own, but they were promised the support. And it is important that we, as an executive and an assembly, stand by our word and support those people in these difficult times. I also want to bear reference to the likes of driving tests. How many young people have contacted us in the days since lockdown began, frustrated that their lives are on hold because of something as basic and as fundamental to their freedom as that of a driving test. There was good news, things had started to get moving again, albeit the backlog in the system. But now, because of the regulations that were passed, we have a situation where those young people still cannot pass their driving tests and start to contribute to society, and maybe contribute to their households in terms of household bills, etc., that they can't do at the moment because of the regulations that are in place. And I would implore the Infrastructure Minister to bring forward a plan to see driving tests as a whole implemented across Northern Ireland and ensure that those young people can be dealt with as soon as possible. I want to look now, and I've mentioned this at the committee, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the chair of the committee actually touched on this in his own remarks, I was shocked when I went to the Health Committee to hear health officials come to the committee who couldn't even answer the most basic of questions about how these regulations pertain to everyday lives. And they weren't questions, Mr Deputy Speaker, that were off the wall. There were questions that were trawled through the media for weeks. And when the simple questions were asked, they could not answer. And, Mr Speaker, it was simple questions from the committee, such as the evidence base for the introduction of all the rules. As we are now 2 weeks into the 4-week period of restrictions, how well the Department assesses the restrictions imposed to working to reduce the spread of transmission. Simple questions around compliance and enforcement information. They simply weren't forthcoming. And I think that's a damning indictment that while we curtail this parliamentary scrutiny in this House, that when it comes to committees, a committee such as the Health Committee, when basic questions are asked 2 weeks in and there still is no clarity or no answer, in fact they were just forthcoming on Friday before this debate, I don't think that's acceptable. And I don't think it's a level of scrutiny that anybody could stand over. The scrutiny of the science as well, these regulations that were brought into place, but the data and evidence that supported their closure came after calls in this Assembly for the data to be released. It should have been the other way around. It should have been first, so people could make an informed decision about why this is affecting my life in the way that it is. I think these are basic principles which the Executive need to take into consideration as we go forward in trying to fight this virus. I also want to talk about, and maybe the Junior Minister can elaborate on, the exit strategy. Because if it is a case that it's lockdown and repeat until a vaccine comes, I worry for the state of this economy. I worry for the livelihoods of everyday people across this province and indeed across the country. Because each time we take decisions to place restrictions on certain sectors and certain individuals, we run the risk of those businesses never returning again. I had a constituent, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the phone to me on Thursday past in deep hysterics. You've asked me to close my business. You've told me that financial support will be forthcoming. Here I am, 2.5 weeks into the regulations, and I don't know how I can pay my mortgage bills. I have 4 children to feed. I don't know how I'm going to feed them. So all of the talk in the media about restrictions on how they can help in terms of bringing our rate down must be looked through the line of balance as to the approach. And that's why I said it at the committee, and I say it here, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do not think it appropriate for the Chief Medical Officer, and as much respect as I hold him in, and that is very high, I do not think it appropriate for the Chief Medical Officer to go on the airwaves and talk about one sector cannot open unless the other sector closes, and that being hospitality and indeed education. Because what that simply did, whether intentional or not, was drive communities against one another, different sectors of our society against one another. That is not a strategy in which I believe this House should be endorsing. We should see the evidence. We should discuss it and debate it within this institution, and we should go forward with a cohesive plan. Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will say it in closing, about non-COVID patients. I think this is an issue that is really starting to come home to a lot of members across the chamber, and indeed the people of Northern Ireland, because every restriction has a consequence, and some of them are more hidden than others. And I ask the Health Minister how the needs of hundreds of non-COVID patients across Northern Ireland who would currently be in hospital but are not due to the pandemic are being met. Since the middle of October, the number of hospital beds occupied by patients with non-COVID illness has dropped dramatically by between some 800 and 900 beds in total. This is according to the Department of Health's own dashboard, and I'm keen to hear, maybe the Junior Minister can, or maybe the Health Minister, who's maybe listening from another place, the assessment of the scale of this problem and whether patients may be at risk of tragically passing away because inpatient care wasn't available. Ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, nobody should be turned away regardless if they have or if they're coming to hospital from urgent, planned, COVID or non-COVID service or care. The Minister claims that this simply isn't feasible in the current climate. However, I would again urge him and his officials to explore all options to expand the health service workforce. We have a duty of care to those people, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the challenge now facing the Department of Health is to demonstrate what has driven this outcome and how the restrictions that are put in place in the data can actually justify the actions that were taken. Households and businesses have had to make great sacrifices. Their consent and cooperation should never be taken for granted, but earned and respected by we, the politicians. That means scaling up the evidence base for every rule and regulation and rationally setting out why they were necessary. In the past 3 weeks, more scientific evidence has been published indicating transmissions risks in various settings. For sectors like close retail, as I have outlined, these figures don't alone stack up to wholesale closure. The duty is on ministers to account for this moving forward. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And has been stated on numerous occasions here in this debate, we're talking about regulations that have already been implemented. And a number of those regulations deal with the wearing of face coverings or face masks, whatever you want to call them. And I'm sure the junior minister will recall that I raised this issue on a number of occasions in previous debates in this chamber. And the evidence around face masks has been compelling for quite some time now. Indeed, the Chief Scientific Officer, when he was in the Health Committee a couple of months ago, said that he was concerned, and this was before the introduction of these regulations, that he was concerned when he went into a shop and discovered that he was the only one wearing a face mask. And he appeared on Good Morning Ulster a few days after that and stated that there was considerable evidence that the wearing of face masks reduces significantly the transmission of this virus. And one thing I have noticed about the countries that have been most successful in suppressing this virus is that they're the countries that have moved quickly. They haven't waited for absolute 100% solid concrete evidence. They have moved quickly. You know, it's the countries that have a culture of wearing face masks in the main that have been the countries that have been most successful in dealing with this virus. And they didn't wait on 100% solid concrete evidence before they did that. But there was evidence, and there was compelling evidence, that the wearing of masks reduces the transmission of this virus. And we waited longer than we should have, and we should have moved quicker. And that should maybe be a lesson to us when we go to make other decisions about what will be useful in the fight against this virus. The other regulations that have been introduced are draconian, as have most of the regulations that have been introduced here over the last number of months. And of course, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be introducing legislation like this. So why do we need these restrictions? That's the question that people are asking. And quite simply, we need them because if we don't have them, our health and social care system is going to be overrun. Now, I heard Jonathan Buckley saying that COVID kills, but lockdowns can kill also. It's not the lockdowns that are killing, it's the fact that our health service hasn't the capacity. It didn't have the capacity in the first place to deal with all the diseases and conditions that existed out there. Our waiting lists were already far, far too long. And then we have layered on top of that this pandemic, which is killing people, which is leading people into serious illness and leaving others with long-term conditions as a result of this disease. And how have we ended up in that situation? Why are we in a situation where our health and social care system hasn't the capacity to deal with what's coming at us in this pandemic? Well, it's because there's been years of underfunding of our health system, and there's a direct causal connection between that lack of investment and underfunding and the lack of capacity that exists within our health and social care system currently to deal with this pandemic. It's not rocket science. We haven't got the capacity. And we need to introduce measures, draconian though they may be, to ensure that the system isn't completely overrun. And, I mean, I agree There are people dying from cardiovascular disease, from cancer and from other diseases who can't get the proper and requisite treatment as a result of what's happening with this virus and the fact that our health service is being overrun. Because the fact is, if people are seriously ill with COVID, they have to be hospitalised. If people are seriously ill with cancer, they also have to be hospitalised, or cardiovascular disease, or whatever. And the capacity isn't there. So, some people will argue, well, we should have built up the capacity in the hospital system. That can't be done overnight. We're in the position we're in because of years of underinvestment, and we're not going to fix it overnight. So we need some sort of alternative. And what these restrictions do is that they give us a bit of breathing space. They ensure that the health and social care system doesn't collapse on us. The people, the most seriously ill, can still get treated, and the transmission of the virus is reduced within society and within our communities. And I have some sympathy for those who oppose the lockdowns. I have some suspicious too, because among those who are opposing lockdowns are the science deniers and the crackpots and so on. You know, none of us want any sort of lockdowns. None of us want to live under these conditions that we've had to live under for the past 7 or 8 months. Who in their right minds would want to live in this situation? But is there an alternative? Is there an alternative to these types of draconian pieces of legislation? You know, that mean people can't have the normal wedding that they normally have, to go and visit their families, to visit relatives in care homes or in hospital and so on. Is there any sort of alternative? And I believe there is. And what we need to do is look at international best practice. And I already gave the example of the face masks. And among those countries that have been most successful in tackling this virus have been the Eastern Asian countries, Vietnam, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan. Combined population of 178.5 million people. How many deaths have there been? Total combined, 629. That's fewer people than have died here, in a population of 1.5 million. Why is that? What are they doing right that we aren't doing? What can we learn from them? And I asked the chief social worker at the committee a couple of weeks ago if there had been any direct contact by the department with any of those countries to find out what it is they're doing that we could learn from. And the answer was no, there hadn't been any contact. And I'm not suggesting for 1 second that we're, exactly the same as any of those countries. Of course we're not, and of course there are differences. But I also remember at the very outset of this pandemic that we were being told about the lockdown in China, in Wuhan in particular. And commentators were saying, there's no way this would be acceptable here because we're a democratic country and China is an authoritarian country. So we couldn't have a lockdown like that. And lo and behold, we did have a lockdown. And it did what it was intended to do. Unfortunately, we didn't use the time to try and prepare for a second wave of this virus. And we're in a very difficult situation at the minute. And I spoke here maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago when the Health Minister was responding, and I raised the issue of our contact tracing system. And I told him at the time that it was insufficient and that with the upsurge in numbers of people contracting the virus, it wasn't going to cut the mustard. And not long after that, the Chief Executive of the PHA, who have responsibility for contact tracing, was in the committee. And she said there were 151 people involved in contact tracing. And when I asked what did that amount to in full-time equivalents, she couldn't give an answer, or she wouldn't give an answer. I'm not sure which. But it has since transpired that there are 88 full-time equivalents. Now, do the sums, because at that point when the PHA were given evidence to the committee, the rate of transmission was in around 1,000 cases a day. 1,000 cases a day. And what the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control say that in a lockdown situation, you can expect each positive case to have had 2 to 3 contacts. Outside of a lockdown situation, that number rises to between 7 and 20. So do the sums. Let's take an average, say each positive case had 10 contacts. That means 10,000 cases that need 10,000 people that need to be traced in one day. Somebody explained to me how 88 people can do that. The sums just don't add up. And just by coincidence, the following day there was an article in the Irish Times about the contact tracing system in the south. And some were saying it had been overrun the previous weekend. Others were saying it hadn't been overrun, it was understaffed. That was the problem. And Professor Sam McConkey, who's a consultant in infectious diseases, originally from this parish, but he's one of the universities in Dublin, he benchmarked the system in the south with Wuhan in China. And he estimated that the south need 2,500 contact tracers to have a proper, efficient system to track and trace all who have been in contact with positive cases. And if you extrapolate from that, then we need around 1,000. And what have we got? 88. 88. According to the ECDC again, it takes between 4 and 20 hours to train a contact tracer. The topics covered: disease epidemiology, the contact tracing process, how to conduct interviews, practical examples and exercises, and data protection issues. Why are we not taking 1,000 people off the dole queues and training them to contact trace and put in place a proper system of find, test, trace, isolate and support? What do we mean by find? Well, the only way you get a test here is if you have symptoms. Yet it's estimated that up to 60% of people don't have symptoms at all. How do we find them? We find them by mass testing. And I welcome the announcement by the Chief Scientific Advisor and more recently the Minister himself to say that there is a possibility in the coming weeks that that capacity may be there to carry out mass testing in a way that hasn't happened thus far. So we need to find those who have the virus and isolate them and then support them. Because if they live in a house of multiple occupancy, for example, how could they isolate in that context? they need to have support from the powers that be, whether it's the department or the executive or whoever takes over a hotel, as happened at the start of this pandemic when one of the hotels in the centre of Belfast was taken over, so that people can isolate and that they have support and that there's a system in place. If people need somebody to go to the shop and get their messages, then there's somebody there to do that. If they need financial support, it's there as well.
Order.
And that's,
order. I have shown great latitude in allowing people to extensively discuss the matter, but can I draw the member back to the specific pieces of regulation that we're here to debate today? We are showing flexibility in the Speaker's role here, but we do need members to refer to the legislation which is being sought approval of today. Mr. Sheehan.
last and thanks for that advice. And of course, it's the legislation that we're discussing. It's the restrictions on gatherings, on going into other people's houses, on weddings and funerals and all the rest of it. And collectively, it's all being described as lockdown. And okay, I accept it's not a lockdown in the true sense of the word, but that's the way it is being described. And I have tried to outline the type of system that we could put in place that would be an alternative to those restrictions, that society and the economy could carry on very much as normal, as is happening in South Korea and Vietnam, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and so on. And so, in a sense, there's agreement. I'm in agreement to an extent with Jonathan Buckley. I don't want a lockdown. Jonathan doesn't want a lockdown. Let's think of some other way of tackling this. And let's look to international best practice, because others have been much more successful than we have been.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in this, and I thank Minister Lyons for being with us and giving us some clarity, and hopefully we'll hear more from him later in terms of some of the questions that have been raised. Like many others, I am mindful of the fact that these regulations, we're currently living with them, so it can be quite difficult at times having to, I suppose, give an evaluation of maybe how they have worked. But also, of course, there's many in the public domain who will look to us and maybe try and give some guidance in terms of how we go forward. But I think we need to be mindful that today, and the vote today, if there is to be one, is specifically on what has already been put in place. In terms of the wearing of the face masks, the tightening up of the regulations regarding to those, the clarity that brought, particularly to our restaurants, our cafes, our bars, our taxis, our buses, those types of things, that was welcome, because many of those in those industries wanted that clarity. They didn't want to get into an argument with somebody who got into a taxi and wasn't wearing a face mask because it specifically wasn't in legislation to say they had to do so. So that clarity was very much welcome. And I think that I suppose the importance of that messaging as well, it has increased the level of compliance right across our communities, because at one point over this past number of weeks, I know all of us would have said that it was worrying when you went into shops and you went into various places that the guard did seem to slip in terms of members of the public who were wearing face masks. So I think that message has finally got across to the public once and for all. In terms of Amendment number 8, it relates to the regulations that were brought in within my own constituency in the wider Londonderry and Strabane area. Obviously, the context at the time when that was brought in was at a time when the infection rate within our area was several times the Northern Ireland average, but actually at one point it was the highest within the United Kingdom. So I think there was a broad recognition that the status quo couldn't continue, something had to be done, and I think that the executive at that time, whilst it was disappointing that it had to be done, the executive was right to step in and take action. And thankfully today, when we hear some of the news reports and some of the data that's been talked about, we have seen a 70% reduction in that infection rate. And it was down to the fact that the communities, the businesses did rally round together. They listened to that message. Now we can debate around which specific restrictions worked and which didn't, but the fact is that the infection rate came down, and that was the ultimate goal, and we need to ensure that we continue to keep going in that direction. Obviously, from a business and an employer perspective, it did come as a blow. We know the hospitality sector, particularly, who had put in a lot of work in terms of this amendment, the hospitality sector put in a lot of work to get PPE in place to make their premises as secure as possible, and then to find out you have to close your doors. It did come as a blow, and that's why it was important, and we've always said all along that where this executive or this assembly closes a business, it's important that the support packages are in place. And at that time, I was on the record in various news outlets when I spoke about that localised restriction support scheme brought forward with the Finance Minister. I did say that I didn't feel that it was enough. It just was not sufficient. You know, that lower end, we talked about £400 for those with 15k NAV and below, and it scaled up. Now, thankfully, and I'm not putting it down to me, although if people want to do that, they can, that was doubled. And that was rolled out across Northern Ireland, and that is welcome. But like other members, we need to ensure that money, regardless of what department it comes from, we need to ensure that money gets out as quickly as possible to those who need it and those who most certainly require it. So I do welcome that. In terms of amendments number 9 and number 10, again, it tightened up a lot of the gaps. There's a lot of varying views right across the chamber in terms of the way we go forward. I think there's a collective position, if you like, that we would rather we were not in a position where we had to shut anything down. I think that we need to get to a point where we can coexist alongside the virus. We need to get to a point where we're not switching our economy on and off. We heard just a few moments ago from the Economy Minister when she said that the 4-week restrictions in place cost our economy in Northern Ireland £400 million. Now, that's a devastating blow to the economy. Absolutely, we have to point to the fact that our priority should be about saving lives, but we also have to look at the evidence and the science. And Mr. Sheehan has left the chamber, and he talked about science deniers. But for many businesses out there, it's not a case of denying. It's a fact that they want to see the science. They want to be assured that when I shut my hair salon or my beauty parlour, that's making a difference, and that there's a genuine reason for why I need to close my doors. I will indeed.
On that point, and I agree with the vein that he's on. Would he agree with me that one of the most frustrating parts of the evidence that has been supplied by Chief Scientific Officer and others is that it is modelling based on behaviour as opposed to actual transmission and infection rates within those settings that he talked about? Because if we look at an example such as hair salons or beauty therapists, etc., those that have put the measures in place to safely admit their clientele had cases where they had no cases, they had no transmission rate, but yet because of a behaviour modelling approach, they were branded in as being the causes of potential transmission rates and forced to close.
Well, I do completely agree with that point, and that's why we need to get to a stage where we try and find another way. And I can only speak in terms of my own barbers, who I won't name in case he loses business. He, from my haircut, of course, and what they put in terms of PPE was exceptional. But he accepted at the same time, again, when the localised restrictions came in, that there needed to be something to be done. So this is not about criticising. The executive have a huge task in terms of trying to balance the health, and we hear from experts, the likes of Dr. Tom Black, who I know and I respect in terms of his view. They have genuine concerns from a health perspective. But where we may differ is the fact that the Economy Minister brings to the table her concerns around the economy and the effect that will have, and the effect that subsequently that will have on the mental health of those who lose their jobs and their livelihoods. So all of that has to be taken in the round, but I think it is important going forward that we do recognise that we have to find another way to try and coexist with the virus. In terms of the amendment number 9, number 10, it did bring clarity in terms of the close contact. That was one of the frustrations at the time when the restrictions came in. We need clarity. We need to know who's the shut, who's the open, and I think that was welcome. In terms of, it brought clarity as well, I suppose, in terms of the worship and churches and face coverings. And I would welcome the Junior Minister, if you could give us some, if there's any indication in terms of, even for our places of worship, a bit of clarity around maybe where they sit in terms of going forward. Maybe you could elaborate on that. In terms of going forward, I think clarity is the key message that I've been getting from businesses within my constituency, both city centre and rural. They want that message to be clear. Obviously, the current restrictions come to an end at midnight on Thursday. People are asking me, cafes, can I order produce for the incoming days? People want to know, can they take bookings for beauty salons? We hear a lot of talk in the media, but again, it's important that this Assembly Chamber is given its place, that we get to hear and that we get to give our views on what has been brought forward. I think that's unanimous right across this chamber. Again, when we hear regularly from businesses, they do reiterate that message that we have to find a way of coexisting. My colleague, Mr Buckley, spoke about Belfast Chamber. I know myself and others have engagement with Londonderry Chamber, and again, that concern around job losses. The furlough scheme has saved many jobs, and thankfully that's there. But again, that will come to an end at some point. We can't keep coming to this cliff edge and worrying about what we're going to do next. We do need that strategy. So it's just about getting that balance right. Like other members, I think, in terms of the health service, and I do want to thank the Health Minister, because this is a difficult job. And I think it is. We shouldn't be getting ourselves into a position where we're pointing fingers and criticising. I think the Health Minister has a difficult job, but he is one minister. And we have lots of ministers in the executive, and that's where the executive can bring these issues in and debate them and come to a consensus position. And then there's onus on all of us, because there's 5 parties in this chamber who are sitting on the executive, and these are executive decisions. So when a decision is taken, as uncomfortable as it may be, I think it is important that we do unite around that message and ensure that we can go forward collectively. Just in closing, I do want to say to our health workers and to our key workers, thank you. I want to say thank you for all that you've done over this past number of months, but thank you as we go forward, because we are coming into a challenging time. We know that our waiting lists are increasing. We know that A&E people are queuing to get in through the doors. So we do appreciate that work, and we can't forget that those people are continuing to work day in, day out as we go forward. And in terms of our businesses, these are tough times, and I think that it's important that we send a message to those businesses within our constituencies that we as an Assembly will stand behind them, that we will continue to fight for their funding and for their support, and we want to ensure that as many people stay in employment as possible over the next couple of months. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Martina Anderson.
There's no doubt that the rate of COVID transmission in Derry and Strabane was alarming. It was out of control. And so these regulations before us today, they were vitally important to bring the virus down. And I want to acknowledge the people of Derry and Strabane, because when they were introduced, I said that I had confidence that our people would do what needed to be done. And they did respond, and they did react in such a manner, and they did curtail the transmission of the disease. And we were reminded when the restrictions were introduced, if we needed to be, that we are the people who carry the virus, and therefore we are the people who transmit it to one another. And thankfully, as I stand here today, it's good news to report in that 5 weeks on, after the restrictions, that there has been a 70% reduction of COVID infections in Derry and Strabane. So that shows that the restrictions work. The restrictions are draconian. Who wants to introduce them? There's not one person in this chamber that wants people's civil liberties or their rights taken away. But when you hear how we were back then and where we're at now, it's very clear that it has worked, but it hasn't gone away, because we all know, or most of us know, someone who either ended up with the virus or self-isolating, or unfortunately ended up in Altnagavin Hospital. And I'm thinking of my two friends, Maura and Neil, who are in ICU, and their families are distraught with worry. And they also can't get access into the hospital to see them. So I'm conscious about the appeal that was made from the Vice Chair of the Health Committee today, because it's important that we try to find a COVID-free pathway so that families can get in to visit their loved ones. And I want to say to those anti-masks, people who are sending and spreading nonsense, to stop sending me emails, because I, for one, don't want them. I don't want to hear that argument, because I support what was said, and I support what my colleague said, Pat Sheehan, about we acted too late at times, but thankfully we're there, about the wearing of face masks. And I support the need for us to wear them where we have to. When these restrictions were introduced, we know there were bars and there were restaurants and sole traders who were worried about their businesses and their livelihoods, and they're still worried. You know, we all talk to them, they contact us. Although I do believe that the emergency financial scheme that was quickly put into place by the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, was welcome. However, and I would say it's not just in Derry and Strabane, it's probably all of the members in this chamber, but in Derry and Strabane we're being contacted by people who are designated as the newly self-employed. And they have heard about, when these restrictions were coming in, they heard that a financial scheme was going to be put in place to help them, and they've been waiting, and they've been waiting, and they're getting very frustrated, and they're still waiting. And I have to say, Minister, I mean, they heard from the Economy Minister that they are the people who fell through the cracks. But they also, Minister, I would like you to bring this back to your ministerial colleagues, that enough is enough. They've waited for far too long. And they need, you know, the Economy Minister needs to get moving to put such a financial package in place for the newly self-employed. And I heard today her saying, the Economy Minister saying, that she was bringing something forward to the Executive this week. So I hope that is, I hope for all of those people in our constituency and other constituencies who have been dealing with these restrictions, and they've been dealing with this from March of this year, who've been desperately waiting on a package for March of this year. They don't want no more excuses, they don't want no more dilly-dallying. They're giving out to us all, each and every one of us, because they're absolutely disgusted and fed up with having waited as long as they have waited, and there should have been a scheme in place long before now. And I want to acknowledge the communication from the two junior ministers to us representatives in Derry and Strabane since these restrictions were introduced. You nearly had regular weekly engagements with us, and that was very much appreciated. And I also want to put in record, I acknowledge the work was done by other ministers as well. Minister Conor Murphy, the Finance Minister, met more than once with the business stakeholders in Derry and Strabane. Minister, and I know you understand this and appreciate this, because we need to protect our frontline workers, which include our carers, especially those who are on low wages, which don't even still to this day qualify for statutory sick pay if they have to self-isolate. And we cannot keep telling people that they have to self-isolate and not provide them with some kind of financial support if their employers are not paying them sick pay. And whilst the discretionary grant that has been put in place by the Minister for Communities is very welcome, it's actually better than any other grant that's in place anywhere.
But she also, the Community Minister also understands, because I've talked to her, if you have a partner that earns over 20,000 and you have 2, 3, 4, 5 or more children, you cannot apply for that discretionary support grant. So for all those carers that are out there and maybe their partner earning more than 20,000, they're not getting any kind of financial support. So I know I'm not the only one in this chamber who has raised the valuable contribution that our carers make to people with dementia. And I mention people with dementia because NISRA information has clearly stated that dementia is the most common underlying condition associated with the deaths from this virus. And in talking to many carers and agency workers who are working flat out, who feel burnt out, many of them aren't getting a proper night's sleep. And they certainly don't feel, and they have never felt, that we were all in this together. COVID-19 and what these restrictions once again has done, I think it's laid bare the dire state of our social care. And whilst those who work in it go beyond the call of duty, social care can be seen as the poor relation of the health service, and yet, it's one of the most vitally important elements where people working in them are dealing with those that are most vulnerable in our society. And when these restrictions came in, and we were saying to people about family gatherings and people couldn't come into one another's homes, and whilst carers were able to go in, we know that these restrictions had a detrimental effect for those, particularly the most vulnerable, particularly those with dementia that live in Derry and Strabane. And so, Minister, whilst these restrictions were necessary and they were supported, there needs to be also found a safe COVID pathway, just like the hospitals, for visiting family members in residential care homes. And I know it's something that the homes have been trying to facilitate, but it's one of those areas that we know is very traumatic for people. Minister, Altingavin Hospital needs additional support to stop it getting to the point of being overwhelmed by the R rate every time it rises. Despite the news today that I said it's 70% of the COVID rate and the transmission, the community transmission is down, we also know that Altingavin Hospital in Derry remains on red alert of its COVID surge plan. That's still its status as of today. So when the restrictions were introduced, Altingavin Hospital repurposed Ward 21, which is a vital state-of-the-art, recently opened and much-needed orthopaedic service. Now, the time waiting for hip replacements or any other orthopaedic surgery that you need, they're absolutely, the time that people have to, the waiting time is alarming. I have raised in this chamber about one constituent who's waited 5 years. Now, that's just not acceptable. But being in the EU has afforded quite a number of people to avail of the cross-border healthcare provision. And I personally know 2 people from Derry travelling to a hospital in the south of Ireland today for that healthcare provision. So when you talk about these restrictions and the orthopaedic service being closed as a consequence to Altingavin Hospital being overwhelmed, people have had a pathway to try to get that service. But I suppose with the Brexit transition finishing in 52 days, people are worried. People are worried that we could be having further restrictions, that these restrictions that are still in place, that there'll be other restrictions, and therefore they're asking the question, what's going to happen to that kind of cross-border service? COVID is bad enough, and of course these restrictions have been tough. And when you layer Brexit on top of that, then you can understand why people are so deeply worried about where we're at now, the restrictions that are in place now, and possible other restrictions that will be put in place. It has been said here that we owe, without doubt, a debt of gratitude to our healthcare workers, who have been, without doubt, to the forefront of the fight against COVID-19. And whilst we once again face the very serious challenge that this deadly virus presents, there remains an onus on us to ensure that other vital services, and that's been mentioned here today, and I make reference to the orthopaedic service in Altnagavin Hospital, continues to operate at hospitals wherever they are, even when we're seeing a rise of this transmission. So when restrictions are being put in place and we have services in the hospitals being curtailed as a consequence of that, then we need to seriously look at the support that's needed to our health service. There are many strands that are needed to pull this all together in order for these restrictions to be effective in the long term, and whilst also ensuring that dairy and its services, both public and private, are not, as Dr Black has said, overwhelmed and brought to their knees. And as these restrictions show, there's no good COVID, there's no good coming out of it. But what we need to do is to work to build back better. Build back better should be our motto, to improve the quality of life for our citizens, to protect and enhance the environment, to reset the economy, and that means to tackle regional inequalities with ring-fencing allocations and policies like what the Communities Ministers announced last week regarding the reintroduction.
Can I draw the member back to the regulations, please?
I am, because this is all part of the regulations, Chair. Because the regulations, I'm not challenging what you're saying.
Order, order. I am acting as Deputy Speaker, and I will determine if I think it is appropriate or not. Mr Anderson.
Okay, I will apply these regulations to deprivation. Deprivation for those people that are living in Derry and Strabane. Among the highest level of deprivation, and these restrictions that have been put in place and COVID-19, there's a correlation between deprivation and what happened in Derry and Strabane, and why we needed the interventions that we needed, and why the community transmission of this was so high. So I go back to saying about the need to ring-fence resources, to allocate them where they are needed. In places like Derry, who have suffered, the people in it suffered from chronic and persistent levels of deprivation, and therefore we had the spike that we had, and we had these restrictions being put in place in that way. And I believe that that is the work of the Executive, the work of this Assembly, and if we're going to build back better, then make sure we don't leave those people who have been most deprived behind. Go Romini Margaret. Thank you.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for being present here today. I am glad today to have the opportunity to respond to these regulations as they continue to be the most pressing of issues. I would like to start my remarks today by paying tribute to all in society who have made many sacrifices over the past 8 tumultuous months. From frontline workers to single mothers and elderly grandparents, we have witnessed sacrifices from all backgrounds and all walks of life. With the wearing of face coverings, I would like to thank the public who have taken into consideration the safety of others and their own loved ones by continuing to wear face masks and washing their hands wherever necessary. Today, my party and I acknowledge the need for these regulations being placed into legislation. In the past number of weeks, I have had a number of outstanding concerns, however, including some that have been raised to me by my constituents. As we all know, mental health is a huge crisis here in Northern Ireland, and I am sure that the Junior Minister and all members of this House will share my concerns about the impact of mental health on all our constituents and that this pandemic and lockdown has had, especially now during the darker winter months. One deeply worrying fact regarding mental health support services is that earlier this year in June, adult mental health services in the Western Trust, areas like Derry and Strabane that do face deprivation, It had 504 patients breaching the 9-week standard waiting time, so the average waiting time for mental health support services was 21 weeks. That's very, very alarming. And I agree with the member to my right that spoke earlier about COVID has truly revealed and further highlights how chronically underfunded that our health service really is. A survey on COVID-19 and mental health carried out by Queen's University earlier this year, raised previously in this chamber, showed that a third of people in the North meet the criteria for anxiety and depression, with 20% meeting the criteria for COVID-related PTSD. Looking forward, following the implementation of these restrictions that limit so much human social contact, one concern I have recently is, of course, of the student demographic. After speaking recently with representatives from student unions about these restrictions, they have voiced to me that given these unprecedented circumstances, we as a society, private institutions and beyond must change how we provide support for our young people throughout this time. Currently, 6 mental health counselling sessions are being offered by a university counsellor, but young people are being passed to other counselling services. Many students I have spoken to are greatly distressed as they are on the NHS waiting list, and depending on their trust area, specifically the Western Trust, they may not receive help till mid to late 2021. I am sure that this pandemic sadly shows no sign of disappearing and that these restrictions will be in place. Our young people will need more mental health support. Their social contact has been incredibly limited over the past 8 months, and so have their support networks. Whilst we must do everything that we can to protect ourselves and our loved ones from contacting the virus, including by adhering to the regulations of which we discuss here today, we must also ensure that as we do this, we must be prepared for the knock-on effects of this virus and the mental health impact of this pandemic in the months and years ahead for all of us who have experienced it. Understandably, the new realities of life during the pandemic have caused great distress and great anxiety, not least the separation from family and friends, the wearing of face coverings becoming the new normal, which is especially distressing for young children, and the fear of the virus with no apparent end in sight. A huge part of alleviating this anxiety, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, is ensuring clear messaging of what is expected of us all. To conclude, today we have learned the Executive will discuss and consider plans for restaurants to potentially reopen without the sale of alcohol. This morning I have heard from several frustrated restaurant owners and business owners who feel they are not being listened to, and this would only force them and their livelihoods to close. In order to follow these guidelines correctly, I urge the Executive to ensure that these guidelines must be communicated clearly and concisely, with most importantly the scientific reasoning at the forefront of the messaging to the public.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Previous speakers have spoken of the unsatisfactory method that regulations like those being debated today are being brought through both the committee and the Assembly. Indeed, we're discussing a piece of legislation that has been operating since the 16th of October and that is due to run out at midnight this coming Thursday. Now, having expressed dissatisfaction at this situation, we must acknowledge that this is a pandemic being grappled with by democratic government forums in many countries right across the globe. It is an emergency and thus requires emergency and agile approaches to making rules and creating guidance designed to save lives. To delay to meet normal bureaucratic standards could cause more lives to be lost. I don't like this situation, but I would not wish that any demand from myself or my party to deliberately delay implementation of any regulations would result in any further loss of life. Perhaps when we overcome the many challenges that this virus has thrown at us, and maybe even new challenges, given the news coming out of Denmark, we can reflect on how we reacted and what lessons we can learn that might assist those coming behind us in future years in dealing with any future pandemics. Pat has told us about, and I can't argue with the figures, of how well a number of Asian countries have dealt with this particular virus. And I think that we'll have to acknowledge that they have the benefit of having dealt with SARS and many other deadly viruses, and they have learned their lessons from it. And that's why I think they have managed this particular virus maybe better than other countries.
Thanks to the member for giving way. And I mean, that's exactly my point, that these countries have vast experience of SARS, of MERS, swine flu, avian flu, all the rest of it. And they were prepared to put everything in place that was needed. In some of those countries there were lockdowns, in others there weren't. There were only localised lockdowns and so on. And what I'm saying is, we're not the same as those countries, but we can certainly learn from them. Let's try and take the best examples of what the best practice that they have used to try and get our own situation under control. Thank you.
Maybe that is the, thank you for the intervention, maybe that is the role of the World Health Organization, and perhaps they have been letting us down and maybe not sharing what they know about how Asian countries have dealt with viruses. Now, my colleague, Mr. Steve Aiken, spoke earlier about leaks emanating from within the executive. Now, whether this is political gamemanship or an attempt to ingratiate themselves with members of the media, the people doing this are not serving the public interest and should reflect on how this will compromise confidence and trust within the executive. Reports presented and debates held should remain confidential in the first instance. I genuinely do not envy the members of the executive in their decision-making at the present time, and I'm sure they're having quite a difficult time today and trying to come to some conclusions. If ever there was an occasion when it's almost impossible to please all the people all the time, it's right now. The decision-making task is not made any easier by ministers being lobbied through the media when they haven't even sat down to consider what should have been a confidential document. If a minister went straight to the media with a departmental report before submitting it to the executive, there would quite rightly be outrage. Why would anyone else involved in the executive think it is clever to take it on themselves to pass someone else's report on to the media? Now, reference has been made today by a member on calling in the Army to assist our fight against COVID. Indeed, the Minister was asked by the member at the Health Committee last week about the same subject, and it is a fair question. The Minister for Health has informed this House many weeks ago that he would not hesitate to seek additional help wherever he could source it, as and when required. What the Army do well is in providing engineering and logistical support. To date, we have not required such help other than provision being provided by the military for a temporary mortuary accommodation at Kinniger Kemp in Hollywood during the first surge that thankfully was not needed to be utilised. In relation to offering medical backup, it is a fact that around 75% of Army medical reservists are already involved in the battle against this virus in their day jobs in the NHS. In relation to the Army assisting in the track and trace and testing process, I would imagine, given the number of people out of work at the present time due to the virus, there should be an adequate pool of civilians workers to do this work. All that said, I go back to what the Minister is on record as saying. He will not hesitate to call on military assistance should the need arise, and I would fully support him if this becomes necessary. The other issue that worries me and should worry this House is the undermining of the public health messaging in relation to this dreadful virus. Elected members, some who serve in another House, who should know better, have been guilty of this. There have been other examples even today of remarks that are not helpful. No matter what other experts who seem to enjoy taking part in local radio programmes, their input is not helpful. One wonders what their motivation is. The mental health champion has cautioned against highlighting the impact of the lockdowns on mental health. We need to respect that advice from the mental health champion. And Mr. Aiken reminded us that all decisions around lockdowns and regulations are collective decisions of the Executive, of which the 5 main parties in this House are represented. Regulations made are not Robin Swan's regulations, as some people who should know better try to portray. And indeed, last week at the Health Committee, the 2 officials that were referred to, that were there to answer questions, one was actually representing the Finance Department. So this virus will not be defeated by petty party politicking, nor by the input of armchair experts, even those who actually have the benefit of letters after their name. The experts that really matter are our own Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Officer. My party have full confidence in these 2 gentlemen and their teams as they advise the Minister of Health and the Executive on the best way forward.
I thank the member for giving way, and I understand his point in relation to the significance of the Chief Medical Officer and Scientific Officer and health officials. But would he not also accept, because of the radical speed in which we are putting these regulations through, that other voices do matter and should be given consideration? We had today 4 clinicians, leading clinicians in Northern Ireland, say that these regulations were not, as they seen it, in the best interests of defeating the virus. So it's important, albeit that these voices are, we as elected representatives must take cognizance of all the opinions and come to an informed decision.
No, I don't accept that. I think that the experts that we employ are the people that we need to listen to. I mean, is the member advocating that I should listen to the hundreds of emails that I've got from the crackpots telling me that this is some sort of a fascist takeover of Northern Ireland? I don't think so. I think the advice that I want to listen to is the cool advice and the professional advice of our Chief Medical Officer and our Chief Scientific Officer. And if this House has no confidence in those officers, then I presume there must be a method to change the employment situation in relation to that. Now, the other experts who appear to like the sound of their own broadcast voices, I think, should step back, as their input at this time is certainly not helpful. And I'm glad not all the members today, we could have all, I suppose, indulged in a bit of finger pointing, but I think it has been quite controlled in that sense. But those members who have been criticising the track and trace and face coverings and all the other aspects of what we're trying to do, or the Executive is trying to do, and telling us that we need to do things better, do they actually realise that they're criticising their own Executive ministers? Because this lockdown and all that goes with it is a policy endorsed by the entire Executive. And all these regulations today that we're discussing are all supported by every member of the Executive, or at least collectively supported. And also, I've heard people today, I heard the Minister, one of the ministers use this term, I've heard one of the members using this term about we'll have to learn to live with the virus. But do they also mean by, when they say that we have to start learning to die with the virus? You know, and I think that's an important point. And also, Jonathan mentioned earlier about the virus kills, the lockdown kills. But I think we have to acknowledge that lockdown saves lives. And I think there's evidence that it has helped to save lives. When we look at the figures in Strabane and Londonderry, we realise it does work. And also, Jonathan talked about, he worries about the economy, he worries about jobs, he worries about the mental health of people. What he omitted to say, and I'm sure it was just a slip of the tongue, was that he worries about the health of every citizen in Northern Ireland. I worry about the health of every citizen, and I know that Robin Swan worries about the health of every citizen, which is quite correct, because that's what his job is as Minister of Health. Just as the Economy Minister has a job to do, the Finance Minister has a job to do, the Infrastructure Minister. Robin Swan is focused on one thing, and that is protecting the health of every citizen in Northern Ireland. And Pat talked about, quite rightly, about underfunding. It's not underfunding that has just occurred over the last 2, 3, 4 years. This has been underfunding that has gone on for tens of years. And this pandemic has been a wake-up call. It has shown us how close we are to disaster with our National Health Service when something like this pandemic has come along. So this pandemic has been a wake-up call. And the waiting lists for all the different treatments, which we know even before this virus came in, were the longest waiting lists for treatment in all of the United Kingdom. Those waiting lists were not caused by this pandemic. And when we talk about funding, who do we blame for that? Who do we blame for the underfunding of our National Health Service? I would think we don't have to look any further than this House to see where the decisions were made or decisions weren't made that perhaps would have given us a better and put the National Health Service in a better place than what it is now. And I know it's a very sensitive subject to talk about, people who are waiting on treatment, people waiting on cancer treatment, people waiting on hip operations. It's shocking, absolutely shocking, that that is happening. But put yourself in the place of a clinician standing at the hospital door. He hasn't got an available bed in his hospital. And somebody presents at the front door of the hospital who can't draw a breath because of this virus, dying with this virus. What does the clinician do? Does he say, "I'm sorry, we don't have any beds, just go on home"? No, he'll go into the hospital and he may have a patient who's waiting to have a hip replacement done the next morning. And he will send that patient home and he'll make that bed available for the patient that can't breathe because of the virus. Those are tough, tough decisions that are having to be made, but unfortunately they are having to be made. And just
Can I
to
draw
go
the member back to the
underfunding,
regulations?
just to go back, I'm just finished now, Mr. Speaker, to go back to underfunding. Let's stop talking about building bridges that are going to cost millions of pounds. Let's start focusing on making the National Health Service the best that we can make it, because the people who work in it are the best people and they need the best facilities that we can give them. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the regulations, but unsurprisingly, not the process. Firstly, I want to recognise that COVID-19 has sadly claimed over 1,000 lives locally, left many others with debilitating conditions, and put our healthcare workers under immense stress. Therefore, given the high rate of community transmission, it was undoubtedly necessary to act fast and implement the new measures. However, while I appreciate the unique situation that we find ourselves in, it really is unacceptable that we are debating these restrictions in the Chamber just days before they're due to expire. We are denied the opportunity to give it due scrutiny, which reduces the chances of accountability and risks eroding the public's trust. And we depend on that trust to get us through this pandemic. If the public do not trust us and our decisions, then they are much less likely to follow those restrictions, which then would render them totally ineffective and useless. These restrictions have had a huge impact upon individuals and they deserve proper scrutiny. I am sure that some people watching today are questioning what is the point of this debate even, and I can absolutely understand why they would. Unfortunately, there are conspiracy theorists who will seize on this lack of accountability and use it to justify their false claims that the pandemic is a hoax. We cannot be complicit in adding fuel to that fire. We must also ensure that our messaging is clear. Mixed messages have certainly muddied the water and left many of my own constituents feeling very frustrated. Most people want to stick by the rules. but it can be hard to navigate the different restrictions. We need clarity in policy making so that the public know what is expected of them and why. It is therefore concerning to hear the phrase living with the virus being bandied about. This is a highly infectious virus with devastating consequences for many. It is completely disingenuous to suggest that we simply start living with it, instead of implementing a proper strategy that seeks to suppress the virus. There is no contradiction between the health of our people and the health of our economy. The solution for employers and employees is for Northern Ireland to deal effectively with this pandemic. In particular, this lies with the Health, Economy and Finance departments. Members, I agree with my colleagues here, my legislative colleagues, Jonathan Buckley and Pat Sheenan. I think both of these have made points, albeit from a slightly different angle. But what I would say, it does mean that we need to get our test, trace to work effectively, and that we also need to speed up reforms in our National Health Service so that Northern Ireland has sufficient resources and capacity available to support our patients and enable them to recover. It is unacceptable that having 400 COVID patients brings our National Health Service to near breaking point. 400 patients has nearly floored our health service. That's a real difficulty that we will have to face into the future. We've got to fix it. We have seen Derry and Strabane that the restrictions on the activities have worked. The transmission rate has fallen, as colleagues have said, by 70% as a result of the recent restrictions. But we're not out of the woods. Derry and Altnigavin Hospital had 16 COVID-positive admissions this weekend. So that's a very high and significant number. So whilst the restrictions are improving things in my city and region, we certainly are not out of the woods yet. Some proposals, such as authorising restaurants to provide meals but without alcohol, are just silly. We have to give employers, employees and the wider public hope for the future, including for Christmas. Put yourself in the shoes of our healthcare workers who are sacrificing their mental and physical health to cope with rising hospitalisations. The phrase living with the virus offers no solutions and very little comfort. We need more than a vague soundbite to get through this crisis. I would like to emphasise the importance of having the necessary support measures promptly in place. While support schemes have been announced, we find ourselves in a farcical situation where the restrictions are due to end this week and some schemes haven't even started paying the money out. They haven't even opened up. We still don't know the specifics of Part B of the COVID restrictions business support scheme, and help for the previously excluded self-employed workers was announced many weeks ago, yet we have not heard a single bit of detail. This is unacceptable. Minister Lyons, as one constituent put it to me, it's the silence that's the real killer. The lack of communication, with no indication as to when payments will be issued. It makes it impossible for me to plan my business. The current delays are spreading fear and panic, making it a difficult time even more challenging for thousands of workers. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need a plan. We need one that balances the support for our employers, for our employees, and for the health of our communities. I can't see it yet.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. You caught me unawares there, but it's a pleasure to speak on this debate today. And I want to thank everybody so far that has engaged, because I do think whilst there are a number of different opinions on some of the strategy and how we go about this, we have to remember that we've now been talking about this for some months now, and it has been by a bit of a flash, but those families that have suffered and are still suffering and that are going to suffer, it's imperative that we speak with one voice, that we aren't afraid to challenge each other. But when the message does go out, like the last contribution said, that we do have one voice, because really that's where the confidence needs to be. And when we look at these regulations, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are talking about them latently. We are talking about them slightly too late. But I want to thank the Speaker for continually writing to the Executive to try and bring them here and encourage them here to lay these regulations as quickly as they can. And I do also want to put on record my thanks to the Executive Office for offering up the junior ministers, because I do think that adds to the quality of the message that's gone out, because we cannot be divided on this, guys. It is right and proper that each of the Executive Ministers and those with their different priorities give voice to that. But let's be honest about it. When we're talking about protecting and saving life, that is the priority. It takes precedence over everything. And yes, there is a case, and it's been made from both sides of the House with regard to finances and poverty and the pressures that are put under our businesses at this time. But we also have to give voice and give testament to those businesses that are speaking to us and saying, we really need help and we really want to open. But I don't want to open if my business is in any way a danger. Now, this has been raised about the evidence, and people have been calling for evidence and scientific evidence. That's okay. But when the evidence did come, I said, but that's not the right type of evidence. We want it in a different way, and we want it in a different fashion. Guys, we're not virologists. We're not scientists. We have to trust those that we have put into place. I want to thank Mr Chambers for the point that he made, that either we trust our Chief Medical Officer, we trust our Chief Scientific Advisor, and they don't work on their own. They have offices. And yes, we have a letter from 4 consultants who have raised concerns, but I suspect that we have a number of thousand consultants in this country. Now, had it been signed by 1,000 consultants, I'd maybe be prepared to give it a little bit more light today. I want to... absolutely.
Would the member agree with me that the quest for evidence is not only to assess whether what was done was necessary, but whether what was done was enough? And I think we need to be very conscious here that we should take all the help and expertise and experience we can get from wherever around the world it comes, and stop this nonsense of trying to unpick the measures in relation to whether there was enough evidence. We are not an exemplar here, and we have plenty that we can and should learn.
Yep, I don't disagree with what the member said. I mean, this is something that none of us have dealt with before. It's something that all of our friends and family are involved in. And when you embark on any journey such as this, it is important that at numerous times you put your head up, you take a look around, you assess what is working and what's not working, and that you're agile. I don't see any conflict with anything that has been said here today. We all want the same outcome. So we do. Just looking at some of the regulations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to just pay testament to the communities that we have here, because one of the biggest burdens has been the inability to spend time with our family and loved ones. And the Northern Irish personality is one where a lot of doors would normally be open in our streets and in our families, and we're very hospitable, and we're very hospitable within our families, and that has been ripped away from us for months now. And like many of you, members of my family I haven't seen since the start of this pandemic. Thankfully, we have some technology. We can speak and we can maybe see each other, but it really is quite tough. And the case has been made, and rightly so, for the businesses who are struggling. But I think what needs to happen is the information and the finances need just to be expedited into their hands, because what actually cripples people is the unknown. I think that's what causes the most damage. It's when there's a void of information, when there is a void of financial assistance, when there's a void of a promise. I think that is more catastrophic than when you know the answer. And collectively, I'm not going to point the finger at any minister, whether it's finance or economy, and roll in and just think that I'm going to protect my minister. These are executive regulations. And I actually think the executive, in most cases, have worked exceptionally well in their messaging. And you only need to look at the elections in America recently to see how divided a country that some of us admire can be. And actually, we have a complicated system here, but in some ways we need to be proud of some of our achievements. But we do need to improve, and we do need to ensure that life safety is the #1 issue. With regard to masks, and perhaps the Junior Minister might speak into this, one of the things that concerns me, and I've witnessed it when I'm travelling into to work this last few mornings, is when we see the school children, post-primary school children, gathering for buses. You can see that in great crowds and great numbers, they're standing in big numbers and they don't have masks on. And I know the direction is to wear masks on buses, but what can we do to encourage them, even when they're gathering at the bus stops? We've seen a remarkable response from our young people in this country. And we talk about them when we say we're worried about them, but in the round they've been exceptional. And I think there needs to be, and instead of a draconian measure of pointing out what's not happening, say, how do we fix that at those bus stops and those places to encourage them to pick up and to wear their masks? The other thing that was a conversation, I think maybe last week, it was with regard to our university students, and we've got Christmas fast approaching, and we've got a number of thousands of students either living here who will have to go home. We've got students that need to come back here. I'll declare an interest. Mr Deputy Speaker, my son is in Aberystwyth as we speak, so as a father who wants to see it on Christmas, I think that's something that's incumbent upon this legislature, in conjunction with the other devolved nations, to ensure that our students have that information as early as possible, and they do get back for Christmas, and I hope there's maybe something we can look at in there. Finally, I'm going to issue a challenge, and it's not a challenge for you guys. I have been going to church on Sundays. I'm a churchgoer. I love my church. What worried me last week was that I did read a letter from some church leaders in the UK to say that they were thinking of challenging the regulations across the water. I would call on them to not challenge the regulations. I would call on the church leaders to lead by example. Certainly any church that I'm involved in, I want them to lead by example with the New Testament teachings and say, love your neighbour, so protect your neighbour. And if the government have made a decision in terms of restrictions, well, do you know something? They've done it for your interest and the interest of your neighbours. So I don't know if the Junior Minister will speak to that, but that's certainly a challenge to the churches from me. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much. I want to start with this notion of these 4 consultants who have come up with a different view, maybe a second opinion, we might call it, as it's in the field of the medical world. The question is it for this House to say, here is a letter from 4 people which contradicts the direction of travel we're going in, and therefore that justifies us perhaps taking a different turn? And I'm not sure that it is. And let me declare, by the way, Mr Speaker, I am somebody with cardiovascular issues which had to be dealt with in an acute hospital during COVID. And I was dealt with in a very timely and professional and empathetic manner, and I want to thank all the professionals. And the point is that I want to make, that I think is relevant, is that consultants no longer say to you, here's what you need to do, here's the procedure you must have. They will say to you, you have a condition, for example, I had a heart condition, which a pacemaker should sort out for you. But you have to make the decision that you want the pacemaker fitted. And then he said, you have another condition which could kill you. So if you have an internal defibrillator fitted, that should keep you alive if the condition kicks off until we get you into hospital. So they only tell you, here are your options. They don't tell you, this is what you have to do. And in the same way, if 4 consultants say, we think we're taking the wrong track, is it not for the Minister of Health to speak to his Chief Medical Officer and say, what about that opinion? It contradicts where you are. I need to be reassured by you that what you're telling me is the right thing and the right recommendation. And I'm sure it is for the Health Committee to test the Chief Medical Officer and the Minister for Health to say, are these 4 right, or are we sticking with our Chief Medical Officer? But I don't think it's for this House, and particularly those in this House who want to take a contrary view to the path we are on, to simply say, aha, Here is a handy bit of evidence, a new letter from 4 people who call themselves consultants, because they are. So I will use that to justify my path. I don't think that's the right thing. I don't think that's the way scrutiny should work. We should test the Minister should test the Chief Medical Officer, the committee should test the CMO. We should be following the right medical and scientific advice. Mr. Sheehan made a good point that for at least 10 years the health service has suffered from underinvestment. We have an Ulster Unionist minister today. 10 years ago, we had an Ulster Unionist minister. Michael Majimsey was able to forecast years ahead to within 3 decimal points in billions of pounds what the health service needed to stand still. And this House did not vote through that money. In fact, this House tortured Michael Majimsey, brought him back again and again and again for debates, making sure that he spent as much time here in the chamber, which means as little time as possible, doing the job of being a minister in his office. Absolutely tortured him, but he was right, not least in terms of the finances. And let us also recall that 11 years ago there was a global pandemic, swine flu, and Michael Majimsey was in charge. And what did he do? He ensured there was a vaccine for every citizen in this country. And what happened? It wasn't needed. We didn't need anything like 1 million vaccines. And what did this House do? Tortured him for wasting millions of pounds. But what if we'd needed it? And have we learned the lesson? I'm not sure we did, because I have been in this chamber this year when some have tried to torture the current health minister over the Nightingale hospitals because the beds weren't needed in the first wave. But what if they are needed? And I get the argument that you are taking resource and you're taking professionals out of their daycare, their day job, and putting them into a Nightingale hospital where perhaps they're sitting unoccupied. But those are tensions we cannot resolve. Not if we want to be prepared for worst-case scenarios.
Can I draw the member back to the restrictions which we're debating here today?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I understand your desire. A couple more points then, if I may. Mr. Buckley and Mr. Middleton made points about the effects, particularly under Regulation 8, of the impact on businesses, including hospitality. I took a phone call upstairs in my office this morning from somebody. Didn't tell me who he was, except that he was a business person. I didn't ask his constituency or whether he voted or not, because those are not the important issues. The issue was, he said he had to close up his business in mid-March and he hasn't been able to reopen since. And he vacillates between frustration because he thinks we are useless and anger and despair because he thinks we are useless. And his point is, this is a second wave that we all knew was coming. So his question is, why did departments like the Department of the Economy not make sure they had their data sets in order, make sure that they had their processing arrangements in order so that when they come up with a scheme to grant aid businesses, that it can be processed quickly and the money can be delivered. And that follows a very lengthy email I received yesterday, again with regard to Regulation 8. And it's with regard to hospitality in the Derry City and Strabane Council area. And they're making the point that they're now facing the 6th week of having received none of the financial help promised by the Finance Minister, the £400 to £600 per week that was promised. He says that the hospitality sector up around Derry was informed their claims would be dealt with first and that it would all be done in short order, 7 working days after they were notified that the money was to go in their accounts. But here they are, having been told they were successful in mid-October, still waiting for the money. Now, in fairness to the Finance Minister, I sent him an email last night and he's already responded to say that there have been difficulties in getting the right data out of some councils and that they're working on it, and he believes that the pipeline for grant aid is now open. And I thank him for doing that. But the point of this morning's caller remains, surely we should have ironed out all those data problems in advance. And given the pandemic may be with us for a very long time, and it may not just be a first and second wave, but there may be more to come, can I encourage the Executive to do more to ensure that the data sets are in place so that the processes can be activated as quickly as possible? I thank you for allowing me some latitude, Deputy Speaker. But the point is, I think, that the health service needs to be supported not only in fighting COVID, but in preparing for the radical reforms that we need to best serve the health of the people of this country. And once again, I thank all those who have helped me in recent months with my cardiovascular issues. Thank you.
I call Pat Catton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks everyone that's contributed here today. There's a lot I could agree with, there's a lot I can't agree with. But business isn't easy, folks. You all know that, because if it was easy, everybody would be at it. But we live in hard times and they're difficult times. Mr. Speaker, the whole point of having these regulations and statute, in fact, the main reason that we have our laws written down, is to provide clear instruction to our citizens and our businesses on what must be done, how it must be done, and when it must be done. Clear instructions so no one is disadvantaged or put under unnecessary duress. However, there has been no clarity in how we have got to the restrictions in this second lockdown. Yet again this week, we have had the First Minister saying that there will be no extension to the current restrictions. But we found out yesterday in a TV interview that that is probably not going to be the reality for a lot of businesses. How do we expect any business to survive in this environment? How do we look at those that run our supply chains, who need time to prepare for any reopening, and how are in limbo for another week, caught between the expense of preparation if there is an extension and the loss of income, or if there is not? What is particularly annoying is that this is exactly what happened when the Executive first introduced this new set of restrictions. On the Monday, the Education Minister guaranteed that schools would not be closing. Questions had been asked for weeks about if the schools would be closing, with no answers. On Tuesday, they were told to close. Honesty is needed with the public, Mr. Speaker. Tell the public that a 6-week lockdown now is a big step, but it would allow certainty that there could be some sort of relaxation to allow people to come together and businesses to open for the festive period. Surely this clear instruction, rather than the political spin we have got over the last few weeks, would have given us all a better standing with our business community. I applaud the vast majority of the public who have followed the restrictions over the last period and helped to get our infection numbers down from some of the worst in Europe. However, unrest exists due to the lack of clarity and the lack of decision-making based on scientific evidence. This will only grow if what has leaked this weekend turns out to be true. Shame on those, Mr. Speaker, that have leaked this information. So let me be absolutely clear. Show me the evidence that a restaurant that serves a bottle of wine with dinner is more dangerous than a restaurant that doesn't. Maybe I am wrong, but that sounds less like the decision-making based on evidence and more like decision-making based on outdated, conservative prejudices against alcohol that this chamber spoke so strongly against last week. It is a nonsense to suggest that restaurants should open, denying their access to the support schemes for businesses asked to close. But they should not sell alcohol, which is critical to their business model. When this executive asks any service to close, whether it's schools, restaurants or retail, it needs to provide additional support to allow people to follow those rules. The slow pace of support to date has not inspired confidence. Before deciding the way forward, the Executive should take advice from the President-elect and the first female Vice President-elect of the United States. Now is a time for science and a time for truth. That is how we build trust with our business community. That's how we can support them, and that's how we get through this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It has to be said there's something inherently farcical about this debate, in the sense that we are debating regulations, the first one, number 8, already superseded, number 9, about to run out in 3 days, and yet this is the opportunity for the Assembly to say whether it consents or not to horses that have already bolted in terms of legislation. So there is something inherently farcical about that. And it's not just within the mechanics of that the farce exists. Take you back to Regulation 9, regulation which we may all recall hanging about this building. I think it was 3 weeks ago tomorrow, or was it 4 weeks, on a Tuesday evening, being told that, that we were waiting with bated breath an announcement from an executive. It was coming at 5 o'clock, then it was coming at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock we were told to go home. Why? Because, again, the dysfunctionalism ruled. And when the regulation did come the next day, we were told, of course, it was coming into effect at 6 o'clock on the Friday. And businesses, in good faith, prepared to close at 6 o'clock. A whole evening of trading was lost in the hospitality industry. But when did the regulation come? It wasn't made till 10:30 that night. And meanwhile, we had a sports minister who was intervening to tell sports fans at Coleraine to go home. They couldn't get into the ground under a law which hadn't even been made. And when it was made, didn't even say that. Never said that. Had the Pacific exemption in respect of elite sports, which never was in the business of banning a limited number of spectators. That is the background of farce and incoherence, which speaks to many people in terms of the level of confidence they should exercise in respect of these executive measures. And that is a contributor, amongst other contributors, to the loss of confidence amongst many in the public as to the regulations made. That's unfortunate, and that is potentially damaging and dangerous, because COVID is real. We all have our own personal responsibilities to obey regulations and to take upon ourselves that personal responsibility. But when an executive behaves in that incoherent way, then of course it is easy for people who want to depart from regulations to find that route. So those are the reasons why I say there's something inherently farcical about debating these matters at this stage. But it is important nonetheless to do it, because we are still in the climate of this virus where, frankly, we do not really know what the direction of travel is. You know, with the First Minister no later than last week telling us that which was forbidden in Regulation Amendment 9 comes to an end at midnight on Thursday. Then we had the Deputy First Minister telling us yesterday, well, that's only partially true, because some of it is going to open up, but some of it isn't, and we're now going to have new ideas about restaurants open without the capacity to serve alcohol. Mr. Catney depicted that as some sort of fallout over a view about alcohol. I think, frankly, it's more likely to be the typical horse trade of this executive rather than anything else. But I agree, it's illogical. It makes no sense. Sure.
If you could help me, Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker. The executive, I was told, was going to meet on Thursday. They didn't meet. I was told that they were going to meet today, and that's why we're debating in this House. I hope the member agrees with me. We haven't got any direction from them. And it's the two larger parties, from what I can see, Sinn Féin and the DUP, that is holding this whole process back at the moment, because I don't think all of the executive has met yet.
I don't know whether they've met today or not. I don't know whether we're going to hold our breath for some announcement tonight. Who knows? But I do know this, that this is an executive that has not addressed issues that they ought to have addressed post-phase 1 of COVID. Let's take the issue of care homes. Care homes were devastated by COVID in the first wave. And yet today, we're back at the point where there are 139 outbreaks in our care homes. And why would that be? Well, I respectfully suggest one of the reasons for that might be that up until last week, we were only testing staff in care homes every 2 weeks. Last week, the Minister announced we're now going to do it once a week. Well, given that care homes are effectively closed down to visitors, it is quite clear to anyone that the entry point for COVID has to come unwittingly through the staff. So why is it that staff would not be tested every day, or at least every other day? What lesson was learned out of the first phase that suddenly, multiple months later, we're only now starting to talk about upping the testing in care homes? And I don't think once a week is enough. It's better than every 2 weeks. But I think, again, knowing that that is where the highest level of fatalities will be amongst people of the age bracket who populate our care homes, it seems to me a gross neglect to have allowed that situation to again develop. So I do think that it's not just enough to say, oh, we must all rally behind the executive, they're doing their best. Sorry, there has to be the role and the opportunity for criticism. And that means that when 4 clinicians, who are not 4 busybodies, in fact, when 4 clinicians decide to swim against the tide, it's not an easy task, swimming against the tide. Some bit of experience of that myself, but it is not an easy task when you have the Chief Medical Officer, and you have the Chief Scientific Officer, and you have the Minister, and you have the head of the BMA, all telling a particular theme. It's not a particularly easy course for 4 clinicians to put their name to a letter and say, well, in fact, is this right? To say, in fact, do we not need better evidence than what we've got? And it's no answer to those 4 clinicians to say there's not 1,000 of them. If they're making a valid point, then the Minister, the Executive, should be looking at it and taking heed of it. Yes?
I thank the member for giving way. And would he agree with me that while many in this House call for more robust scrutiny, more conversations, more discussions in this place to discuss these regulations, that when opinions contrary to that of the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Officer come to the fore, they simply want to dismiss them offhand without giving them due consideration.
And I've given quite amount of flexibility to members. I would ask that members would come back to the regulations, which we are here to discuss the legislation today. So please refer to the regulations.
Well, I'm discussing the regulations before us, including 8 and 9. 9 was brought in on the basis that the Chief Medical Officer said it had to be. The same Chief Medical Officer who a few days ago remarkably said that you couldn't have both hospitality and the schools open. And when a Chief Medical Officer says that, and then you get 4 clinicians who write a sentence like this, then I think it is very germane to whether or not these regulations are on the money. And what did the 4 medical officers write? Well, amongst what they wrote was, to deprive our population of livelihood, civil liberties and education, we believe that the evidence to support this should be scientifically robust and beyond reproach. Who could disagree with that? That before we do what we're doing, we need to be sure that what we have is scientifically robust and beyond reproach. And they go on to say, this is clearly not the case. Yes?
I'm grateful to the member for giving way, and I think what he is saying in the argument that he's driving at, it reminds me of the maxim of Harold Macmillan, who said that we have not overthrown the divine right of kings to fall down for the divine right of experts. Does the member agree with me that going forward, a much more robust interrogation of contrasting and competing points of view on these matters is going to be called for in order to ensure public confidence?
I do think that the public watching on, both to buttress their own confidence that they should believe all that they're told, have come to the point that they do recognise that essential to that confidence building is challenging. You know, it's easy to say, here is what we must do, but you cannot do that and ignore credible contentions. And if you have 4 clinicians of the standard of Dr. Walsh and his colleagues bravely saying there is clearly no evidence for what lies behind some of these measures, then I think it would be grossly irresponsible for this House to simply say, we don't want to listen to that. That doesn't suit. We're going to ignore that. And they say many other things in this letter which are important. And they do make the point that people are dying because of COVID, but not of COVID. People are dying because they're not getting the treatment for their other diseases. Every day in this country, 12 or 13 people will die of cancer. What will that figure be next year? Because of those who didn't get their diagnosis, who didn't get their tests, who had their treatment delayed. The House may remember I raised at the early stages of COVID with the Deputy First Minister in this House the tragic case of a young mother, aged 32, diagnosed with cancer, treatment paused. Now, after some time, the Minister, and I appreciate it, intervened and treatment was resumed. But the weeks that were lost, she weakened. And tragically, that young mother died a few weeks ago. Now, was she a casualty of COVID? How many casualties because of COVID will there be next year? Because, as Mr. McLaughlin said, we're in a situation or 400 cases has put our National Health Service in crisis. Really. And that brings me to Mr. Nesbitt's point. He's absolutely right. Some of this rundown in our health service was self-inflicted by the politics of this House. When Michael McGimpsey was Minister of Health and said he needed funds to keep us standing still, the greater political forces in this House mocked him, refused him, and forced upon him cuts, which to this very day we're bearing the consequences of. That was politics, not health. And in fact, in the last 10 years, this House has reduced the number of hospital beds in our community by 1,500. 1,500 less hospital beds than we had 10 years ago. And then we're surprised about not being able to deal with the pandemic, and the 400 cases put us in this spin. I think this House needs to take a look at itself as to why it did that and what it's going to do going forward. In the autumn of 2016, there was a national-wide pandemic dry run, as it were. The Minister of Health in Northern Ireland was our present Deputy First Minister. What lessons were learnt out of that? What preparations were made for a pandemic?
Just the members insinuating that the Health Minister at the time of Operation Cygnus was in some way knowledgeable about the results or the report from that particular simulation of a pandemic. In fact, the details of it weren't made public until after she had left office.
I don't consider that to be a point of order, but your comment is on the record. Mr. Allister.
Sure, Mr. Sheeran, I would never think or accuse the Deputy First Minister of being knowledgeable. But what were the preparations that were made for a pandemic such as this? The preparations of this House was to reduce the number of nurses, reduce the number of doctors, reduce the number of beds. That was the preparation made. And unless and until that is reversed, then we will not be in a fit position to meet what hopefully doesn't arise, namely future pandemics. But where are we going now? Regulation 9 came in, it expires on Thursday night. First Minister told us that's the end of it. And we were told if we get the R number under 1, then the regulation has served its purpose. Well, from what I've heard, the R number is significantly under 1. So why is there even a debate about continuing to strangle our economy with further regulations? Yes, it's very good to have all the support of the furlough scheme, and the generosity of that is considerable. But I must say I do fear how many zombie jobs are we sustaining? How many jobs will not be there when furlough ends, as it must end one day? That's part of the real challenge, and that is why the doctors, the 4 doctors, were right to say in this letter, the deprivation of livelihoods and extreme measures that are being called for seem very difficult to justify on the basis of the current clinical evidence. When the wider societal and health costs are also considered, we really must think again. And I echo that. I do really think we need to think again.
I call Gerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Once again, it is ridiculous and extreme that we're discussing these regulations in this chamber weeks after they are brought in. And whilst by all accounts there seems to be consensus among a majority, or certainly the big parties of the executive, to further lift restrictions and thus making these regulations effectively meaningless just weeks after their introduction, welcome to storm at making a decision where basic logic need not apply. Okay. I was going to try and guess the composure about all that. We cannot have a situation, Mr Deputy Speaker, in which the Westminster Parliament, hardly a bastion of democracy, has more accountability in its course of action than this House. Why is it, as others have said, we have to wait 3 weeks when regulations are brought in before we have the chance to discuss them? We are in a health pandemic that has already claimed the lives of over 1,000 people, and I give my sympathies to all their families who have lost a loved one. Why can't this House have emergency or extra sittings in the Chamber to discuss these regulations in order to challenge or alter them? I'm sure, like others, when there's a change or a proposed change of the regulations, I'm inundated with questions from constituents about what's going on, what they mean for them, and so on and so forth. We should absolutely insist that ministers of the executive should bring these regulations before the House before they are implemented. Otherwise, we cannot say there's any serious scrutiny or accountability at play here. Is it because, Mr Deputy Speaker, as was revealed in Sam McBride's book about the RHI scandal, that ministers are overtly sensitive from criticism and are in this instance running scared of it? Or is it because they don't want any scrutiny of their dangerous strategy of living with a killer virus like COVID? Mr Speaker, Amendment 8 relates to the regulations and restrictions in the Derry Strabane area. It's worth remembering these restrictions on hospitality were brought in because cases had risen rapidly, and evidence shows they helped bring the infection rate down by a significant amount. We heard that the biggest proportion of cases in the Derry and Strabane area came from hospitality and then community transmission. Restrictions on workplaces are obviously not ideal and not what anybody wants, not least workers themselves, but these restrictions are important. An important method in getting infection rates down, and as opposed to letting it spread rapidly across our community. And in the absence of this executive adopting a zero-COVID approach, they are clearly still necessary. Amendment number 9, Mr Deputy Speaker, implements restrictions on hospitality and other sectors. Again, this situation arose after the executive moved too prematurely to lift restrictions at the end of the summer, precipitating the spread of COVID in a second wave. This move, alongside the abject failure to establish a proper track and trace system, has created this disastrous, uncertain situation where the executive have been forced to again put the hospitality sector in the lockdown after lifting it too soon. That said, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to strongly contest the idea that now is the correct or safe time to open up hospitality or any other sector further to push people back into restaurants and other venues when this virus is still spreading and taking people with it. How many more lives will we put at risk and lost because some people want to see and hear a laissez-faire capitalism run riot over people's lives? Mr Speaker, in this chamber, previously criticised DUP members for their approach to the virus, and obviously Mr Sammy Wilson has been at it again. I think we need to urgently isolate the rotten politics of Sammy Wilson. But now, even Sinn Féin, or certainly the Deputy First Minister at least, seems to be dancing to a similar tune, when we have a whole range of medical experts warning against the reopening of hospitality and suggesting that an easing of the current restrictions would be dangerous and result in mayhem. The First and Deputy First Ministers seem to be taking a very different approach in the media this week. Very, very worrying indeed. I have to say, Mr Speaker, it is quite astounding to see some quarters feigning concern for low-paid workers despite not lifting a finger to support them or improve their conditions since Stormont has sat. Is this a tough period for hospitality workers? Absolutely. Many workers in this industry are worried about their future and their livelihoods, but they're also terrified about this virus as well. And if people here are seriously concerned about these workers, then I appeal to them, I urge them to support the motion submitted by Rachel Woods and I last week in relation to the Unite Hospitality Rescue Plan. Last time I checked, the bigger parties haven't supported this motion, and it calls for a policy which would financially protect hospitality workers, adopt a proper testing system, along with other important and achievable demands. But, Mr Speaker, we cannot look at hospitality in isolation from how people may react to the change or rumoured change in restrictions. But as people see, according to the executive logic, that it's safe to go into a restaurant, then they will also draw out the obvious contradiction that if it's fine to mix and socialise when you're spending money in a restaurant, then why not in their private lives? This executive needs to stop trying to effectively privatise social interaction by allowing people only to mix where they spend money, but then restricting and indeed potentially fining people for elements of their family lives. Mr Speaker, my worry is that any efforts to reduce this virus in recent weeks will again be wasted if restrictions on workplaces are relaxed once again. And this is happening because our political establishment of both Westminster and Stormont are too tight-fisted to deliver the real provisions that need to be put in place to help workers and small businesses shield and protect themselves from COVID. Amendment number 2, Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to face coverings. Repeatedly, several times I've raised the point that wearing a mask is an important act of solidarity for those in our health service, those in retail, supermarkets and so on and so forth. Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I repeat my call for this executive to urgently adopt, I've raised this with a number of ministers a number of times, urgently adopt a position to provide free, reusable masks to the general public. If we are saying that masks are an important part of protecting people from this virus, and it is, then the executive needs to step up to the plate and support people in those endeavours. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, this executive needs to radically shift from its dangerous policy of living with the virus and adopt the approach outlined by Independent Sage and others to adopt a zero COVID and elimination strategy. When you look at other countries adopting this approach and strategy, not only are there a low level of deaths, way beyond our astronomically high figures here, but these countries aren't going in and out of lockdown. These countries are living what could be considered normal or relatively normal in this period life, with people being able to go to large sporting events and other activities. The Stormont executive's living with COVID strategy is a disastrous one, which creates a false choice of health versus economy. But in reality, it delivers the worst of both these worlds by continually pitching people's health against their jobs. You can't keep sending people back to work unsafely before a proper track and trace system exists. For example, and the negative repercussions of this impact both on the individual workers as well as collectively on businesses and workplaces. Cities like Liverpool can implement mass testing of citizens, and so should Belfast and across the north more generally. We need urgently, Mr Speaker, to adopt a zero COVID strategy of elimination and control, not this constant stop-start of mini lockdowns with seemingly no rhyme, reason or logic or long-term planning. Anything less means more deaths as well as job losses in the long run. The lack of vision towards this in the executive is astounding and increasingly appalling. Thank you.
And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, sir. Listening to the previous speaker, I think it's probably important to note that pennies don't fall from heaven. They have to be earned here on earth. And the economy pays for everything that government can do. Without a strong and thriving economy, government cannot exist. And the services that we want to provide for our people do not exist. I think only the most economically illiterate would attempt to assert that we should continue to keep vast swathes of our economy under lockdown. And I don't envy ministers. At the start of this year, no one had heard of COVID. So they've been dealing with an extremely fluid and evolving situation. And they have to take advice. We have a Chief Medical Officer and a Chief Scientific Officer who are paid to give advice. But as this has progressed, I hope that there's a preparedness to maybe look outside government and take advice and other contrary opinions there. I want to speak about the hospitality sector in particular today. The hospitality sector, for many people, provides maybe a second job and that few pounds that was coming in through a second job was maybe going to be paying for Christmas, paying for their kids' school uniforms, paying for things like that. The longer that those jobs don't exist or are not accessible, the more devastation and hardship is being heaped upon people. So, and I'm also mindful of the fact that decisions are being made. Every single one of us in this room, our income will not be affected by the decisions that are made here, because we're public sector workers. So it's easy for us to stand up, as the previous speaker did, and say, lock it down, lock it down, lock it down. Because it's not us who will be damaged economically in terms of our income by that approach. It's easy for us, sitting in a big white house on top of a big hill in Belfast, to tell people you can't go to work.
Given way, but just to be accurate, I didn't ever say lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. But would he raised concern about low-paid workers and hospitality workers as well? Like I've said repeatedly in this chamber, there's a plan in place from Unite Hospitality support workers to ensure their payments and jobs are protected in the future. Will he and his party support that motion and that plan?
You see, that's the difference. You can pass motions, as I know that his party is wont to in Belfast City Council quite a lot. You can pass motions that are a form of words, or you can actually use the levers of government to act. And the best way to act is to get the economy open as quickly as possible. Because, and I said this in March, because the cost of all of this is immense. We're running up huge debts that my children and possibly their children will be paying off as a consequence of this. There is no such thing as free money. This has to be paid back. And so, for the good of people, I'm pleased that there have been relaxations that have been announced in terms of the economy and allowing people to get back to work. And I would urge the government, the executive, to move as quickly as possible in that direction, because people need to be allowed to live, they need to be allowed to earn, they need to be allowed to support their families. I want to ask, and I don't know whether the Minister will be in a position to tell me or not, and if he's not, that's fair enough. It would be useful for people to know what the R number presently is. Now, I wasn't in for the entirety of the debate, so I don't know whether that has been put into the public domain or not, but it would be useful if people knew that. Because if we're aiming towards a goal, and we knew that it was well above one, if the Minister was in a position to tell us, you know, it has fallen from where we thought it was, and it'll keep falling if we do this, then I think that gives people something to aim for. I think that's been one of the problems, and I said earlier I don't envy ministers. Because the situation has been evolving so quickly, and because the regulations have had to be amended, you know, almost on a weekly basis, there is confusion out there, and I'm sure people accept that. One of the issues I absolutely do agree with Mr. Allister about, I'm sure we have all had constituents who have had medical procedures cancelled or delayed, and it's devastating for people. Girl I grew up with, her mother went to the hospital in March and complaining of pains in her stomach. They thought it might be her gallbladder. It turned out it was stomach cancer. And, you know, so it's well and good for us to be having abstract conversations, but there's real people out there suffering the real effects of all of this. And that's why I think it is important that we do move as quickly as possible in order to give our people the capacity to earn and support themselves, in order to give our government, through rates and tax, the capacity to deliver public services and reform. And I just want to finish on this point. There was criticism in terms of the health service. we all know that as things stand, without reform, the Department of Health is going to consume more and more and more of the block grant. Already it's over 50 out of every £100 that the government has. And once this is out of the way, we're all going to have to be courageous. When Mr Swan became the Health Minister, one of the things that I said was he should be given political cover in order to take through the Bengal recommendations, because the easiest thing for all of us to do, the easiest thing for him to do, would be to stand up and say, I need more money. And the easiest thing for the other parties to do is to say, we need health reform. So we need to be brave and not allow parochial or sectional interest in that area. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And no other members indicating to speak. I call on Junior Minister Gordon Lyons to conclude and wind the debate on all four motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful for members' contributions to this debate. They have certainly been comprehensive. When I saw earlier on that the Business Committee had allocated till 6:30 this evening for this debate, I thought they were being extremely generous with the time, but it does seem as if we have gone beyond that, and members have certainly made most of the time that has been available to them. I want to address the substantive points that have been raised by members in the debate here today. But perhaps first I could address the issue that nearly all members have raised during this debate, and that is the process in which we find ourselves in here today, taking through regulations that were put in place a number of weeks ago, but we're only having the opportunity to talk and discuss them now. Members obviously, though, will be aware that this was the process that the Assembly had agreed to bring these in, that regulations would be made and they would be subject to an affirmative vote and debate in the Assembly. And it's very much right, I think, that members get the opportunity to do that as early as possible. However, under the current system, there are obviously a number of measures that have to be taken first. They have to go to the examiner of statutory rules. They need to go to the committee. They then need to go to the Business Committee to get time in the floor. So I understand the reason why the Health Committee have written to the First and Deputy First Ministers, asking them to look again at the process, because we are following the process and we're following the process properly. And I'm sure that members would not like it if we had taken out certain elements of the process that is currently in place. However, the First and Deputy First Minister do share members' concerns about the length of time that it is taking for regulations to come to the Assembly, and they have said that they are content to review this so that they can come to the floor of the House in a more timely manner. Though I do hope that members have recognised that the Executive Office have recognised that there was an issue with this and have made themselves available for questions whenever the ad hoc committee was available, and have obviously now been in the position where they're providing written ministerial statements and, where possible, providing a statement to the Assembly on the floor of the Assembly, so that members have the opportunity at that stage to question ministers about the changes that have been made. But nevertheless, I understand that this is a less than acceptable situation that we find ourselves in, and I hope that that can be changed. I will take this opportunity just to mention comments from a number of members. Mr McGrath is no longer in his place. He raised a number of issues around compliance, and that's very important. Because if we do not have compliance with the regulations, then we're not going to get the desired outcome. So I do recognise how important that is, and I do appreciate that he recognised the work that has been done already in regards to communication, because I do think we have seen greater adherence to the regulations over the last number of weeks, and that's because of the additional communications that the Executive has put in place. And I do want to put on record, Mr Speaker, our appreciation for all of the partners that have worked with us. Over the last number of weeks, we have had extensive engagement with local government, with retail, with hospitality, with church leaders. We're zoomed out, Mr Speaker, because we have been wanting to engage, and I think that that has helped in particular in regards to communications. Another issue that Mr McGrath raised, that many others raised as well, was this issue of leaks. Obviously, I believe that's something that shouldn't be happening. I very much believe that decisions should be made in the executive. When those decisions are made, then they should then, in the first instance, where possible, come before the Assembly. I can only say that I am not responsible for these leaks, and I can provide that reassurance to the House this evening. And I hope that all members who have raised this issue might also want to raise it with their executive ministers as well, so they understand the strength of feeling in relation to this. Mr Gildernew and Mr Stalford, who's no longer in his place, had mentioned in particular wanting information in regards to the current estimate of R. I can inform the House that it currently sits at 0.6 to 0.9, most likely 0.7. So the current estimate of R is definitely below 1, and it is important to note that that is what we had sought to achieve, the R number at that rate, and I'm pleased that we have that now, and that hospital admissions have begun to decline slowly over the last week, but remain at a relatively high level. However, the number of COVID hospital patients should begin to decline further in the next week, but that is expected to be slow and will depend on hospital discharge. One of the good news stories in the second wave is that we do have fewer people dying as a result of this virus, but that requires them to go from ICU back into the general wards again. So the pressure is still there because there's more people and more people who are living. So significant challenges are still there, but are heading in the right direction. Pam Cameron raised a number of issues, and in particularly the concerns were expressed by her about the distress for families who are facing a loved one who's in hospital and dying, and to reduce this distress for families and support decision-making for staff with circumstances in which end-of-life care is being provided. I can confirm to the member that the Department of Health has issued updated guidance which recognises end-of-life care as being an exceptional circumstance in which restricted visitation to a patient will be permitted, regardless of the regional alert level position at that time. And this can apply to ministers of religion, as she had stated, because we know how important it is in those final moments of life to have a minister or someone from your faith community with you. So at all times we want to balance the public health and infection control guidance with the need for compassionate care at the end of life. She did mention there is a threat to life from COVID, and she's absolutely right. But there is also a threat to life from other illnesses, and that has been very well illustrated by a number of members here today, and in particular Mr Allister gave us that heartbreaking account of what had happened to that young woman in his constituency, and there's no other word for that. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. That lady did not have the treatment for a time, and our hearts go out to all of the people that find themselves in that situation, because it's not an isolated incident either. And I thank the member for bringing that to the floor of the Assembly today, and for reminding us all of the many challenges that exist within healthcare, and not just COVID at this time. I'm more than happy to give way to the member.
And first of all, could I take the opportunity to apologise to Lascan Corleon to the House for my phone going off earlier in the session. But I also want to thank the Minister for the information that he has given, and for undertaking that there will be a review of the processes involved. But can I also ask the Minister to raise with his executive colleagues the fact that those basic pieces of information which committees are seeking to apply their scrutiny would be available, and that officials coming to committee would have, basic information such as the R number at any given time, or its impact on measures, not only to provide the committees with the opportunity to carry out their scrutiny role, but also to provide the public with the confidence that the measures that are being taken are necessary and are best positioned in terms of dealing with the virus.
The member has certainly put his views on the record, and I will also pass that on and get my officials to pass that on to the Department for Health. I would advise him that we only get that information once a week. It's not on a daily basis. It's not as useful as getting the bigger picture over a 7-day period. But I think it is important that not only members of the Executive, but also members of the Assembly, especially those in a scrutiny role within the Department of Health, have that information, and I have no problem passing that message on to the Minister. I just want to associate with myself also with the comments that Pam Cameron made in relation to the impact that this virus is having on wider society, on people, on the economy, and she had also said on the fabric of society, and I don't think that's hyperbole. I think that this virus has the potential to change so much of how we live our lives and how we interact and relationships. It's having a big impact, and she's absolutely right. That we break that cycle of lockdown, and I'll speak more to that later on. Steve Aiken, who has also left us, had mentioned the need for a vaccine and the good news that was out today. I think that is to be welcomed. It does give us, I think, hope for the future. However, it should not make us complacent. It should not make us think that this is going to be a solution. We're still a way away from that, so we shouldn't let our guard down. And I also agree with what he said in terms of the importance, as I've already stated, of the Assembly hearing about the decisions that are made first, and that it doesn't go out via the media. Paula Bradshaw had raised the issue of whether it should be a requirement for individuals to wear face covering in all indoor settings. That has been considered. However, I am told that evidence suggests that when there is a prolonged close contact between individuals, cloth face coverings will not offer effective protections, and therefore that extending the regulation to require blanket wearing of coverings would not be justified. There is an inconsistency, she said, in requiring junior pupils to wear face masks on public and home-to-school transport, but not in retail settings. This matter, I can inform the member, was raised at the face covering working group. It will be discussed when the face covering working group next meets. But I would note that the social distancing that has become a feature of the retail environment isn't possible on public transport, and that is something that we need to keep in mind. Jonathan Buckley raised a number of issues. He's not in the House at this moment, but I am informed that the risks of infection associated with the hospitality industry and the impact of restrictions upon the hospitality industry are well known and recognised by the Executive. Finding a way through these difficult issues does not involve easy answers, and until there is a vaccine, we will continue to seek an effective way through. But I think it is right that we do thank those within the hospitality sector that have spent so much time engaging with us over the last number of weeks. We appreciate that, and we will continue to do that. We then had Pat Sheehan, who is in his place, and the more things change, the more they stay the same. No matter how often he is told to stick to the regulations at hand, he always likes to give us his current assessment of where things are at, and he was certainly comprehensive in doing that today. And that really is perhaps a matter for a further debate in the Assembly around contact tracing capacity. There has been a significant increase in the pressures faced by the service, including a threefold increase in the number of new cases notified to the CTS system on Friday, the 2nd of October. That went from 300 to 900, so that was significant. We understand the pressures that are there, and a number of mitigations have now been introduced by the Public Health Agency involving the introduction of the new texting and digital self-trace platform. I really shouldn't, but I will.
I think it's just important to point out that when the Chief Executive of the PHA attended the Health Committee a few weeks ago, she told us that the modelling that had been carried out, and she said initially it had been carried out by Ian Young and his team, the Chief Scientific Officer. She then recanted that for some reason But what she said was that the modelling estimated that the maximum number of positive cases here would be 300. And that was the basis on which they had recruited people to do contact tracing. Now, we were getting 1,000 cases a day at that time. So, I mean, in my view, the numbers they were thinking of recruiting were a serious underestimation anyway for 300. But given that we were getting 1,000 positive cases a day, I mean, as I said earlier, the sums just don't add up. It was a woeful underestimation of what was coming at us.
It isn't really a matter for the regulations that are before us today, but I appreciate the fact that the member has raised this issue. And I can inform him that the Department of Health and PHA colleagues are currently working on a range of options for contact tracing in Northern Ireland. There's a number of options that are being considered, including a hybrid model with a focus on digital solutions to deliver early messages to contacts and cases, and includes more advanced analytics to help enable more targeted input from expert health professional staff to risk assess and deal with more complex cases and clusters or outbreaks. This work is being progressed at pace as we aim to optimise the current window afforded by the Executive's interventions and the consequential short-term impact expected on virus transmission. I hope that is of some use to the member today, but no doubt he will find other avenues to raise this further as well. But I do understand the importance of that subject. Gary Middleton had rightly raised a number of issues, and I just want to answer one in particular. It's in regard to churches. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very proud of the fact that we have kept churches open here in Northern Ireland, and I very much hope that that will continue to be the case. I understand the importance of worship to so many people, the fact that they want to be able to come together and to worship, which is a very important part of so many people's religion, that corporate public worship. I understand how important it is for many older people in our society as well, who don't have that same interaction perhaps that we can have within a work environment. And we recognise the importance of that within the Executive, and I think it's only right that that continues. I also believe that churches are very safe. And I can give the example of my own congregation, Mr. Speaker, and if members want to see an example of how it is done well and done safely, they're more than willing to come to my church. I extend that invitation, although there's many other reasons why members would find it beneficial as well. But I think it is important that we do allow people to meet in that way, and that we recognise the right of people to express their faith and their religion. Martina Anderson had made a number of comments in relation to two of her friends, who had ended up in Alton-Galvin. I think it does again bring home to us the fact that this virus is among us, it is real, and it has impacts on people that we know as well. And it is important that we recognise that. To pick up on a couple of other points that she had made, first of all, in terms of financial support for businesses, that's extremely important, and the Executive are continually looking at the grants and support schemes that are available. I am concerned, and a number of other colleagues have expressed concerns, and I have had many complaints from constituents about the amount of time that it's taking to get money out. That should be an absolute priority for the Department of Finance, because people do not have any other source of income. And it's really important that that gets out to them and gets out as soon as possible. And I hope that the member will also be aware that the issue of payments for those that are self-isolating is also being considered and looked at. Cara Hunter also made a number of comments in relation to mental health, and it is important that we see and recognise the impact that that is having on people here in Northern Ireland. She also made comments in relation to communication, and it is important, and I think we have ramped up communication well, and we need to continue to do that. Just then to comment, Mr Chambers made a number of comments, and this was a theme throughout contributions from the Ulster Unionist Party about the importance of listening to the experts. We have always said that we will listen to what the experts have to say and the advice that they are given. However, I would say that Dr McBride and Professor Young themselves have said that they are there to advise. They're not the decision makers. It's the executive, it's the ministers who make decisions, and they certainly wouldn't want it any other way. Because I think it is important that we not only look at this from a purely health point of view, and I in no way dismiss or downplay the importance of this as a health issue, but an executive, I would say we have a responsibility to look at the economy as a whole, to look at education, look at all of these other aspects of life that are so important. And that's why we do take the recommendations and listen to the advice of the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor and others. But we also have to listen to what other ministers are saying, what other stakeholders are saying as well. That's why none of this is easy, but it does all have to be done in the round. I do want to pick up on a few comments, one in particular from Sinead McLaughlin, who I think was trying to portray the fact that we have said we need to live with the virus, that in some way we're being irresponsible. In some way, by saying we need to live with the virus, that we are saying just let it run rampant across the place and we'll just get on with things. And we also heard that from Gerry Carroll as well. That's not what we mean at all, and I hope that the member for Foyle recognises that as well. That's not what we want to see happen. We're not throwing caution to the wind here. What we mean when we say that we want to live with the virus is to live with it and suppress it at the same time, which I believe is possible. I believe that it is possible that we make sure that there are mitigations in place. We've done it in a number of sectors, and I have to say some sectors have really stepped up to the mark. I've mentioned churches before already. Churches have stepped up to the mark. People are looking at how we can operate our businesses and operate gatherings and operate events that we want to see take place, while at the same time making sure we're adhering to the basic science, to social distancing where possible, and the wearing of face coverings, and the good hygiene, all of those simple messages. How can we put in those protections so that we can make sure that businesses and life can carry on as normal as possible? Because it is not sustainable, as Mrs Cameron and others have said, to go in and out and in and out and in and out of lockdowns or interventions or whatever it may be. It's simply not sustainable. So we have to look at how we can be secure and COVID secure, and I want to thank the hospitality sector and the retail sector for the work that they have done on that so far and how they can improve standards in the businesses in which they operate. It means we have to look at testing and tracing and contact tracing, like we've discussed with Mr Sheehan already. We need to look at hospital capacity as well and what can be done to expand that. We need to take all of these things in the round, including testing as well. All of these things. How can we take them and build them in to make sure that we actually are living with the virus? And it is not to say that we don't think it's real or we don't need to take proper precautions. And I think that it is possible, and that's what we should want to do. And I will touch on that a little bit more later on. Mr Butler raised a number of issues. I think I've covered what he had said about the CMO and the CSA. It's not a matter of whether we trust them or not. It's about taking their advice along with everything else and coming to a solution for the problems that we face. And I obviously have endorsed what he has said in relation to churches as well. In regards then to masks on school buses, he's saying they should be encouraged to wear a face coverings. And whilst the evidence shows that they can be important in confined settings indoors and on buses, we haven't required them to be worn outdoors. And what I would say to children waiting for the bus is that you should maintain appropriate social distancing. And I think that's the right thing to do at this moment in time. We had a few more comments from other members then. First of all, from Mr Nesbitt, and this was a common theme again, that we shouldn't listen To anybody else other than the medical experts that are in place in the Department of Health at this moment in time, I have a lot of time and a lot of respect for our CMO and our CSA, but I think that it is wrong for us to say, other medical professionals, other advisors, if you're saying anything that's contrary to what we are hearing, we don't want to hear from you. We live in a free society, and I welcome the fact that other people want to contribute to this debate. They should have the right to contribute to this debate without being shut down. If we are convinced of the evidence, of the science, and of our position, well, we should welcome interactions and interventions from other people. That's not something that we should be afraid of, and I do not want us to go down a route where people are censored because of what they have to say. I think that that would be entirely the wrong route to go down. Pat Catney made a number of comments in relation to what has been planned by the Executive or what may come from the Executive. I do not know what is coming, for the simple reason that I think the Executive is meeting now and I'm here with you fine people instead, so I'm not able to provide him with any clarity on what may or may not be being discussed at this time. However, I have said that it is important that whenever decisions are made, they're placed on the record in this chamber and in this place. Mr. Allister raised a number of points in relation to the process. I've addressed those already and agree that this is not the way that we want to be doing things. And I agree with him wholeheartedly that we shouldn't be afraid to hear other points of view either. And just to move on then to Mr. Carroll's statement. He obviously raised concerns in relation to the process that we have here for regulations that are coming in. He loves to have a go at Stormont and the power and the control and the supposed secrecy that there is here. Of course, it's Mr. Carroll who wants an ever more powerful state that goes into every aspect of our lives, and that was evidenced by what he has said today. I cannot understand the aversion that he has to economic freedom and to people that are wanting to do things for themselves, and for his continual rants about capitalism. There's not much more that can be said to that. Some people have said that others have tried to sectarianise COVID. For Mr. Carroll, it seems that he wants to bring in socialism at every opportunity as the solution to all of... we're probably going to hear the same old nonsense, but yes, I'll give way to him.
Just to say to the Minister, I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to expand the state, especially the NHS, as many people, I'm sure himself, clapped for it during this pandemic, but that's certainly not my definition of socialism, and I'm happy to give you a full definition of that sometime in this chamber if the Speaker allows.
Of course, the member doesn't just want to expand the NHS, does he? He wants more government control in every aspect of our lives here. And we have seen what socialism does, and I'm quite happy to stand here and be a supporter of economic freedom, because it's the economic freedom that brings prosperity to people. And we only have to look at some of the regimes that he would support to see what socialism does. The member has nothing to say that I think is of any value or would add anything to this conversation. Yes, I will give way.
The Minister giving way, just as he's addressing Mr. Carroll, could he advise him you're not meant to put your mask under your chin, you're not meant to touch it, you're meant to take it off appropriately, and he sends out a very dangerous message to the wider public by the way in which he's actually not wearing the mask appropriately?
I think we're getting to a point there where we're starting to bring us into a bit of a farce. So can we get to the business and invite the Minister back on his feet again to conclude the debate? Thank you.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I think it is important that we lead by example in this place. He also mentions Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson is, of course, as the Member of Parliament for East Antrim, he is free to express his views. It seems, however, that Mr. Wilson seems to be living rent-free in his head, and I would just advise him not to get caught up in what others say or do. It's not always good for us to be obsessed in that way. Of course, I've missed Mr. Stalford, and I agree with the points that he has made and I hope that I've answered his question as well in relation to our number. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to acknowledge how difficult these regulations have been for so many people. Yes, for some, they are a minor nuisance or inconvenience, but I recognise that for so many more, they are having a major impact on their lives. I understand that they are keeping people away from their families. They are having a yet unquantified impact on people's well-being, and they are causing huge uncertainty and worry for many people about their jobs and businesses. Like many other members, I too have heard from those who have built up their businesses over many years, who have spent energy and effort and thousands of hours trying to build them up. And for some now, they have depleted their savings and they're worried about their survival. And that's why it's so important that we do everything in our power to make sure that we get out of this cycle of lockdowns. And I am pleased to report that good progress has been made through our interaction with retail, hospitality, faith leaders, local government and key players to ensure that we can get to a place where we live with COVID in a way that does not require the type of intervention that the Assembly is discussing today. And the interventions, whilst effective, are far too blunt a tool for the problem that we are facing. It is simple and straightforward to tell people to stay away from work, to stay at home and not do the things that we're so used to doing. It's very straightforward. But it's not realistic for us to do it any longer. We can and we must do better because there is so much at stake. However, it is only right that we acknowledge the sacrifice of so many and that sacrifice has paid off. So I do want to say today, thank you. Thank you to the majority of those who are abiding by the rules. You have caused the R rate to fall and transmission is falling, hospitals admissions are falling, and it is therefore inevitable that ICU admissions will fall and deaths will fall too. Mr. Speaker, it's certainly the case that all too often politicians and experts seem to be bringing a message of doom. And it's certainly true that we find ourselves in a difficult time, and this is no time for complacency. However, I have no doubt that we will get beyond this difficult winter, and 2021 will be much better than 2020. We will get better at living with this, we will find a vaccine, and life will get back to normal again. However, in the meantime, we need to adapt, get smarter, and get better so we can live through COVID. It is important that we recognise our healthcare professionals at this time. They are deserving of so much praise. I spoke over the weekend to a nurse who is working in an ICU ward, and it is really difficult for them. They are finding it tough. They are under strain, having already done their jobs so valiantly through the first wave. They're now under pressure once more. And I am incredibly grateful for all that they have done. And I know that it might sound trite and cliched to say so, but I highlight this so the public might be aware, and those who are not taking it seriously might think twice. I say to them that your actions have an impact and could lead to increasing pressure on our doctors and our nurses who are already getting it tight. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the contributions that members have made today. There is much for us to take away on this, not least the process by which we find ourselves, the process that we find ourselves going through today. And if there are any issues that I have missed in the debate, I will, of course, write to members. But we all have a responsibility to help curb the spread of this virus. And I think the most important thing that we can say, and this is the advice that we're getting from our medical experts, is do the simple things. It's about maintaining social distancing, maintaining good hand hygiene, wearing face coverings, self-isolating if we experience symptoms, downloading the app and complying with all the restrictions in place. Mr. Speaker, it's certainly the case that none of us like these restrictions. None of us want these restrictions to be in place for any longer than they have to be. But we are informed that this is what we need to see happen at this moment in time. So I reluctantly commend these regulations to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 8, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which have already been debated. And I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 9, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. And I call the Junior Minister to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 9, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 9, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. And I call the Junior Minister to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. And the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 10, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the fourth motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 2, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. And I call the Junior Minister to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 2, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes again have it. Thank you, members. Can members please take your ease for a moment or two?
Order, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on the manufacturing sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the vital role played by our local manufacturing sector in sustaining and growing our economy. Further recognises the huge pressures on our manufacturing sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. Commends employers and workers in the manufacturing sector who continue to persevere in the most adverse of economic conditions with limited financial support. Notes with concern the potential job losses in the manufacturing sector. Calls on the Minister for the Economy to detail the short to medium-term support measures that will be put in place to support the manufacturing sector through the COVID-19 pandemic, and further calls on her to produce the long-overdue manufacturing strategy to help the long-term recovery of and growth within the sector.
Thank you. I call Dr Steve Aiken to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Dr Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, I rise to propose this motion, but before I enter into my remarks, I would wish to express my sympathies with the 700 workers who will shortly be losing their jobs with Caterpillar and Larne, but also those many manufacturing workers who have lost their jobs in the bus and coach building sectors, in aerospace, in high-tech low-volume fabrication, in the maritime outfitting and repair sectors, and those who have been involved in agribusiness support. Indeed, all those who until recently supported what was a growing, agile and adaptive manufacturing base, a base that was contributing around 14% of about 14% of our GDP, and has, I use the future tense, hopefully to grow much larger, out to 20% or even beyond, but only if it's been given the right support to do so. That we first raised this issue 3 years ago, when in this Assembly we debated with the then Economy Minister, who has gone on to pastures new, that we needed to spend approximately 2% of our R&D on manufacturing. We needed to look to seek angel seed funding, start-up nation culture, and building on our acknowledged areas of global expertise, areas that we could help nurture to get us to that goal of 20% manufacturing. We then wanted a change in the culture of how Invest Northern Ireland focused on bringing business in, but needed to shift to incubating our small and medium sectors to allow them to grow. We also wanted our economy to be fully driven by that greatest natural resource, our people. For that, rather than disinvesting in higher and further education sectors, we needed to join with them to create that spark, that desire, that ecosystem of entrepreneurship that we had here at the turn of the last century. This was when Belfast and its surrounding areas were industrial and technological powerhouses, and we had the combined push of academia, banking, business and politicians who joined together to make Ulster the economic hub that it was. It was this synergy, which quite frankly didn't come from politicians, that created a successful economy. It came from those who were fully invested in what they were doing and were unafraid to make difficult choices and sacrifices. However, that spirit of entrepreneurship has been hindered rather than nurtured. And with all the crises our economy has faced, it has now been saddled with the twin impacts of COVID and an uncertain post-Brexit world. While much has changed in manufacturing over the last 100 years, with reductions in shipbuilding, man-made fibres, machinery and machine tools, elements of manufacturing have remained and indeed thrived. They have done this by understanding their markets fully, finding niche technologies that they can utilise, build on a skilled and adaptable workforce, and tap into higher and further education sector that can refresh ideas. That these companies have managed to do this in the face of what, over the last decade or so, has been a studied disinterest by government in much of what they do, a banking sector more interested in fuelling property speculation, and a rating system coupled with a monopolistic energy supplier that has sapped the desire to growth, all as a testament to what they could achieve and indeed should achieve. In reviewing what we asked for 3 years ago, it is worth reiterating the main points and asking, are they still appropriate? Then, 3 years ago, in a cross-cutting manufacturing strategy, we asked for a commitment to provide investment funding for Northern Ireland companies, rather than focusing on FDI. Create a strategic investment culture that wants to invest for the long and medium term, rather than short-termism, or worse, subsidy miners. Competitive energy prices with efficient utilities and an electricity market and a regulator that works for the customer. Nurturing our education sector, and particularly building our R&D base through helping promote STEM and to stop disinvesting in our universities. A longer-term commitment on derating, simplifying and speeding up the planning rules and regulations. But above all, putting prosperity based in manufacturing at the centre of our programme for government process. Regrettably, none of these objectives have been achieved. But we as a party would argue strongly that each of these issues remain germane, and in the height of the COVID pandemic, are even more appropriate. Because, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we are faced with a manufacturing business disappearing, never to return unless action is taken now, and we need to take additional measures. For some sectors, such as aerospace, with the global downturn, we have to preserve as much as we can. That needs pressure from our government to award contracts, especially from the Ministry of Defence, but to allow new and emergent areas of technology to be pushed ahead with. We will also have to work closely with employers and unions to see if we can be more innovative in the use of business support grants and loans. We also need to change the culture of the civil service. That the acting Permanent Secretary of the Economy Department thought that it's probable that it's okay for some firms to fail because they would have done anyway is beyond reprehensible. And as we have said many times before, businesses right now need cash. They don't need more consultants to tell businesses the time with their own watch. They need help, and they need it now. I'd also like to talk about the excluded and why it's important that we utilise some of the remaining £500 million that will go back to Treasury if we don't spend it to help them. We all know who they are and why we need to help them. The question is what is holding the department back? We have had 8 months to build a support package to them, so why haven't we? We are also proposing a new programme for government for April next year, a programme that is best has a year to run. I think anyone who believes that we should be advocating another tome of 42 outcomes and hundreds of sub-clauses doesn't think this is a good idea. And as we attempt to pull ourselves back together as our companies come out of the furlough period, we need to be able to work on this. We should go back to creating and delivering a strategy that works. So, Minister, let's commit to putting our economy and especially our workers first. Let's create a programme for government that has 2 or 3 deliverables that work particularly to work to the economy. Let's listen to our businesses, our workers, our unions, and where we can, let's get cash and resources to them that need them, and let's try helping them rather than hindering them. I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Gary Lyttle.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members for bringing this motion forward. It is, of course, very timely, given the fact that obviously the huge blow to the jobs at Caterpillar, but also the fact that we're following on from discussions regarding the regulations and the impact that those additional restrictions have had on the economy. So I think it is timely and welcome that we can discuss our manufacturing industry at this minute in time. Manufacturing, of course, must be at the forefront of rebuilding our economy here in Northern Ireland post-COVID-19. The manufacturing sector sustains hundreds of thousands of jobs right across our province and many millions of pounds worth of extra economic activity in other sectors in the supply chain. It is clear that when manufacturing grows, the whole economy grows with it. From food processing and pharmaceuticals to aeronautical technology and new emerging tech like artificial intelligence and machine learning, Northern Ireland punches well above its weight when it comes to producing world-class products and services. COVID-19, of course, has had a devastating impact on not only our economy but also those across the globe. It has been heartening, however, to see some of our, so many of our local companies, particularly in the manufacturing sector, innovating and adopting their production. Some 600 local manufacturers repurposed in whole or in part to meet the challenges of the public health emergency. And I think that they are to be congratulated in the way that they've adopted. There's so many real examples out there, Mr Deputy Speaker, where those businesses have adopted and stepped up to the mark. And I think that the question does need to be asked, and it has been asked by other commentators in the public domain. If they hadn't have been there, if the manufacturing sector hadn't have been there just during this pandemic, where would we have been? And I think we would have been in a much more difficult place. The sector stepped up when we needed them most. So we need to develop and build on that and develop our local supply chains and our procurement within government to ensure that we can source our quality products here in Northern Ireland, which of course will be of benefit to our health service as we continue to coexist with the virus, but also in terms of our economy. It is also important that the Executive and the Economy Minister continue to look at ways to support the sector at this difficult time and in the short and medium term as well. It has been clear from the outset of this new Assembly that the Economy Minister has put manufacturing as one of her top priorities, one of her top 4 priorities. And the Minister, no doubt, will play a leading role in trying to deliver higher paying jobs, a highly skilled workforce and a more regionally balanced economy, which of course is important to us all. This will be a huge challenge. Prior to the extension of the furlough scheme, Manufacturing NI made it clear that 1 in 3 jobs in the manufacturing industry were at risk. 1 in 3 jobs were at risk at the end of October. Thankfully, furlough has been extended and there's a bit more safety there. But again, we can't get to that cliff edge over the next couple of months. We acknowledge and support the idea and the premise of a specific medium-term strategy for manufacturing in Northern Ireland. But we also need to consider whether this would be better served in a wider, holistic approach to driving forward growth across all sectors and creating synergies where appropriate. Other cross-departmental and indeed national issues will also need to be addressed. One such example, and I've raised this before, is around the apprenticeship levy. We also need to look at how city deals can be harnessed to present new opportunities for support. There are many strong advanced manufacturing and engineering opportunities which would help support the future growth and development of the sector. We support a joined-up UK-wide approach to supporting and getting the best from our manufacturing industries. Going forward, we want to support those emerging and growing sectors to innovate and drive growth. Northern Ireland is home, and it is a place of excellence in both manufacturing and research and development. This has again been demonstrated during this COVID-19 pandemic. Success requires innovation, and the Minister has made clear that she will seek to help manufacturing businesses by investing in skills development, robotics and specialist machinery to allow the sector to maintain its competitiveness and to grow. This, of course, is a priority for us as a party as well. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald.
And I too welcome the opportunity to contribute to this important debate. I also want to send my solidarity to the workers and their families that are facing job losses at Caterpillar and other companies that have faced a similar fate recently. The latest Ulster Bank PMI published today paints a bleak picture. It has the economy here in the north contracting by 15% this year, and that shows the scale of the economic challenge that we face as a result of the COVID-19 health crisis. The manufacturing sector here is comprised of many Indigenous businesses which are highly innovative, employing thousands of people, and as well as playing a vital role in our local and island economy, also have a strong export presence. The manufacturing sector is diverse, but all businesses within it have been impacted to a greater or lesser extent negatively by COVID-19. Statistics published in September showed a quarterly decrease in production of 14.9% and over the year of 22.2%. Some manufacturing businesses have faced vastly reduced demand, while others have faced consistent or even increased demands, but have also had to deal with the necessary implementation of social distancing and hygiene measures. In the short term, some supports have been provided to the sector, both in the form of the direct job supports from the British Treasury and also from the Executive. These have been vital to prevent wide-scale job losses and business failures. The furlough scheme in particular has been crucial, and Mr Middleton highlighted the particular importance to the manufacturing sector. The official statistics on the job retention scheme published in October showed that for the manufacturing sector, of the total number of employments furloughed, 63% were fully furloughed and only 37% partially furloughed, working some hours. This shows the disaster that ending the furlough and moving to the job support scheme would have which requires a minimum number of hours to be worked by employees, would have had for manufacturing, resulting in many redundancies. The extension of the furlough scheme until March is welcome, but it is due to be reviewed in January, and it is vital that there is planning now to support those sectors like manufacturing, which has a skilled workforce, and it is likely that once demand begins to resume as the economy opens up, they will need those workers. We need to continue to make the case that they should be supported in keeping the connection with those workers and avoid unnecessary redundancies, which would be in line with a similar approach that has been adopted in other European states. The support from the Executive has also been crucial, the rates holiday and the inclusion of some small manufacturers in the business grant scheme. However, I will again make the case to the Minister that there are other small manufacturers who, simply due to the nature of their work, have a larger premises and were excluded from that support, and I would ask that she looks again at providing some vital cash flow support to those small businesses. As we all know, the fragility of global supply chains was laid bare at the beginning of the pandemic, when we had difficulty securing PPE. At that time, local companies stepped up to the challenge and diversified their operations. In my own constituency of East Derry, companies like Paragon Health in Ballykelly, Hutchison Engineering in Kilray and Armstrong Medical in Coleraine are amongst those that have played an important role in supporting our health service and society in general through production of PPE and other items. However, there is a barrier to these companies being awarded government contracts, as tenders are evaluated on price alone, meaning those contracts will likely to be awarded to companies in other countries where these products have traditionally been sourced due to lower prices as they have bigger economies of scale, with no consideration to the need for security of supply or the local economic recovery. And that's something that needs to be addressed to give those local companies who have successfully diversified the chance to be competitive in these processes. Across this island, there are opportunities to collaborate and cooperate to develop a thriving sector which creates and sustains employment, and I would ask the Minister to work with her executive colleagues to address issues around procurement. Looking to the medium term, last year Sinn Féin published our consultation document, Inclusive and Sustainable Growth, which proposes economic development should be based on creating good jobs, improving productivity, addressing regional imbalances and the decarbonisation of our economy. We also advocate a sectoral approach which would see a mapping exercise of the major sectors of our economy. For those major sectors like manufacturing, an analysis of the sector and its need be conducted, and the development of an action plan for the sector. To achieve effective action plans requires partnership working, and therefore we propose the creation of sectoral partnerships involving industry, academia, government and trade unions. Skills will play an important part in any economic strategy, and the skills strategy needs advanced alongside it. Yes, sure. Go ahead.
In terms of skills, would the member also agree that we need to encourage more women into these industries, into both engineering and manufacturing?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you. Just in time. Thanks, Linda. Absolutely. I think that addressing diversity and increasing particularly the uptake of STEM subjects by girls, it remains key. Particular hobby horse of mine that I could talk about for quite some time, but I'll move on. In June, we also published our economic recovery strategy, which proposes 4 principles for recovery: supporting workers and their families, supporting businesses to create and sustain jobs, a just transition through a Green New Deal, and giving the Executive the tools to resource our recovery. The economic recovery strategy should strategically link with other executive priorities and strategies, including but certainly not limited to major infrastructure projects, the anti-poverty strategy, skills development and of course climate action. It must have a focus on dealing with the outworkings of Brexit and building on the opportunities of the all-island economy, and I think I've run out of time.
Time is up. Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to support this motion this evening. If anyone had forgotten that we have a crisis in manufacturing in Northern Ireland, then the loss of 700 jobs at Caterpillar should remind them in the worst possible way. Any economy will struggle when it loses large numbers of manufacturing jobs, but Northern Ireland more than most. While our neighbours in both Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland have largely a services economy, we haven't. We are a much larger, to a much larger extent, a manufacturing economy. More than 70% of Northern Ireland external sales are in manufacturing goods. This compares with less than half of exports for the UK as a whole. But we are facing new pressures in manufacturing. Much of our manufacturing is in food, and thanks to those politicians who misleadingly promoted Brexit, our food industry is facing a crisis of its own. And we don't even know the details of the crisis less than 2 months away from the impact of the head-on crash. Moreover, it is essential that we focus ever increasingly on high-value manufacturing. We cannot compete on cost with all countries, but we must compete in quality. For businesses like Caterpillar and very many other large and small manufacturers, success is based on skills, productivity and innovation. And these are where we have some serious challenges. My party realises that we have a real problem in our education system. While it provides a strong pipeline of grammar schools pupils who go on to university, many of them into Great Britain, never to return, the system fails to inspire many of those pupils who do not go to grammar school. The system fails to give confidence and aspiration to those pupils who often have the potential to develop the practical skills needed by our manufacturers. If we are to build the skills needed for the future, we have to connect better with those school pupils who may feel alienated and discarded by the school system. By doing better for those pupils, we will do better for our manufacturers, our economy and our society. Strong skills feed into our productivity. But of course, productivity is about more than skills. It is also about innovation. And that is where the city deals come in, which I will remind the Assembly that the SDLP has been pushing for and demanding for many, many long years, usually without the support of many other parties. Those city deals in Derry and Belfast can provide the innovation needed for a new generation of manufacturing. For example, I hope the Derry City Deal will provide a new manufacturing base in medical products and treatments. And I hope that the Belfast City Deal will provide a real impetus for the capital city as a base for advanced manufacturing. I will stress to the DUP members who last week in the Economic Committee complained that in standing up for my city, I was in some way doing down Belfast. But what I want is both cities to be world-class and successful.
Would the member take an intervention?
Certainly.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I would like to see both cities doing well also, but I don't want to see Mid-Ulster and everything in between the two cities losing out.
Member has an additional minute.
Oh, thank you. I take your point, absolutely. We want all areas of Northern Ireland. We're small and we can all rise together and be successful as one. We can be partners in progress, not competing over the breadcrumbs. So I hope that the city deals will provide the innovative basis for a new generation of manufacturing. But we also need to invest massively and quickly in our infrastructure. Some of this will come from the public purse. Much of it will come from the private sector. Our road network is poor, which means that it takes longer to get goods to market. We need to improve our transport connectivity and also our water network to enable new factory builds. I urge Minister Dodds to accelerate progress both on the energy strategy and on the rollout of the digital network. I also urge Minister Dodds to ensure that Invest NI works with local industry to enable businesses to exploit the opportunities from the Northern Ireland Protocol. I've been told by some business leaders that there is an apparent reluctance for Invest NI to work with companies to seize any opportunities created by our unique relationship with the EU and GB. That's not a time to be reluctant to work with any businesses. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there are new opportunities as well as new challenges, but unless we work and we look to the future and build, we are at risk of losing large numbers of well-paid jobs, particularly in our manufacturing sector, which has a very proud history of excellence and a proven track record in our region. Let's support them and let's protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Stewart-Dixon.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I also welcome the opportunity to speak on our manufacturing sector this evening, because it does have a vital part to play in our economy, and I want to take time to highlight those that work in it. COVID-19 has had a major impact on all of our lives. Back in March, much of society ground to a halt. This included much of the manufacturing sector, but certainly not all of it. However, damage has also come in the form of decreased demands for certain goods and the disruption of global supply chains. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to commend our workers in the manufacturing sector, our trade unions and the businesses themselves. Despite challenging circumstances, they have helped keep factories running. Supply chains have been proved more resilient as time has moved on, and I hope that the extension of the furlough scheme will help alleviate pressures on the sector. Just wish it hadn't been announced at the 11th hour. I also want to mention the Health and Safety Executive, which has its part to play in advising and enforcing on health and safety at manufacturing sites, particularly but not exclusively in food processing. A whole new level of additional safety measures have had to be added with COVID-19, and we must ensure that this organisation is properly resourced. I also want to note with sadness the news coming out of Caterpillar in Larne last week, and the loss of 700 jobs, which was referred to in an earlier discussion in this chamber today, many of which will be seen in my constituency of East Antrim, is a devastating blow to workers and their families. We're also aware of the concerns that have surrounded Bombardier, one of Northern Ireland's key employers, supporting well-paid jobs, not just in the Belfast region, but across the province. I'm happy to see Spirit Aerosystems have taken over the business, and I hope that this will secure an extremely valuable linchpin in our economy, because it employs so many from our own constituencies. So where do we go from here in supporting and expanding our manufacturing sector into the future? We need a direction, and that's where a manufacturing strategy comes in. I've asked previous questions of the Minister on strategies, while we're waiting from the Department of the Economy, including an industrial strategy, to be told that work has stopped on these due to the need to respond to COVID-19. Principal Deputy Speaker, that simply is not acceptable. If anything, these long-term strategies are needed more than ever as part of COVID-19 response to guide our way out of recovery. So I hope the Minister will take note and work with the Department to resume substantial work on an executive-endorsed, comprehensive and integrated strategy. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there are so many opportunities out there for manufacturing in Northern Ireland, especially with green and advanced manufacturing opportunities. We do need a Minister and a wider executive to be pressing for the UK-wide revolution in green technologies funding, and we need to fully energise this sector. The business support interventions which we are taking now should not be haphazard and reactionary. They should be planned and visionary, and we should be using them to reach coherent goals in rebuilding our economy. Manufacturing with well-paid and skilled jobs that it brings has the potential to build and support our supply chains, and they have to be a key part in all of this. Finally, I want to note what might be described as the elephant in the room: Brexit. Brexit is very unlikely to be a positive thing for our local manufacturing industries, so I find it strange that this has not been noted in the motion. The protocol itself is a response to the regrettable decision of the United Kingdom Government to pursue a hard Brexit and cut itself off from our closest trading partners and the biggest single market that we have. It's not perfect, but it's better than a hard border. So the Executive needs to be pushing the UK Government and the EU to negotiate a comprehensive agreement with the lightest of touch and checks on goods crossing the Irish Sea. This can be done. In the meantime, our Minister needs to get on with the job of implementing those parts of the protocol that fall within her department, producing strategies to meet the challenges of COVID-19 and Brexit, brought to our manufacturing sector. These are challenging times indeed. We now have less than 2 months.
Mr Gordon Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Our manufacturing sector has been the very backbone of our economy for many years. With our mixture of a very highly skilled, innovative and educated workforce, combined with our rich industrial and entrepreneurial heritage, we have a very proud and capable sector, which we all want to see develop and be more competitive in the future. The manufacturing sector, like almost every other sector, has been heavily impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. While the strategy is important, now is the time to ensure the Economy Department is able to be responsive and agile to the opportunities and challenges facing this sector, as we've heard today with the loss of jobs at Caterpillar. The motion rightly commends employers and workers within the manufacturing sector who have continued to work through the many challenges facing us today, not least the very many who are unable to work remotely away from their normal workplace due to the nature of their work. The recently completed acquisition by Spirit Aerospace Systems of Bombardier does bring some hope for optimism for this long-established and valued company in safeguarding the significant employment of over 3,000 employees right across Northern Ireland. Manufacturing supports many jobs right through the supply chain, from those who may service the equipment, supply components and the delivery services, as well as the many subcontractors supported within the sector. Making the right conditions to improve our economic competitiveness and building on our export markets are key to truly developing this sector, and InvestNI must continue to support our local manufacturers in the European and global markets. And this is rightly a focus of our Rebuilding a Stronger Economy document, medium-term plan, which was published in June by our Minister. I recently, with the Economy Minister, visited the Denroy Group in Bangor, and I was delighted that only 3 weeks ago they announced a recruitment drive for 120 staff over the next 6 months. The Denroy Group have demonstrated their ability to diversify within their business with the production of innovative masks for the health sector by a very valuable local employer in my own constituency of North Down. I also welcome the planned city and growth deals, which have been mentioned earlier. That investment into a number of advanced manufacturing projects will be most welcome. The projects envisage investment in excess of £130 million right across Northern Ireland, and I know a significant amount of work has been done and is ongoing with our local councils to ensure delivery of these exciting and innovative projects. Developing skills and apprenticeships for our young people through our universities and colleges is also vital for a sustainable future and ensuring the right skills are in place for employers. There are also significant opportunities for research and development for the development of new products and equipment right across the manufacturing sectors, including our agri-food sector, aerospace and defence industries and the quarrying sector, which is also a significant employer. And it is worth remembering that 70% of manufacturing is carried on outside of Belfast and highlights the regional spread of the manufacturing sector throughout Northern Ireland. Some of the key challenges facing our manufacturing sector include energy costs, rates, relatively high wages, and having to compete in a very high quality, competitive global market. We also need to get the right infrastructure, that has already been mentioned, a connectivity in place by investing in our roads, transport networks, and ensure Northern Ireland is digitally connected to the rest of the world through greater broadband and better mobile coverage, particularly in rural areas. I know the Minister very much recognises the value of our local manufacturing sector, and I know she will continue to ensure it gets the support it requires to allow it to grow and become even more competitive in the future. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
Privilege, Cancorlia. Members will not be surprised that this is an issue of great concern to me, and I'm sure the Minister won't be surprised either, as it's something I've raised on a number of occasions. And I've pointed out that engineering and manufacturing industry needs to be supported, not alone during this particularly difficult time, but there needs to be a sustainable and future-proof economic strategy across all of our sectors, and this needs to be in proper consultation and working closely with businesses. No minister, no civil servant, not those in Invest NI, have a complete understanding of what each sector requires to get the most out of their business, and we're strangling our economy by not engaging appropriately with them. Mid-Ulster Council has taken a very proactive approach in engaging with all sectors, developing the economic development plan for the district. In fact, that was one of my very first engagements as the first chairperson of the new Mid-Ulster Council in 2015. It was to launch the economic development plan, and we've done that here in Parliament buildings in the Long Gallery because we recognise the need to be part of an economic strategy coming from the department in conjunction with all other departments. A healthy economy creates a healthy society with better educational and life outcomes. The department could do worse than to take a leaf out of Mid-Ulster Council's book on the best way to do this, as the Council engage with sectors, establish how Council can best support and develop the businesses. They also engage with the schools and further education colleges and ensure that the skills required by businesses are being developed and supported. Our MP, Francie Malloy, has led a campaign to call for an engineering centre of excellence in Mid-Ulster, and this is something that would massively... Yes.
Would the member agree with me and to the Minister about this, about using the skills barometer for the skills strategy and including a centre of excellence for engineering in Mid-Ulster as part of our strategy?
Member
Absolutely.
has an additional minute.
Because this will future-proof the skills base and provide good and well-paid jobs, and it is something that the industry has said that they would welcome and that they actually need. Businesses, educationalists and Council have worked together to achieve the best possible economic strategy for the Council District. I have had good feedback on the Department's apprenticeship recovery programme from those in the industry and training providers, and this model of engaging with industry and academia partners is something that clearly works well, and I would encourage the Minister to use models of best practice when developing future skills strategy. We have proposed an amendment to this motion in relation to the need for improving infrastructure as part of the economic strategy, and whilst that amendment wasn't accepted by the Speaker's office, I would call on the Minister to address this as part of her response to this motion. Council, the MPs and the MLAs have again had to be the driving force in delivering this in our constituency, and whilst we're happy to do this, and it is our job to do so, it would be a much easier task if there was an overall effective strategy to link up with. Council has had to provide business parks where Invest NI has failed to do so, and we have had to fight to get power supply for expanding businesses. One of the identified key constraints stifling the economic growth of Mid-Ulster is the lack of industrial and economic lands for growing businesses. The problem is particularly acute in Dungannon and can be clearly demonstrated in Granville Industrial Estate, one of the busiest and most economically successful of its kind across the north. The lack of service sites in Mid-Ulster has a significant impact on the ability of operating businesses to grow and deliver investment and job creation in the local area. There is a need for Invest NI to take forward the development of new sites to address business need in Mid-Ulster as a matter of urgency. I can cite examples of businesses being advised to move their premises to Belfast if they needed additional power supply, better broadband or bigger premises. And this is simply not an acceptable strategy to move businesses out of an area where they have a skilled workforce and where their suppliers are based. I would ask the Minister to work with her executive colleague Nicola Mallon on this point, as it is recognised that there is a need for significant investment in Mid-Ulster's road infrastructure, for example progressing the Cookstown and Dungannon bypasses. Infrastructure is the essential foundation for businesses to deliver employment growth and economic prosperity. The area boasts a world-class high-growth cluster which manufactures at least 40% of the world's mobile crushing and screening equipment. This cluster needs to be protected, supported and developed. Manufacturing has been identified as a sector with a higher risk of pandemic-related recession, and large numbers of staff have been furloughed and laid off. Therefore, an immediate and direct intervention is critical, and we have asked DFE to lead the establishment of a Mid-Ulster Manufacturing Task Force comprising key public and private stakeholders aimed at protecting the sector's economic and employment base. We have the largest business base outside Belfast and are recognised as the entrepreneurial capital of the North for business starts. The area has higher productivity per head in Mid-Ulster compared to the average across the North. Given the importance and contribution of Mid-Ulster to the economy, the Council believes that InvestNI should establish an office presence in the local area, particularly at a time when business of all sizes are facing unprecedented challenges from COVID-19 and Brexit. I would like to commend the businesses across Mid-Ulster for working with us to keep their businesses in Mid-Ulster, and I would call on the Department to give them the required support that has to date been sadly lacking. I would also like to raise a number of people here have talked about R&D and the importance of it, and my question is, where is the support for R&D going to be coming in the absence of European funding? Because I have not heard anything to date that would give me confidence that we're going to have that support replaced. Gormagut.
Thank you, members. Just 2 points. Firstly, during his contribution, Mr Dunn wasn't near a microphone. Now, I think it'll be recorded in Hansard, Gordon, but I don't know whether it'll be on the audio. So if members who are participating in the debate can make sure that they're near a microphone. Secondly, earlier in the proceedings today, Mr Deputy Speaker Beggs reprimanded Ms Pam Cameron for veering quite close to questioning whether the Speaker was right in refusing to accept an amendment. I'm sure that the member wasn't questioning the Speaker's judgment in relation to the amendment, and I know that she wouldn't do that, but just a bit close to the wire. So I now call Mr John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Last Concordia. I'm sorry if Mr Dunn's contribution has been recorded for austerity or prosperity. When I was looking for the notes in this debate in terms of manufacturing, I was saying to myself, well, what is manufacturing? So what is that sector? And it's actually easier to say what's not manufacturing than it is to say what is, because our economy is very, very reliant on large manufacturing plants, medium and small. And when I've joined the Economy Committee in this term, my first term on the Economy Committee, which I found very interesting. But when I'm looking at some of the strategies that are brought forward, some of it can be very high level. And a lot of our manufacturing businesses are small, medium enterprises. And I often ask myself, what is that policy or that strategy to do with the actual work that's going on the ground? The company that employs 20 to 50 people, that started off with a couple working in, maybe it's one of their sheds or something, and then they've developed into a manufacturing, and some of them are exporting. But I often wonder, does the strategies we bring forward have any relevance to those people? And it's one of the points I've been making constantly to the department, and I'll make it again tonight to the Minister. Our strategies have to be relevant to the employers and the employees out there. As I say, I think sometimes they're not, and my colleague Linda has referred to InvestNI. And InvestNI, to many small, medium enterprise businesses, is a Belfast-based promotional company that they have no relationship with, despite outreaching to them or despite trying their best to engage InvestNI. They always run into barriers. InvestNI will tell them many, many reasons why they're not relevant to InvestNI strategies, but the company then feels alienated and turns its back on perhaps opportunities that does exist. So I would appeal to the Minister to ensure that whatever strategies are brought forward, in particular InvestNI, make themselves relevant to where the jobs are, because the economy is changing. The global economy has taken a massive hit as a result of COVID-19. Foreign direct investment will not be as readily available as it once was, and we have to protect what we have. And those small, medium enterprises that we have out there, we have to protect and we have to invest in them while the global economy stabilises and while we all work out what direction this is going in, because with a new American administration, will have a different attitude to global trade than the previous one did, and they will have to establish their relationships with China and all those other major global players out there as we move forward. So let's make sure we're well placed, and to be well placed, you have to have the proper skills in place. And while I welcome the skills strategy that has come forward, it has been warmly welcomed across our colleges particularly, and across our employers. But again, our employers and our employees has to be relevant to them. And I want to mention our colleges specifically. They can be the poor relations of our universities. And a lot of that is to do with the perceptions of what is a good job moving forward, or what our perception of what is a good career moving forward. As I said earlier, many of our manufacturers, our small manufacturers, have developed from a couple of people or 3 or 4 people working together, working towards a company which employs 20, 40, 50 people or involved in export. So we need to promote the courses that are available in our colleges, the engineering courses, the manufacturing courses that are available in our colleges. We need to promote them as worthwhile careers. But we also have to give our colleges the ability to react to a changing economy. And we have had a number of reports to the Economy Committee that our colleges feel constrained, strangely enough, by the number of awarding bodies out there. I think we have 60 or 70 awarding bodies. But our colleges themselves cannot respond quickly to the changing dynamics in our economy. And I think this is particularly relevant in Mid-Ulster and even in my own constituency, who are crying out for engineers and manufacturers and welders and all those people they need in those companies to build the equipment that we export across the world. So I would appeal to the Minister to ensure that our colleges are given the freedom to react quickly to the changing in our economy, that we promote the trades that are needed in our manufacturing industry, and that Invest NI are relevant to all our businesses out there, and they aren't seen as a body which operates in Belfast and does trips around the world. So I think if we can bring all those points together, then we can ensure our manufacturing industry moves forward successfully.
Sorry, I was enjoying the member so much I didn't realise he'd went over time. Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank Mr. Stewart, Mr. Atkin, Dr. Atkin, and Mr. Robbie Butler for bringing forward this motion. Robbie will know of the great manufacturing tradition that we're lucky to have in my area, going back to our linen industry that was famous all over the world. Lisburn was built in manufacturing, and many families owe their livelihood to it. It is an industry that has worked hard through the burning of Lisburn, the terrible impact of the Troubles and the economic uncertainty that we have faced over the last number of years. Now COVID presents a new danger. It impacts on supply lines that reduce the availability of raw materials. It restricts manufacturing processes as workers are unable to come together as they used to in a safe way, and it impacts on demand as end users are not operating or don't have the opportunities to buy as they used to. Many manufacturers have been able to adapt, be that in how they operate to allow businesses to continue while keeping workers safe, or how they have adopted to make difference in demand products like, it's already been mentioned, PPE. When our own supply chains for these vital products were less than certain, the innovation and the willingness of these companies to change quickly has been incredible. I have spoken to many of them who were uncertain of how they should best act, and I'm extremely glad that they have. However, there are many that, due to the nature of their businesses, have not been able to operate. This is while not being able to avail of some of the support put forward by the Executive. We have already too many job losses, but what scares me is that not only from the immediate impact of this pandemic, the recession to follow is going to cast a shadow far into 2021 and beyond. Any failure to act will lead to countless more job losses in the future, jobs from highly skilled workers that I fear we are never going to get back. This could be compounded with our own restrictions in being able to spend on capital public projects that many manufacturers rely on. This is a way it's clear robust support package must be put in place for the industry. I say the industry, but of course our manufacturing industry is extremely varied, and so any support packages must take this into account. We cannot make the mistake again of announcing support packages with gaps that leave certain businesses and certain employers out. The Minister for the Economy must speak to the industry. I know you have, and I know you will engage, Minister. Identify the main pressures for the coming year and put support in basis on this. I know from speaking to many businesses that they are willing to work with us and to adopt the best that they can, but this is impossible without support. We also need to be clear that difficulties for the manufacturing industry have existed before COVID and will exist long after. Ministers and MLAs are very good at attending photo ops at the opening of new businesses, but this rings hollow if we cannot come up with a long-term strategy to grow the sector. We need a plan to grow our skilled worker base, to build the infrastructure and broadband capabilities, to facilitate the sector, and we need to look ahead to the new technologies and new areas like green manufacturing that can future-proof our industries, and while protecting workers, their livelihoods and their world-class skills. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Allen Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. Certainly, it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. My mind goes back to the 6th of June 2016, which was quite a historic day in that it was the first formal opposition motion brought to this chamber since 1972, and it was supported by Mr. Allister, the SDLP Alliance and the Ulster Unions Party. And it was also the first motion brought in that mandate, and it was calling on the Minister for Economy, Simon Hamilton, to commission a manufacturing strategy. Now, the economy of Northern Ireland, and indeed I have to sort of reference Belfast as well, that it really was built on heavy manufacturing. And as a proud son of East Belfast, I do remember places like the Rope Works, Shorts, Sirocco Works, the Tab Factory, Mackey's, Harlan and Wolff, and many manufacturers of linen products. Also remember watching thousands of cycles coming up the street where I lived every night, men on cycles coming home from work from the shipyard, and that was only going home to one part of Belfast. That must have been replicated throughout Belfast. And those big hitters spawned a number of smaller manufacturing units that supplied the big boys with components. Some of them were based in barns, they were in tin huts up back alleyways, but they were feeding off the big manufacturing companies, and they were providing employment, maybe for small numbers of people, but nonetheless employment. Now, in 2015, there was over 85,000 direct jobs in manufacturing sector, 10% of Northern Ireland's total employment at that point. 2019, 1,790 jobs lost in the manufacturing sector, which represents 59% of all job losses in Northern Ireland in 2019. And Wright buses, it was a jewel in our manufacturing crown, and that lost 1,200 employers in 2019. Now, it's easy to dismiss all these figures as mere statistics, but what are the stories behind the statistics? They're breadwinners. They're providing for families. They're paying off mortgages. They're providing a quality of life for their family, and they lost that. And who suffers? Not only the breadwinner in the family, but the small corner shop, the bakeries, and Dara said even the pubs on payday all suffer when jobs are lost like that. But more importantly, it's the loss of skills, and we can't really afford to lose those skills, but we do. When those places close, the skills go with them. And engineering skills were traditionally passed on from over generations, and all that's gone. And there was workers that worked in the shipyard and some of those other manufacturing places that weren't well educated, but they could solve any engineering problem that was put in front of them. So was there an opportunity lost in June 2016 when Sinn Féin and the DUP voted down a proposed manufacturing strategy, preferring to bury it in an all-embracing economy strategy? And I have to ask, where is that strategy today? And sort of looking at the transcript of that debate that day, Simon Hamlin did say that there is something of a perception that Northern Ireland's manufacturing sector is in the doldrums. Now, I don't know whether he was implying that our motion was implying that, but certainly that was not the case. What we wanted to do was increase the manufacturing sector's contribution to the economy, and we feel that if we had have put that strategy in place at that time, we may not have avoided some of the job losses, but we certainly would have been better placed to confront those job losses and try to do something about it. And Simon said, "I did not for a second suggest that the sector is not challenged, but it is not in the crisis that some suggest." And, you know, it is now heading into a crisis. But I have to acknowledge there's loads of manufacturing companies all over the country doing really, really well and in providing good employment. But really, manufacturing is in a little bit of a crisis. And Simon did say our region's strong manufacturing heritage remains intact.
Sorry, the member's time is up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call now on the Minister for the Economy, Mrs Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I have listened with interest to the debate today and do welcome this opportunity to respond. I would like to start this debate, as I did earlier in this chamber today, by saying how disappointed I was to learn last week that Caterpillar is considering the transfer of some of its Larne-based operations out of Northern Ireland with a potential loss of 700 jobs. Any redundancies that may arise from this announcement are deeply regrettable and, of course, devastating for the individuals and families involved. And I know that the House will agree with me on this particular issue. However, I have confidence in Northern Ireland's capability and that the Caterpillar operation will continue to be a key contributor to the manufacturing and engineering base here. InvestNI and other relevant departments will work with the management and staff impacted to provide all of the appropriate support. And we do hope that we can work with Caterpillar globally to look at its footprint across the world and see if there are other operations that could come to Northern Ireland. The manufacturing sector remains at the very heart of business and industry here, generating around 6.4 billion to the local economy and accounting for over 11% of employees. This has been a challenging time for our business community, and I am proud of the resilience and perseverance displayed throughout this crisis, particularly so in the manufacturing sector, where many businesses have innovated and pivoted to continue to succeed in these difficult times. And my colleague Gordon Dunn referred to our visit to Denroy, an inspiring example of innovation in the face of the COVID challenge, but only one of some of our companies like Huhtamaki, Block Blinds and many other countries across Northern Ireland that have responded in these very challenging and difficult times. Manufacturing will continue to play a significant role in the Northern Ireland economy and will be a key sector in driving our economic recovery. Its success remains a priority for my department. That said, I fully recognise the pressures presently facing the sector. The level of support put in place to assist businesses, including those in the manufacturing sector, both from the UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive, is unprecedented. This ranges from government furlough and self-employment support schemes to the business support grant schemes and the rates holiday delivered by the Northern Ireland Executive. Over 42,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector have been supported by the furlough scheme, almost half of those in the eligible sector. I have a lot to get through, and I do want to respond to a lot of the comments that have been made. Around 2,000 of those self-employed workers in the industry have availed of the second self-employment income support scheme. I am aware that many firms are reporting lower levels of demand, despite having picked up in recent weeks prior to the circuit breaker and the impact this is having on workers returning from furlough. I therefore welcome the Chancellor of the Exchequer's announcement to extend the JRS and CESS schemes until March 2021 and April 21 respectively. Extending these schemes is something that I, and indeed my executive colleagues, have been calling for. This decision will continue to protect jobs and livelihoods in the months to come and is particularly important for those sectors like manufacturing with difficult to replace skills that will be important to retain when markets recover, as they will. At least 65% of all manufacturing businesses were eligible for support under the 10k Business Support Grant or the 5k Micro Business Hardship Fund. As well as the business rates holiday for part of the year, our manufacturers benefit each year from industrial derating, normally worth around 60 million to the sector. And indeed, I would support an extension of this for the remainder of the year as an important means of delivering immediate help to the sector. In addition, my department has identified and in many cases is now delivering a range of schemes to assist manufacturing businesses adapt to the combined challenges of COVID-19 and EU exit by supporting innovation, apprenticeships and skill, supply chain product resilience and diversification, and access to finance for early stage businesses and business and financial planning. My department continues to look at what further interventions may be necessary to assist Northern Ireland businesses, including those in the manufacturing sector, recover from the impact of the pandemic. I recently met with companies in the aerospace sector, mainly those companies that are in the supply chain of the larger aerospace companies here, and have asked my officials to explore with that sector what can be done to increase help to this particular sector, which has been so significantly hit by COVID-19 and will require a significant tail of help in order to help them recover from the pandemic. And I do agree with the proposer of the motion, indeed, that further financial support and better procurement in relation to defence contracts would be of immediate help in relation to the aerospace sector, where many of our companies carry out a dual role in relation to the sector. I also welcome the planned City and Growth Deal investment in a number of advanced manufacturing projects. These projects envisage investment in excess of 130 million across Northern Ireland and present a real opportunity to significantly scale up capabilities and increase the profile of manufacturing across the UK and Northern Ireland as that powerhouse of advanced manufacturing. And that is where indeed I do see the possibility and indeed every opportunity for those very great companies in Mid-Ulster, for example, to take advantage of the growth deal that is there. Around 260 million in total in that particular growth deal. Much of it will be around help to manufacturing and indeed infrastructure. I've also been working with the DAERA Minister to advance the agri-food sector, identify need and drive forward the industry in the sort of twin challenges of both Brexit and COVID. And I would say to my colleague from Londonderry that helping the agri-food sector in relation to these challenges has nothing to do with the promotion of Brexit, which I see as a valid democratic choice by people, but it has everything to do with the promotion of the protocol, which significantly will impact and act as a barrier between us and those companies and their main market in the rest of the United Kingdom. It is my view that there is no need for a standalone manufacturing strategy. Manufacturing is a key component of the Northern Ireland economy. Indeed, I have identified advanced manufacturing as a key growth area in my Rebuilding a Stronger Economy document. And while I have appreciated Mr Chambers' preamble through the 2016 debate, the reality is that in the midst of a COVID pandemic, we have to take specific actions in the here and now, alongside building the strategies that will help to move us forward. I am, along with executive colleagues, doing all that we can to address the significant challenges that COVID-19 continues to present to our economy. It's a very quickly evolving situation, and we must retain maximum flexibility to adapt to the frequent changes in the virus spread and the public health advice. We must also, as I said earlier today, find a way with living with the virus that negates this cycle of lockdown, which costs jobs and businesses. It is reckoned that the 4-week restrictions on the Northern Ireland economy will have a hit of around 400 million in terms of output. And as the chair of the Economy Committee indicated, just today that hit to output overall in Northern Ireland across the year is around 15%. So it is incredibly significant and difficult, the situation that the whole economy, not just manufacturing, will find itself in. The best way government can help is to create an open and free economy, an environment that supports technology and enables manufacturing companies to move forward with policies and support tailored to their specific needs and indeed the needs of the whole economy. I also recognise the importance of supporting companies to invest in research and development and innovation. Companies who innovate are more productive, more resilient in a crisis, and more likely to grow. Our Innovation Accreditation Scheme has so far helped over 500 firms to proactively assess their innovation capability and to access interventions that can help them to improve their innovation performance. We are seeing a significant increase in companies seeking to bring forward R&D projects through Invest NI's Grant for Innovations and Innovation Vouchers, and they are an excellent way to help small companies access research capabilities from universities and colleges. Work is ongoing within my department, Invest NI and Matrix, the Northern Ireland Science Industry Panel, to develop the medium and long-term steps necessary for recovery from the challenge of COVID-19 and return to growth. Advanced manufacturing, materials and engineering is critical to this strategic policy. In June, in June I published Rebuilding a Stronger Economy, which provides a framework for how we can build a more competitive, inclusive and greener economy that delivers higher paying jobs. It recognises that in addition to skills, there must be a focus on high potential sectors, including advanced manufacturing. Building on this work, a new economic strategy will recognise the significance of manufacturing to the local economy and will set a clear direction for ensuring that the full range of appropriate policy instruments are in place to support the sector. A pipeline of talent to meet the skills need of the sector now and in the future, investment in economic infrastructure, a supportive environment for innovation and research and development, business growth and support measures with assistance for market development and exporting. Supporting these enablers is even more important in the wake of COVID-19. And again, I do agree that economic recovery and recovery for the manufacturing sector isn't just for the Department for the Economy, but for all of the departments right across the executive. And of course, the Department for Infrastructure will be key to that. Road connectivity, real connectivity, these are key enablers of economic growth, but so too is digital connectivity. And I'm happy to report that Project Stratum is almost at, the procurement for it is almost at completion and ready to launch. And this will be a key enabler of competitiveness for the whole economy, particularly rural areas of Northern Ireland in the years to come. Rebuilding our economy will only be possible if we accept that more needs to be done, and I will of course be making further representations to our government for further support measures for the economy in the wake of Brexit, and I outlined some of those challenges earlier today. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, can I thank members for their contributions to today's debate and assure this House that I am committed to supporting our businesses and our citizens through this very difficult time. I think the spirit and tone of this debate will be welcomed by those who are listening, and I look forward to working with you all in the next number of weeks and months to ensuring that our economy is on the best possible footing that we can make it, so that we can help people with the challenges that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call now Mr Roy Beggs to wind on the debate. Wind on the debate and conclude on the motion. And the Speaker will have 10 minutes.
Principal Deputy Speaker, local manufacturing has a vital role to play. As others have indicated, there has been growth in the service sector and digital technology, but we should not forget about the importance of manufacturing strategies going forward and the manufacturing sector. Diversity brings about increased security. It doesn't put all our eggs in one basket. My East Antrim constituency has particularly suffered, along with the Mid and East Antrim Council area, of the loss of significant number of manufacturing jobs over the past numbers of years. As well as Caterpillar, as many have mentioned today recently, there have been approximately 2,000 jobs lost over the past decade from Caterpillar. Schrader Electronics has closed its base in Carrickfergus. At one stage there were 400 jobs, and in the end they had 270 jobs, which were recently announced as job losses or transfers to their other plant. There's Michelin, JTI, Wrightbus. Thankfully, there is a business growing again from the ashes of Wrightbus, and I wish it well that it might prosper. All of this shows me that there is a need for a manufacturing strategy to help sustain and indeed grow the businesses. We need to address what government can do to assist, and the motion talks about looking at what can we do in the short term, as well as what might happen in a longer term basis. It also indicates the importance of manufacturing during this and the pressures on it that there have been during this time of COVID. I would acknowledge that there was thankfully a reprieve for many who may have experienced redundancies, with the Chancellor announcing a more flexible and continuing furlough scheme just recently. It's regrettable that it came so very late, and some may even have lost their jobs, although I hope that the opportunity to engage in the scheme will not have been lost. It is important that we keep work teams together in the hope that we get through this and manufacturing can continue and business generally can continue once again. There has been huge pressure on our businesses during COVID. Many businesses originally had to shut down until appropriate mitigation could be put in to protect workers. That has resulted in loss of efficiency in some instances, but it has allowed the businesses to continue. And we have to thank the Health and Safety Executive for the guidance that they may have given during that period to allow significantly safer working practices to be adopted. But businesses have experienced disruption to their supply base. I was talking to a local retailer just today, and he had indicated that still there is difficulties in sourcing some of the supplies that he would be looking for. And it's strange how even one small component, if it's missing, can actually shut a production line down. That's something that's particularly adversely affects the car industry with its lean manufacturing just-in-time basis. So it's important that everyone stays afloat and is aware of the difficulties that delays can cause. And in reference to that, mention was made by Steve Aiken and Stuart Dixon of the dangers of Brexit. Equally, delays in the movements of goods either coming into Northern Ireland or moving out, exporting to our main market, whether that be in Great Britain or whether that be in other parts of the EU, will significantly adversely affect our businesses. And I hope that members will take this issue seriously and stop grandstanding over the argument of whether Brexit was right or wrong. It's coming on the 1st of January, and we have to learn to live with it. And just in case some people have not seen it, I wish to draw their attention to a report just out last week by the National Audit Office, UK border preparedness for the end of the transition period. Some very concerning comments are made in it that we're not prepared for it. Implementing the protocol is very high risk due to the scale and changes required and the time available. The government itself left little time to mobilise the new trader support service, and there are still high risks of traders will not be ready. And just so you can get used to some of the new terminology, GVMS, Goods Vehicle Movement Notice, CDS, Custom Declaration Service, TSS, Trader Support Service, Chief Customs Handling of Import and Export Freight. This is what business has to learn to live with, and the sooner that we make their life easier, the better. And I hope that all sides will stop grandstanding and lobby both the UK government and the EU for a reasonable accommodation so that our economy can continue here and that fewer businesses will experience difficulties. Turning now to comments made by members during the debate, I welcome the general widespread recognition of the importance of manufacturing industry that has been expressed by all sides. I did note at the end the Minister voicing her opposition to a manufacturing strategy. Given the recent loss of manufacturing jobs and the pressures on it, I was surprised to hear that, but I hope all others will recognise the importance of manufacturing industry and support the motion. Sinead McLaughlin and Gordon Dunn highlighted the importance of City Deal and how it may encourage innovation. Indeed, the Minister highlighted the importance of innovation and R&D and of the new innovation support that is vouchers that are available. It is important that there is research and development, there is improvement of what is produced by our companies in order that we can sustain employment into the long term. A number of other members mentioned the fragility of the supply chain during COVID. Keith Archibald, Gary Middleton, Gordon Dunn and Pat Cackney all highlighted that fragility that was there, but they also highlighted the flexibility that manufacturing industry showed and their entrepreneurial spirit that's still there, and how many of them turned their businesses to meeting the urgency of the health of the country by producing vital services and products to help us battle against COVID. So there is much that can be done, and I welcome the fact that industry was flexible and able to improve. Some of the other comments that a range of other people's made during the course of the debate. Steve Aiken highlighted disappointment that many of the valid points that were raised 3 years ago are still valid today, that they have not been addressed. Admittedly, ministers have not been in place during much of that, but for probably about a year of it, ministers were in place, and the other period of time, there would have been civil servants. So it's disappointing that we still need to speed up planning decisions, that manufacturing is still not the centre of policy, and that we still need a strategy to encourage investment. A number of members highlighted in particular aviation. It was certainly one of our blue ribbon sectors, brought high value employment and jobs, many supporting companies who feed into that supply chain, where products are made to a very high standard, where there is generally good value, good money, good employment, And it is important that that continues into the future. And as was suggested by Steve, perhaps the defence industry is something that should be looking to see how it can sustain local aviation in particular, so that when the cycle moves around and the demand grows again, that those skills, those jobs are still there and can respond to it. It is important that is the case. A number of other members made other valid points which are worthy of mentioned. There are hundreds of thousands of jobs in manufacturing directly, but there's equally many others involved in the supply chain and have a knock-on effect to those businesses. I see the time rolling on, so I'll draw my comments to a close. There has been significant loss of jobs in manufacturing already, regrettably. It's important that we protect the remaining jobs that are there. I hope the Assembly will back our motion to do so. Those who may oppose it, I hope they have the grace to do so quietly and allow this motion to go through. It is important that we support manufacturing industry, and I hope members will support the motion as it is put to us.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Your prayer was answered. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Given some of the rumours that were circulating in this building, members would be delighted to know the next item on the agenda is the adjournment. The House is adjourned.